Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's five-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by your local Ford dealer, who is now displaying the new 1951 Ford, the car that's built for the years ahead. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Here's a word from RCA Victor. Are you still a television outsider? Still just reading about it, talking about it, thinking about it? Well, we'd like you to hear what some of the television insiders say. Here's what Robert J. Patterson of Bronxville, New York writes us, for example. Television brings the family closer together, makes new friends of neighbors who come in to enjoy it with us, adds much to the joy of living. The Pattersons are just one of the more than 1 million American families who own and enjoy RCA Victor television. Why not find out the facts about television for yourself? Look at the list of big new shows going on the air every week. Look at the new sets. 18 beautiful new RCA Victor receivers now at your dealers. Look into the matter of price, too. It may surprise you to find out how little it costs today to join the insiders who own America's favorite television, RCA Victor. It happened on a quiet fall evening just across the river from Washington, D.C., in a small frame house in the outskirts of Alexandria, Virginia.
Long distance.
Look, operator, I got to call Mr. Ken Thurston in New York fast.
What is the number, please?
I don't know the number, but I want to talk to Ken Thurston and hurry.
And the address, please?
Oh, for Pete's sake, I don't know the address. Get New York. Tell him he's The Man Called X. They'll find him. Now step on it.
Who did you say he was, sir? Hello? Hello, sir? Can you hear me? Hello? Who did you say he was?
Ken, you remember Colonel Blake of Army General Staff?
Sure, Chief. How are you, Colonel?
Glad to see you again, Thurston.
The Colonel says he's got some business for us here at the Bureau, Ken.
Oh?
Yes. Thurston, do you know a man named Bill Pringle?
Bill Pringle. He's an old friend of mine. You know him, Chief.
Sure, cryptography expert. The one who helped us crack the Japanese code during the war.
Well, he's in trouble.
Oh? What kind?
Maybe treason.
Treason?
Well, that doesn't sound like Bill Pringle.
That's what we thought when we put him to work as a civilian expert, helping us develop the greatest defensive weapon in the history of warfare. Maybe one that could prevent future wars. An electronic deciphering machine.
Huh.
Electronic deciphering?
If it works as we think it will, any enemy cipher or code will be as clear as ABC to us. We'd never be caught flat-footed again by a march into Poland, Korea, or Pearl Harbor.
You said something about treason, Colonel.
We'd suspected for some time that foreign agents were contacting Pringle. We'd had him under surveillance. Last night, there was a shooting scrape at his home in Alexandria, Virginia. The man who'd been covering him for us was killed, and Pringle has disappeared.
I see.
And you think Pringle sold us out to foreign agents?
It doesn't matter what we think, we've got to know.
Well, Ken?
Chief, I think I'd better visit Alexandria, Virginia.
Yes?
Is Bill Pringle at home?
Who are you?
My name's Ken Thurston.
Come in, please.
Thanks.
You're another government man, aren't you?
Well,
Why do you keep on wasting time here? Can't you understand that Bill's life is in danger? They may be torturing him, killing him. I'm sorry.
You seem pretty upset about things, Miss...
I'm Felice Pringle, Bill's wife.
Mrs. Pringle. But why are you afraid that someone might be torturing him, maybe killing him?
Because foreign agents were after him, trying to get him to sell out his country.
What do you think happened last night?
I don't know. Bill was supposed to be working late, so I went to a movie. When I came back, the house was filled with government men. And Bill was gone. I've been half crazy ever since.
You're sure you don't remember anything that might give us a lead? Something Bill might have said or let slip?
No, nothing. I'm going through some of his things now. Those notes and letters on that table. So far, there's nothing.
Well, what's this map here, Mrs. Pringle?
Map?
California. With a town near Monterey circled in red pencil, San Marino.
Oh, I'd been trying to get Bill to take a vacation. Anything to get him away from his worries here. He'd just decided to go to San Marino next week on a fishing trip. And then last night happened.
Well, thanks for your trouble, Mrs. Pringle.
If there was only some way that I could help.
You've been a lot of help.
Thank you.
Yes. I happen to know that Bill hated fishing and he wasn't married. Good night, Mrs. Pringle.
But if she isn't Bill Pringle's wife, who is she?
I'll leave that up to you to find out, Chief.
To me? But you're right there, Ken.
Look, Chief, if Colonel Blake's right, Bill Pringle or some other country's agents may have the plans for the deciphering machine.
Sure, Ken, and those plans are probably on their way out of the country right now.
That's why I'm going fishing.
Fishing?
Yep, at San Marino, California. So long, Chief.
From New York, Chicago, and Salt Lake City, now arriving on Ramp C. Flight 7.
You want a private plane, Mr. Thurston, to fly to San Marino.
That's right. Can you fix me up?
Sure, easy. Can't get you all the way into town, but there's a farmer named Bronson who'll drive you in for a couple of dollars.
How come you're so familiar with a little place called San Marino?
I wasn't until night before last. Flew 2 men up there in a charter job.
Oh? One of them named Pringle?
Nope, Smith and Jones. Then this morning, got another inquiry about a flight up there. Funny name, I got it right. Yeah, here it is. Zellschmidt.
Zellschmidt?
Sure, who else? Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagon. What the devil are you doing here in San Francisco?
Oh, it's very simple. I'm here because I was in Los Angeles and want to go to Rio de Janeiro. So I put in a long-distance call to New York.
What?
Sure, I had to say goodbye to my dearest, my most favorite friend. Eh, Mr. Thurston?
You mean you called collect to chisel some money. And Miss Brooks lacks your accent. So you learned where I was going and came up here to wait for me. Well, the answer is no.
But I didn't even ask you
I'm
yet,
not
Mr.
giving you any money.
But, Mr. Thurston...
And you're not coming with me to San Marino.
But, Mr. X...
So long, Pago.
But... How do you like that? Such ingratitude. Well, it's lucky there's more than one way to skin a purse from a cat's ear. Hello? This is Pagan Zellschmidt. I got news for you. He's here. That's right. And I can spell you plenty. For a slight consideration, of course.
Yeah, here she be, mister, San Marino. Nobody lives here but them tunny fishermen, Portuguese, most of them. That's why I can't figure none why all you fellas wanted to come here all of a sudden.
You're talking about the 2 men you drove last night?
Yeah, Smith and Jones it was.
Where did they go, Mr. Bronson?
Well, it ain't but one place to go in San Marino, mister. Madam called us.
Madam called us.
Yeah, this here spot right here. Eating place, drinking place, gambling place. And there's some that says a fellow with money can buy almost anything he wants in there. Wouldn't know myself, never been in the market for them kind of things.
Well, thanks for the ride, Mr. Bronson, and for the tip.
Oh, forget it, mister. Glad to do it. Nice night for a ride. Anyway, so long now.
Well, come in, mister. Come on in. Keep that night air out of here. That's tougher on a man's health than the rocks that I serve in here. That's better, mister. So the first drink's on the house. After that, you're on your own. Okay, mister?
I'll go you one better. I'll buy the first drink.
Now, that's a switch. You being a sucker, or is there a string attached?
There's a string.
Okay, shoot. What is it?
We have that drink alone, in private. Is it a deal?
Hey, that's the best offer I've had in 10 years. I got a good bottle in my office. Come on. All right, mister. What's on your mind?
I've had a tip that a man with enough dough can buy almost anything here, Madam Caldas.
Like what?
Like safe transportation out of the country.
You don't have to pay for that. Drive down to Tijuana or over to Nogales. You can get across easy. For free.
Sometimes it's not that easy.
It is if you're not hot. The feds ain't after you.
And if they are?
That makes it tougher on you than on me. I don't mess around with stuff like that. So let's have that drink, mister, and forget it.
Okay. Have it your way. I guess Bill Pringle gave me a bum steer.
Who'd you say, mister?
Bill Pringle, a friend of mine. You wouldn't know him.
No, I wouldn't know him. Did you say you were buying this drink, mister?
That's right.
Some drinks come kind of high around here.
Oh? How high?
Maybe $500.
Phew. Okay. Who do I pay?
Name's Captain Braga. Skipper of the tuna boat Santa Isabella.
Captain Braga. Where do I find him?
He's aboard ship now, out in the harbor. I'll have Joe row you out there. Well, here's mud in your eye, mister, and a bon voyage.
You keep the Santa Isabella pretty shipshape, Captain Braga.
She's all right.
Oh, I don't see much of a crew aboard, though. I thought these tuna boats carried quite a few hands.
Your interest is not in fishing, no? You stay in your cabin. I handle this ship.
Fair enough. As long as you get me where I want to go.
See. Here is your cabin. You will go in, please.
Sure. Well, I didn't know I was going to have company on this trip.
I hope you don't have any objections, Ken. After all, I've come all the way from Alexandria, Virginia, to be with you.
Yeah. Does your husband know, Phyllis?
Bill Pringle? I don't think he's in any position to care at the moment.
Why not? Did you use that gun on him, too?
How can you be so suspicious, darling? I'm only pointing it at you to welcome you aboard properly. Isn't that so, Captain Braga?
See. Welcome aboard, Mr. X.
Oh.
We'll return to Herbert Marshall as the man called X in just a moment. If you would like to know a quick, easy way to ease the pain of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, then by all means try Anacin. Your own dentist or physician may, at one time or another, have handed you an envelope containing Anacin tablets. Then you already know how incredibly fast and effectively Anacin brings relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. For your own sake, try Anacin. Anacin is sold to you on this guarantee. If the first few tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin tablets at any drug counter. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. And now we return to Herbert Marshall as the man called X, with Leon Belasco as Pagan Zellschmidt.
Wake up, Mr. Thurston. Please wake up. Oh, why do you have to keep on acting dead this way? Wake up, Mr. X.
Take it easy, you idiot.
Huh? Oh, you're not subconscious after all.
Not that subconscious, Pagan. Yeah. Ah. I see Captain Braga and the beautiful Felice are gone. Are we locked in this cabin?
Tighter than a bum.
Looks like we're on our way, Pagan.
Hey, how come you don't even act surprised to see me here, Mr. X?
Because I saw you make that phone call back to the San Francisco airport.
Call? What call was that, Mr. Thurston?
The one you made to Felice.
Well, by the father of my father, Mr. X. I only told her that... Oops.
Sure. Where'd you meet her, at the airport?
That's right. Naturally, she went for me, so when she invited me to go on a fishing trip... Well, you understand how all these things are.
Oh, yes.
But there's just one little thing, one tiny thing I don't understand. What's this all about anyways?
Pagan, we're on our way out of the country. And we're all after the plans for an electronic deciphering machine.
You mean we're not going fishing then?
I think Felice is going fishing after those plans. And she figures on using us for bait.
Huh?
And Pagan, you better pray that she likes to fish with live bait.
Sure, but what difference does it make? She doesn't like to use live bait. She'll use... Oh, Mr. X.
Nice of you to invite me on deck for some air, Felice.
You're here to get a briefing, Ken. So you'll know just where you stand.
Oh, that'll be refreshing.
We've dropped anchor off the coast of Lower California, Mexican waters.
So?
Captain Braga and I are going ashore at nightfall.
Oh, nice. But I don't see any town over there. Someone expecting you? Smith & Jones, maybe? Or your erstwhile husband, Bill Pringle?
I'm going ashore to get the plans for the deciphering machine. If I get them, Captain Braga will return alone. His orders will be to get rid of you and Zellschmidt.
What if you don't get the plans?
We'll come back together and persuade you to tell us just how we can get them.
Oh. What makes you think I'll cooperate?
You might be interested to know that Captain Braga served a long apprenticeship with the Gestapo, questioning prisoners at Buchenwald. I think you'll cooperate, Ken.
But how can you tell them something you don't know, Mr. X?
I can't, Pagan. But as long as they think I can, we're in pretty good shape.
Pretty good shape? He says pretty good. If they get the plans, they bump us off. And if they don't get them, they're going to... They got us right between the frying pan.
Not if we get the plans first. How are you doing with that lock, Pagan?
Give me a little time, Mr. X. After all, with practically only a toothpick to be working with, Hey, not bad, eh? Now, what do we do?
Follow Felice and Captain Braga ashore.
But who wants to go swimming at this time of the night?
They're not going to swim, you idiot. There's a dinghy moored to the stern rail. Come on. All right, Pagan. Over the side into that boat.
Hey, I don't get it, Mr. Thurston. What are we doing here anyways? There's nothing in this wilderness but wilderness.
There's got to be something around here, Pagan. Did you look at that jetty we tied up to?
Well, maybe it was just put up there to fool people like us into thinking somebody uses it for something. Maybe it was... Mr. Hicks! You know something, Mr. Thurston? I think we should have stood in that boat.
Come on. We're going to find out where those came from.
But somebody was shooting at somebody. With guns, even.
That's right.
But maybe they wouldn't like us to come crushing gates this way. After all, it could be just a quiet little shooting party between few friends.
Yeah, a few friends named Smith and Jones.
Huh?
Ah. This is where these shots came from.
You mean this old tumbling down shack?
An old tool shed of some kind. Let's go in.
But who wants any old tools? Well, what do you know? No lights.
A flashlight will fix that up.
You always have to think of everything. Okay. Are you satisfied now? There's nothing in... Mr. X.
Yeah. Looks like that quiet little shooting party ended in murder.
But who is he anyways, Mr. Thurston?
Man named Jones or Smith.
Those guys again.
And look there. Against that wall.
Huh? This ain't no tool house. It's a radio station.
Shortwave outfit. And a good one.
Very interesting, yeah. So let's give this joint a quick sign-off, huh?
No hurry, Pagan. I want to learn what this set's doing so far from home.
Huh?
Take a look at that manufacturer's plate. Made in Moscow.
But why do we keep hanging around here, Mr. Thurston? You did what you wanted to. You did it with the radio already.
We still haven't found Bill Pringle, all those plans.
Bill Pringle's plans for crazy machines? Sometimes I think all this is a pigment of your imagination.
You are wrong, senor.
Mr. Thurston, it's him. And with that cannon again.
Yeah, I see. You were telling Pagan he was wrong about Bill Pringle and those plans, Braga.
Si, senor, that is so. For proof, I will take you to them now. It would only be justice that after all your trouble, you should see them before you die.
So we meet once more, Ken. And as usual, you're at the wrong end of Captain Braga's gun.
Looks like it, Felice.
Well, don't feel too bad about it. I don't need you anymore. And it really doesn't matter if you get it here in this old ranch house or on the tuna boat.
That sounds like you've got the plans.
You really didn't provide too much competition, Ken.
No. Nor did your pal back there on the radio shack.
You found Andreev, then?
Well, that was his name. Andreev. I'm glad to know it wasn't really Jones or Smith.
By any name, he was a fool, Ken, thinking he could double-cross me.
Then the two of you were working on Bill Pringle together. The old gag, I suppose. You made him lose his head over you, then Andreev blackmailed him. What was the pressure, Felice? The threat to turn you over to the government as a spy unless Bill came across with those plans?
Roughly, yes. It wasn't too difficult, either. Bill proved quite amenable.
So, what went wrong?
Bill and Andreev disappeared 2 days before the time we'd planned. I figured it was a double-cross, so Andreev could get the cash and glory for himself.
Then how come it took you so long to start after them?
We'd arranged several exit routes from the country. I didn't know which they'd taken. Until you found that map for me.
Mighty nice of me. Now what?
You'll join Pagan and Bill down in the wine cellar, where we've got them locked up. Then you'll be disposed of together.
Before or after you get aboard that submarine?
There are times, Ken, when you show positive flashes of genius. How did you know about the submarine?
You didn't figure out that tuna boat escape routine just to hibernate here with the plans. There'll be some way to get into the country you're working for. Add that to the jetty, the mooring lines, and the radio. Well, it's not too tough to come up with an answer.
Well, you've come up with the right one, Ken. It's due in about 15 minutes. Captain Braga will see me safely aboard. Too bad you haven't any answers for what he's going to do with you after he comes back here, isn't it?
Ken, if I hadn't been so smart and figured I could trap the two of them by myself, you wouldn't be in this fix now.
Don't forget, I'm in this fix too, Mr. Pringle. And believe me, I'm going to sue you or something.
Were you really trying to trap him, Bill?
Andreev, yes. Felice, I don't know. That's why I tried to call you the night Andreev blackmailed the plans away from me. I thought maybe you could get me straightened out. Only Andreev and that government man got in a gun battle, and I caught a slug on the shoulder. And that finished that.
Yeah.
I don't care about myself now. When I think of the mess I got you into and my country...
Now he thinks of that, eh? When we're all locked up here in this wine cellar place waiting for the firing squad. We gotta do something, Mr. X.
A little late, Pagan.
So, senor, I see you are all here waiting for me. I am so happy I did not disappoint you by failing to return.
We wouldn't be disappointed, Captain. Honest, we wouldn't. Go away and don't come back again. You see, I wouldn't be the least bit disappointed.
Look, Captain, I'm the man you really want. Let these two go.
I am afraid that would be impossible, senor. They know of our communications route between here and your country. I expect my tuna boat to be quite busy in the near future. Nothing can be allowed to interfere with its journey.
No. Listen.
Diablo, that sound.
Airplanes, Mr. Rex, airplanes.
That's right, Pagon. United States Coast Guard planes, and probably a squadron of Mexican flyers, too.
That is not possible. How could they know about this place?
That shortwave radio in the shack, Braga. In case you didn't know, it can be used for other purposes than contacting submarines.
So, you call for help and believe they will rescue you? You are mistaken, senor. By the time they arrive here, you will all be quite dead.
And if I can help it, Braga,
You will only be first, senor.
Not if I can help it, Braga.
I'll take that gun, Braga. All right, Pagon. Gather yourself together and come up behind those wine barrels.
Of course, Mr. Rex. Of course. I was only trying to help you, understand?
Oh, sure.
Hey, what's the matter with Pringle? He don't look very good.
He's not, Pagon. He took Braga's shot so I could get a crack at him.
Oh, the poor guy. I guess that makes up for a lot of things.
Yeah, a lot of things.
But too bad he couldn't have stopped that Felice cookie from getting away in the submarine with those plans. That would have made him happier. But the way this... Mr. X, what's that?
A depth bomb, Pagan.
Depth bomb? Oh. Then she's not getting away after all.
No. No, she's not getting away. They don't get away.
Our star, Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment to tell you about next week's story. Ladies and gentlemen, America's newest car, the fine new Ford for 1951, is now on display at your neighborhood Ford dealers. And when you see it, you'll find that inside and out, in every detail of design and construction, the 1951 Ford reflects true fine car quality. And in addition, it offers 43 look-ahead features designed to keep the 51 Ford young in appearance and young in performance. For example, there's Ford's smart luxury lounge interiors with their exclusive color-harmonized Ford Craft fabrics. There's the new automatic ride control that automatically adjusts spring reaction to the type of road to give you a level ride and easy ride. And there's the automatic mileage maker that lets you get the last mile out of every gallon of gasoline for utmost economy. Visit your Ford dealers soon and see the 1951 Ford yourself. You'll agree, you can pay more, but you can't buy better. Now here again is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, Mr. X goes to Guatemala to fight against one of the most insidious threats to mankind known in the world today. And I don't mean Leon Belasco will be along as usual as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. It's the Saturday night feature of NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama, brought to you by RCA Victor, world's leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin, Codinos, Bisodol, and other fine drug products. And by your local Ford dealer, who is now displaying the new 1951 Ford, the car that's built for the years ahead. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production, with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. All characters and incidents on the program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead, Fred Allen, Ed Wynn, Lawrence Melchior, Ed, Archie Gardner, and Jack Carson. And until next week, same time, same station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Oh, and by the way, winterize your driving habits, will you? Drive slow in rain, sleet, or snow. Remember, Edwin and Fred Allen join The Big Show tomorrow on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. We take you to K7's headquarters.
This is Secret Agent K7 speaking. Send in Special Agent B9 for assignment.
At once, K7.
Special Agent B9 reporting for duty.
Agent B9, I've called you to take over one of the most unusual cases I have ever encountered. Several agents of a nation unfriendly to the one employing both of us in this matter have been seized while traveling under this country's passports. The passports are not counterfeits. Records here prove them to be genuine, although issued fraudulently. I don't need to tell you that their use by enemy agents, even though they are fraudulent, has a serious bearing on foreign relations. Somewhere in this city there is a clever master spy. He has friends who are consular representatives, perhaps others. Track him down. Here are the records. The case is yours.
That night, Agent B9 and his assistant, Rita Drake, studied the evidence already collected. Among it were 4 passports taken from spies arrested in recent months. These B9 studied with special care.
It seems hopeless, Rita. I can't seem to find anything that will give us our first lead. These passports are all alike. They were even issued by the same clerk.
Well, perhaps if we questioned him.
No, that wouldn't do. Could easily claim that he issued hundreds each month.
B9, here's something I noticed.
Yes?
It probably isn't very important, but I was looking at the pictures on the passports with the magnifying glass.
Yes?
Well, see for yourself. There's a little bump on the edge of each picture.
What's that?
Do you see what I mean?
No, I don't.
On this picture, the bump
Where?
is near the bottom. You see there?
Oh, yes. Yes, I see.
And on the second one, it's on the top edge.
You're right, Rita. Those little bumps wouldn't even be noticed except under a magnifying glass.
The same bump is on the other 2.
Oh, where?
In the middle of this
Oh, yes,
one.
I see.
And on the side of the last. Of course, it couldn't mean anything, but...
It means more than you realize, Rita. Those little bumps along the edges of the paper were caused by the photographer's paper cutter. There's probably a nick in the blade. When the photographer finishes a picture, he trims it to the correct size with a paper cutter. Don't you see? Every time the knife comes down, a nick somewhere along its blade caused that small unevenness.
Yes, but are those enough to give us a lead?
If we're lucky. Rita, tomorrow you're going to spend the day having passport photographs made of yourself. I want you to go to every photographer in the city, if necessary. We're going to find out which photographer took those 4 pictures on the fraudulent passports.
The next morning, Agent B9 went to the Bureau of Vital Statistics and made a record of all who had applied for birth certificates in recent months. While he was thus engaged, Rita visited one photographer's shop after another.
Yes, mademoiselle?
I'd like to have a passport picture taken, please.
Passport photo? Of course. Just step this way.
Sit here. It will only take a minute.
I had my picture taken 18 times, B9. After I left each shop, I examined the picture with a magnifying glass. Here's the picture taken by the last shop I visited.
Oh, let me see it, please. Yes, there's a little bump. Rita, you've traced the photographer. How many people work in his shop? Do you remember?
Why, yes. He was alone. I remember because I had to wait while he went into his dark room and developed the picture.
I see. Good. I'm going to let him take my picture. And while he's in his dark room, I'm going to install a dictaphone in his shop.
The next afternoon, a large car stopped in front of the photographer's shop. Agent B9 and Rita watched it from a vacant store next door. A woman got out and entered the photographer's.
Pedro?
Just a minute. I was developing a print in my dark room. Katerina, I did not recognize you, the light.
Did you photograph the blueprints of the harbor defenses that were brought you yesterday?
They are ready, on small films. When they reach headquarters, they can be enlarged.
Good. Now, I have another job for you. I've brought you 4 photographs. Headquarters wants them copied for passports.
Another passport job, eh?
Yes. A man from the consulate will call for these in about an hour. Have them ready. The passports are to be issued this afternoon.
I will see that they get there.
Deliver the passport photographs and blueprints to Adolf. We meet as usual at my apartment tonight. Peter is sailing tomorrow morning. He will deliver the passports and films to headquarters. 9 o'clock, as usual.
I will be there, Katerina.
There's our woman, Rita. Pack the dictaphone setup, get it into a taxi, and take it back into my laboratory. I'm going to follow her and find out where she lives.
That night, B9 and Rita concealed themselves in the hallway outside Katerina Vargas' apartment. They saw 2 men leave the elevator and enter her rooms. One was the photographer. B9 waited. About 20 minutes later, the elevator opened, and a 3rd man carrying a briefcase got out.
This looks like our man, Rita. He's carrying a briefcase. I'm going to take a chance and arrest him. All right, put up your hands.
What is the meaning of this?
Means you are under arrest. Get his briefcase, Rita. I'll search him.
You can't do this to me.
Keep your hands up. All right, put them down. He hasn't a gun, Rita. But keep him covered. I want to see what he's carrying in that briefcase.
Turn around and face the wall. Can you get the case open, B9?
Yes, I think so. Yes. Here are the passports. And the plans, too.
You can't take them. I belong with the consulate.
These passports are fraudulent. The people in whose name they were issued are dead. Put your hands behind you.
No. No. Don't put handcuffs on me. No, I say. Yes.
All right, Rita. Bring the elevator up and take this man down to the car. You know what to do. I'm going to take this briefcase and call on Katharina Vargas. Wait for me downstairs.
Be careful.
Apartment 15C, 15D. There, 18F. This is it.
Yes? Who are you?
I have brought the passports and plans. Adolf could not come tonight.
I see. Come in. So Adolf sent you. How is it I've never seen you before?
I have just been transferred here.
Give me the briefcase.
Yes, you will find everything there.
Come into my sitting room. The others are in there.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, this man says that Adolf sent this man instead of coming himself.
So? He has the papers and passports?
Yes. What is your name?
Eisen, mademoiselle. Michael Eisen.
He lies. I have seen him before in another country. He is a special agent.
I'm afraid you are mistaken, my friend.
And I think he's right.
Mademoiselle.
Search him. Look out, he has a gun.
Stand still. All of you. You are quite right, Mademoiselle Vargas. I am a special agent. You are all under arrest for spying, possessing important military information, and on the charge of issuing false passports. Special Agent B9 reporting, K7. My investigation is complete. Katharina Vargas was the master spy behind the passport fraud. She has been arrested. A passport photographer and a clerk on the consular staff have also been seized and have confessed. This group, under Katharina Vargas, conducted a spy ring in addition to their passport activities. These military plans, which I leave with you, were seized in their homes and on their persons. The case is closed.
Members of the ring responsible for the issuance of fraudulent passports have been convicted and are now in prison. Special agents must maintain constant vigilance, for spies and international crooks have fertile imaginations and are constantly seeking new means of creating trouble. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to prove that sometimes the best way to stop one fight is to start another one. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, I don't think you're going to like this assignment.
Well, break it to me gently, then. What am I supposed to do?
Step in the middle of a fight between two women?
Oh, brother, anything but that, Commissioner.
It's vitally important we patch up a family squabble, Steve, because of a lease our government has, or had, I should say, on a certain strategic mining property in the Belgian Congo.
What's the trouble?
That lease expired a month ago. We've been trying to get the owners of the property together so we could negotiate another lease, but it seems the ladies aren't on speaking terms.
Oh, that sounds just peachy for me.
One is the widow of Aristide Bergerot, the original owner. The other is Bergerot's sister. These two women now own the mining property jointly.
Oh, what are they beefing about, Commissioner?
Who knows? Whatever it is, it's caused a serious breach between them. We've been informed there's a lawsuit in the offing.
Oh, great. Nothing like a lawsuit to tie up an estate.
Meanwhile, the mine remains idle, and we need those strategic minerals desperately, Steve. Get down to the Congo, to the Bergerot estate in Leopoldville, and find out what this is all about. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Transcribed.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Thursday evening, you'll want to be on hand when over most of these stations, NBC presents such stellar shows as Truth or Consequences, The Roy Rogers Show, Father Knows Best, The Judy Canova Show, and Eddie Cantor's Show Business Show. All 5 of these programs bring entertaining radio listening into your home. There's Western Song and Adventure with Roy Rogers, zany stunts and heartwarming performances on Truth or Consequences. Delightful family comedy with Robert Young starring in Father Knows Best. Down-to-earth entertainment from Cactus Junction on The Judy Canova Show, and Memories from the Past, when Eddie Cantor presents his Show Business Show. Yes, hear them all each Thursday on most NBC stations.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Carry an olive branch down to the Belgian Congo and see if I can patch up a quarrel that stands in the way of our renewing a lease on a vitally important hunk of mining property. It's late Friday afternoon when my plane lands, and Greg Carlson of the American Consulate in Leopoldville is there to meet me. We pile into his car and head out for the Bergerot.
I'm sure glad to see you, Steve. Maybe you can get this mess straightened out.
What started this feud, do you know?
Yeah, a chapeau. A frilly little bonnet costing all of $10.
Oh, what happened?
Well, it turned out to be a favorite hat of Mademoiselle's. That's Bergerot's sister. And Toto massacred it.
Toto?
The French poodle. He belongs to Madame. That's Bergerot's widow.
So a dog chews up a hat and away we go, huh?
One thing led to another in Wango. A lawsuit is in the works.
Because of the hat?
Oh, no. That happened a long time ago. Since then, many rumors and insinuations all spread around by both camps. You want to hear the latest word?
Sure.
There seems to be some question as to the widow's claim to her half of the Bergerot estate.
What?
Mademoiselle's friends seem to think that maybe Madame is a phony, that Aristide Bergerot never married.
Do they have any proof of this?
Oh, no. But here's the way the story goes. The widow claims that she and Bergerot were married in a small Belgian town during the early part of the war. He was a flyer, got himself killed in a crash shortly afterward.
Oh, there must be a record of the marriage.
Oh, no. The town hall and the files were destroyed in an air raid.
Doesn't the widow have a marriage license?
No.
Great.
That is, she did have one, but it's been misplaced. Interesting, huh?
Very.
So the battle rages. Now they're started in on Henri.
And just who is Henri?
He's on the widow's team. Sort of a boyfriend, I guess. She met him a couple of months ago. Nice sort of a guy, but Scuttlebutt said he's a fortune hunter, that he made a play for Mademoiselle and she turned him down. Madame caught him on the rebound.
Hey, about this lawsuit, Greg, how far has that progressed?
Well, it hasn't reached the courts yet, and it won't if Van Leuven has anything to say about it. He's the family lawyer.
He handling the case?
Like a hot potato. Poor little guy's on the spot, right in the middle of the beef. He doesn't know what to do.
If he goes through with the case, Mademoiselle gets sore. If he doesn't, Madame blows her top, huh?
Yeah. Oh, there's the entrance to the estate up ahead, Steve. There's the big gates on the left.
Hey, looks like quite a layout.
Oh, it is. Everything but gold doorknobs. I wonder where the gatekeeper is.
Is it locked?
Not usually.
Well, allow me. Okay, Greg, come ahead. Hey, wait a minute, hold it. Car coming down from the house.
Yeah, at a good clip, too. Well, looks like Henri's car, a little souped-up job.
Oh, brother.
Well, what do you know, the widow herself.
Yeah, she always drive like that?
Oh, so I understand. A real fiend on the road.
She'd better slow down or she isn't going to make that curve.
Yeah, she's really... Hey, she isn't going to make it. Can you get in on that side, Steve?
Yeah, I think so. If I can force the door open. There it is.
You okay?
Out cold. Must have banged her head against the wheel.
Steve, the car's caught fire.
Yeah, come on, let's get her out of here.
How is she, Mr. Van Leuven?
Well, she's regained consciousness. Doctor says she will be all right. A few bruises, nothing more.
Oh, glad to hear that. Oh, this is Steve Mitchell.
Ah, Monsieur Mitchell. How do you do?
Mr. Van Leuven?
Most fortunate it was that you and Monsieur Carlson arrived at the scene of the accident as quickly as you did. Foolish girl. She drives like a maniac.
Yeah, she really tore out of this place. Where was she going in such a hurry?
Into town, I suppose.
And she wasn't staying around for our meeting? Huh?
No. When she learned of your coming, she made it quite clear to me that she would not discuss the lease until the matter of her right to the estate was settled.
I'd like to talk with Mademoiselle Bergerot, the sister. Is she around?
She was to be here. I myself talked with her on the telephone last night and arranged it. But this morning I learned that she was gone.
Gone? Where?
On another of our hunting trips into the jungle.
Oh, fine. When do you expect her back?
No, who knows, monsieur.
About this lawsuit.
Oh, idiotic. Sheer nonsense, Monsieur Mitchell. And I have told Madame Bergerot so. Still, Madame insists.
I see. One more thing. Did Madame say anything about the accident, how she suddenly lost control of this Henri's car?
She admitted traveling at high speed. Then the car swerved. That's all she remembers.
Okay, Mr. Van Leuven, thanks.
Now, if you will excuse me.
Sure.
Well, Steve, looks like you're off to a great start. Madame refuses to talk to you, and Mademoiselle slips away into the jungle. What do we do now?
I'd like to have another look at the scene of that accident. Come on.
Find anything, Steve?
Yeah, I think so. Come here. Here, take a look at this.
Steering rod?
Uh-huh. Look at this brake here. A little too clean cut.
Might have been worked over with a hacksaw.
Yeah. Tell me, Greg, how far is the Bergerot hunting lodge from here?
Inland, about 80 miles. Why?
I think I'll run up there and have a talk with Mademoiselle.
River steaming get you to San Marino by morning. We can just about make it if we leave right now. It's an old paddle wheeler.
Let's go. Shortly after dark, we pull up at the steamship office. I get myself a ticket to San Marino, and then I walk out on the dock where Greg is waiting.
You all set, Steve?
Yep.
The gangway's over here.
Mm-hmm.
You sure you don't want me to come along?
Oh, you'd better stick around here in town and keep eyes on things.
All right. I'll take care of... Uh-oh.
Well. Monsieur Carlson, this is a surprise.
Oh, hello, Henri. How are you?
Oh, fine, thank you. Taking a little trip?
Oh, no, I was just seeing a friend of mine off. Steve Mitchell, Henri Hubert.
Enchanté, monsieur.
Mr. Hubert, you going aboard, too?
Oh, yes. A little pleasure trip. I like to get away like this on occasion. I find the river journey most relaxing. We better hurry aboard, Monsieur Mitchell.
Right.
Goodbye, Monsieur Carlson.
Have a good trip.
Oh, that's Henri Hubert, huh? Madame's boyfriend.
Yeah. I wonder what he's up to.
A pleasure trip, he said. Well, I'd better shove off. I'll see you when I get back, Greg.
Yeah, and take care, Steve.
A few minutes later, I'm parked in a deck chair as the steamer pulls out into the river and the lights of Leopoldville fade away in the night behind us. I wait there for another half hour, hoping friend Henri will stroll by, but he doesn't. I decide to go looking for him. Just as I'm walking along a deserted section of the deck, somebody suddenly darts out of the shadows and throws a perfect block on me. I crash into the rail. Before I can shake the cobwebs out of my brain, that somebody grabs my feet and flips me overboard.
In just a moment, Brian Donlevy will continue his dangerous assignment. Every American benefits from the hard work and strong influence of the scouting movement in building a better nation in which to live. And during this anniversary week celebration, scouts throughout the nation will rededicate themselves to the Scout Oath. The purpose of this rededication is to instill in the minds and hearts of all young men a deeper sense of obligation to preserve at any cost the heritage of America. When you see the scouts wearing their uniforms this week, you'll know that young America is steadfastly holding to the high standards of citizenship instilled by the Boy Scouts of America since the founding in 1910. Now, if you'd like to become a unit leader in their program of character building and training for good citizenship, please contact your local Boy Scout Council office. now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
When I pop up to the surface of the water again, I see the boat sliding by me in the night. Then I realize I'm being drawn in towards one of the giant paddle wheels. I try to swim away, but the suction is too strong for me. Finally, I... close to the side, double up my legs, and kick out. It shoots me out far enough so the wheel clears me by a foot. Now a couple of the passengers spot me floundering around in the water. Pretty soon somebody tosses me a line and hauls me up on deck. Why? What's it? Oh, Henri.
Here, let me give you a hand.
Yeah, thanks.
A very close escape, monsieur.
You're telling me. Good thing you guys spotted me and tossed the rope.
Monsieur, I suggest you retire to your cabin and change your clothes as soon as possible. I know this jungle climate. It's not good to stand around wet.
Yeah, good advice, but I don't happen to have a cabin.
In that case, monsieur, permit me. My name is Fournoy. Please use my cabin.
Well, thanks.
Come, monsieur.
I will fetch your bag, Monsieur Mitchell.
Thanks, Henri.
Here we are, monsieur. A word of caution, monsieur.
What do you mean?
I know these river boats quite well. In the future, it would be much safer to leave your valuables with the captain.
Valuables?
Jewelry, perhaps, a diamond, an unofficial transaction. I have traveled this river for years, monsieur. I know the types of business that flourish here.
Well, I have been taken for a lot of things in my day, but never a diamond runner.
Come in.
Your suitcase, Monsieur Mitchell.
Oh, thanks, Henri.
Oh, this attempt on your life, it upsets me greatly.
Me too.
You know, in some way, I feel rather responsible for you.
How so?
Because of our mutual friend you are with back on the dock.
Oh, you mean Greg Carlson?
Oh, yes, a most charming person.
Yeah, you known him long?
No, only since the Bergerot cocktail party of some 2 months ago. You see, Madame Bergerot, a dear friend of mine, invited me. Greg Carlson, of course, was the guest of Mademoiselle.
Wait a minute. He was with Mademoiselle Bergerot?
Ah, oui, Madame's sister-in-law. Mademoiselle and Carlson at one time were rather interested in each other.
I see.
But, alas, Mademoiselle has always had many suitors besides Greg. He has not spoken of her lately. A broken romance, perhaps. We do not wish to speak of such things,
Yeah, that's probably it. I changed into dry clothes, wondering why Greg didn't mention his friendship with Mademoiselle Bergerot. Could be the reason Henri came up with. On the other hand, could be something else. At dawn, we dock at the little river port of Sankaroo. I go ashore and look up a guy whose name Greg had given me, a white hunter named Stryker. I hire him to take me to the Bergerot hunting lodge. An hour later, we're deep in the...
Lodge isn't too much further, Mitchell.
That's good. This is pretty rugged country, Stryker.
Yeah. Is it Mademoiselle Bergerot you want to see?
Yeah.
I doubt very much if you find her at the lodge.
Oh?
I saw her in Sankaroo yesterday. Said something about trying a hunt in the Italic country. That's to the west of here.
Think you could find them?
Well, we shouldn't have any trouble tracking them. This is the fork of the trail we're coming to now. One branch leads toward the lodge, the other one towards the Italic country. We just take this branch.
What's the matter?
That's strange. Quite a few tracks from the west heading for the lodge.
You think the hunting party came back?
Be an awfully short trip for them if they did. Look, you better stay here, Mitchell. I'll go along the trail a bit for a look.
Stryker disappears around the bend in the trail. I light a cigarette. My lighter slips out of my hand. I bend over to pick it up. The slug bounces off a rock beside me. I hit the dirt. A moment later, Stryker pounds into sight.
Mitchell, what happened?
Somebody trying to play bullseye with me.
Heard somebody moving on the trail ahead of me. Just for the shot. Come on.
We start carefully along the trail, and I'm giving Stryker and his gun a few side glances. He could have done it. Then we round a bend in the trail, and there, right in front of us, is a woman with a rifle.
What? Oh, Stryker.
What? Mademoiselle Bergeron.
Yes, I heard a shot. I came back to investigate.
Oh? I thought you'd gone hunting in the Impala country.
We did, but two of the bearers were clawed rather badly. I canceled the trip and we returned. We were almost to the lodge when I heard the shot. Was it either of you who fired it?
No. Oh, this is Steve Mitchell. He's been looking for you.
For me, monsieur?
Yeah, here are my credentials.
United States government agent.
You and your sister-in-law own a piece of strategic mining property formerly leased to us.
Oh, yes.
The lease is expired, and we've been trying to renew it, but you and your sister-in-law seem to be involved in some sort of a dispute and can't get together. That's why I'm here.
I see. Come, let us return to the lodge. This trouble between myself and Amelie.
That's your brother's widow?
Yes. It is idiotic, all of it. I have come to realize that more and more the last few days. Foolish things, hurtful things were said by both of us. I personally would like to put an end to it, but that is up to her.
I see. There's a rumor that she's a phony. Wasn't ever married to your brother.
I did not start that rumor, but I have heard it. I do not know what to think. When I received letters from my brother during the war, he mentioned a romance with Amelie. Then there was no news for some time, and finally a letter from Amelie telling of my brother's death. She said they had been married shortly before.
Oh?
I invited her to live with me. I never questioned her story until the rumor started. Then I found it strange she could not produce the wedding certificate. She said she must have misplaced it.
There's the lodge up ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, that looks like Henri Aubert waiting there.
Oh, yes, it is Amelie's friend.
We meet again, Monsieur Michel.
So we do, Henri.
Monsieur Michel has come to try and patch up the family feud, only.
Then we have the same purpose, monsieur.
Do we?
Bien sûr. That is why I made a trip up here, to do what I could to settle the differences between Celestia and Amelie. This trouble has gone on long enough.
Well, I'm afraid you didn't do so well settling your friend Amelie's troubles.
How do you mean?
You loaned her your car.
But of course.
She had an accident.
What?
Only it wasn't an accident. The steering rod had been sawed almost through.
Oh, no, hello, but this is incredible.
Was she hurt badly?
No, she's going to be all right, but this comes as a big surprise to both of you, apparently.
But of course it does. No, I suggest we return to her immediately.
Yes, at once.
We start back along the trail to Sankuru. Stryker leads the way. Celeste is next. Henri follows her, and I bring up in the rear. Then I hear a few faint crackles of brush behind us. Somebody's following. I let the others go on ahead without saying anything. I slip to one side and hide in the brush. After a moment, a figure with a gun slips into sight. I let him get close. Then I lunge at him and knock the gun out of his hand. Well, my friend Flournoy from the riverboat.
Monsieur Mitchell.
Suddenly he jerks a knife out, lunges at me, but I lock his wrist and bend it back. He twists away from me and slips and falls. Right onto his own knife. I search him. The only item of interest is a key to a hotel room in Sankuru. I figure Flournoy was just a hired killer. Maybe this key will tell me who hired him. I head into Sankuru and find the hotel whose name is on the key. It's a cheap dive near the waterfront. I go upstairs, start down the dimly lit hall toward the room on the key, but I don't quite make unlock it, somebody steps out of the shadow behind me with a gun in my back.
That's far enough, Mitchell.
Hello, Van Leuven. So the trusted family lawyer turns out to be the big boy of the deal.
Quite right.
I imagine you got quite a tidy offer to stir up trouble between the two women and try to block our lease renewal.
It was made well worth my while, Mitchell.
I don't get why you tried to knock off the widow.
The steering rod on Henry's car. I hired Flournoy to weaken that to kill Henry, since he was trying to bring the two women together. But he lent his car to Amelie.
I see. You also hired Flournoy to knock me off. I gather he was to report here afterwards for the payoff, huh?
Yes, he was to be paid off with a bullet. But apparently you have saved me the trouble. So you may have that bullet intended for him.
Thanks.
Into that room. Quick.
I walk to the door. Van Leuven motions me to unlock it. I do.
Inside.
I walk in with Van Leuven behind me. Then suddenly I kick the door back at him. Knocks his gun to one side. I slam the door on his wrist. There. That ought to keep you nice and relaxed a while. And when the ladies find out who's been stirring up the trouble, I don't think I'll have much trouble getting a renewal on the lease.
Oh, my wrist!
That door just slammed shut on a lot more than your wrist.
What do you mean?
Your future, Buster.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Daytime listening here on the NBC Radio Network is just what you busy homemakers need to chase away those housework blues. You'll hear comedy, drama, and musical entertainment when you set your dial to this NBC station. For comedy, we have The Bob Hope Show, Double or Nothing, and Bob and Ray, to name only a few. There's drama from real life on Strike It Rich with Warren Hull and on Welcome Travelers with Tommy Bartlett. Meredith Wilson brings musical entertainment on his program called Every Day. And all of these fine shows are on the air every day, Monday through Friday, over most NBC stations. So make it a regular habit to turn on the radio and leave it set to this NBC station for the finest in daytime radio entertainment. Each day, Bob Hope has a lady guest editor to provide interesting and instructive minutes to his program. Bert Parks plays Double or Nothing each weekday, and the results mean enjoyable listening for you. So be sure to enter into the fun of radio entertainment by making NBC your daytime listening headquarters.
Next week, Tokyo. Tea for two and a slug for me.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Peter Leeds, Tony Barrett, Ben Wright, Betty Lou Gerson, and Paul Duboff. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondeau and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at the same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed dangerous assignment. Tomorrow, hear both Truth or Consequences and Father Knows Best on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows. Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, there are a lot of people in a big city like this, good ones and bad ones. They walk down Broadway and rub elbows, and you can't tell them apart. Why can't you? Because a lot of them were poured out of the same mold, brought up in the middle of garbage cans and gang wars, weaned on the smell of slums and conditioned to the taste of dirt and a kick in the ribs. By the time they get old enough to raise their fist, they're given two choices. Two ways to beat the gang wars and garbage cans. One guy picks himself up, shakes off the filth, and jumps over on the right side of the fence. The other guy picks himself up, too. But when he does, he raises that fist and shakes it at the whole world because he wants things the easy way. He continues to shake his fist until someone shoves a gun in it. Then he's a swaggering giant. Sometimes he climbs over with his little bag of rot and hides in the lap of society. But take away the gun, and he ends up right back in the middle of the garbage cans with his face in the dirt. What about the guy on the right side of the fence? Well, you rarely ever hear of him, unless he becomes president or gets mixed up with the guy on the wrong side of the fence. Like the case I bumped into a couple of days ago. It all started in Central Park.
What happened? Some crook run over that young guy over there, ran over with his car.
I came up right after it happened. He was leaning over her and crying. A little late for crying, I'd say.
Says he didn't kill her. Says someone pushed her in front of his car. Ain't that a good one?
All right, everybody back. Here comes the ambulance. Come on, you.
But I tell you, I didn't kill her. I was in love with her.
That's the last thing you should have said.
But I swear I didn't do it. I was going to meet her about a half a block up the street, and someone pushed her out in front of my car. I couldn't stop in time.
Look, I just got to write the report and take you down to the station. You can tell it to the inspector. Now look out. Here's the ambulance.
Hello, Crockett.
You're too late. The body's ready for the morgue.
Ah, Central Park's turning into a graveyard. I'm going to start taking my girl someplace else.
What do you mean? Somebody else got run over in the park?
Somebody got shot full of holes. Call came in just for this one. That gangster Chino Scabo.
Scabo got knocked off.
He was due, wasn't he? Please, officer, can't I get to a phone?
Shut up. One of the biggest gangsters in town gets rubbed out, and I got to show up at the station with you. You know, Sonny, I'm not pleased with you at all.
Diamond Detective Agency, corpses designed with you in mind.
Rick.
Oh, hello, Helen, baby.
Where do you get all those awful slogans?
Ghost Rider. Ho, ho, ho. Get it?
Rick.
Wasn't a riot?
No, Rick. Was a bomb.
Okay, maybe this will get a yuck. Oh, here's a beaut. Are you lonely? Join the Lonely Souls Club and find your perfect soulmate. All ages. Guarantee satisfaction and money refunded. I wonder if Mighty Joe Young knows about this.
Rick, what are you talking about?
I'm reading the personals. Hey, get a load of this one. Will give ride to coast, must be young companion, pretty, easy on the eyes. Think I ought to apply, baby?
You're ridiculous.
Oh, here's an odd one. Anyone witnessing unusual accident at the 72nd Street Transverse, 11 p.m. Wednesday night, when young girl was killed, call Skylar 6036. Urgent.
That's in Central Park.
Yeah, somebody's got troubles.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it a minute, baby. Yeah, I'm Diamond. What can I do for you?
I want to hire you.
Helen.
Yes, I know. Bye.
$100 a day in expenses, sir.
That's your fee?
Yep. I like to give it to the prospective client first. If he turns green and faints, we both save a lot of time and talk. How do you feel?
About the fee? Fine.
Well, what else is bothering you?
My son is being held on a manslaughter charge.
Well, if you killed somebody, that's a job for the police.
But he didn't do it intentionally. The girl was shoved in front of his car.
That's his story.
Yes, it is. And I believe him.
Who was the girl, and why do you think anyone would want to kill her?
Her name was Jean Cooper. My son was in love with her. Why anyone would want to kill her, I really can't say.
Uh-huh. Your name and your son's name, where he's being held?
My name is Cook, Earl Cook. My son's name is Tom. He's at the 5th Precinct Police Station.
Oh, wouldn't you know it?
I beg your pardon?
Forget it. What's your business, Mr. Cook?
Politics.
Where can I reach you?
I live at 261 Riverside Drive. My phone is Skylar 6036.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I don't know. That phone number's familiar. Where did your son run over this girl, Mr. Cook?
The 72nd Street Transverse.
11 o'clock Wednesday night?
Why, yes. How did you know?
I read the papers. Is your ad in the personal column?
Yes, it is. You see, the police claim there were no witnesses, but I had hopes that there might have been someone who had seen the accident.
Well, if anyone called you, let me know. Now, I'll take $100, Mr. Cook. That's a retainer in case I run into trouble and have to get buried in a hurry. I hate to strain my relatives. He wrote me out a check, and I closed the office and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. An automobile death isn't exactly up my alley, but if someone had pushed the girl out in front of the car, then it was murder. And that was a territory I knew my way around in. Well, good morning, Sergeant Otis.
Huh? Oh, where did you come from, Shamus?
Sugar and spice and everything nice.
Huh?
That's what little boys are made of.
You're crazy. That's what little girls are made of.
Why, Sergeant, you peeked.
You want to see the lieutenant?
I think that would be lovely.
Go on in.
Otis.
Huh?
I just had a horrible thought.
Yeah?
Wouldn't it be awful if there was a whole room full of you? Hello, Walt.
Diamond, you get out of here. Every time you wander into this office, I grow another ulcer.
Why, Walt, I'm surprised at you.
Well, you wouldn't be if you had to listen to Otis bellyaching all over the precinct 12 hours a day. Why don't you leave that poor guy alone?
Don't listen to him.
Don't listen to him? How can I help it? He screams so loud only dogs can get with it.
Have you got a boy booked here on the manslaughter charge, Tom Cook?
Yes, we have. I knew darn good and well you'd be springing something before you'd sit down and act like a normal human being. What do you want Cook for? He ran over a dame last night, and that's that. Maybe you want to give him a driving lesson?
You're turning blue again, Walt.
I'll light up like a pinball machine if you don't start giving me some peace and quiet.
Can I see Cook?
No, you can't.
Well, why not?
I know you. You'll end up by proving he wasn't even in the city last night. Before the day is gone, we'll be booking Otis for the killing.
Did he do it?
Who?
Otis.
Now, you stop that. Don't you dare start that routine again. I'm the biggest sucker in the world for that thing, and I admit it, but I am prepared. I know who's on first base today.
Who?
Williams. He's playing for... Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Lieutenant. Is that all you can say? Take Diamond down to see that guy Cook. And if you let him back in this office, I'll break every bone in your fat head.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Oh, where is that bicarbonate?
Bye, Walt. I left Walt coming on like Vesuvius, and Otis took me down in the tombs to see Tom Cook. Cook was a man about 25 or 26, put together like a high jumper. He had sandy hair and a nice face. Also, he looked pretty worried.
I tell you, Mr. Diamond, I didn't intentionally run over Jean. She called and asked me to meet her in the park.
Why?
Well, we always met there.
Oh. You say she was pushed in front of the car?
Well, that's what it looked like. There were some bushes right near the sidewalk. She came flying out of them and fell in front of me before I could put on the brakes.
What did she want to see you about?
It was personal.
Now, look. You're up on a manslaughter charge. You can get a lot of time for that. Now, what did she want to see you about?
I can't tell you. I just can't tell you. It would ruin someone.
It's going to wreck you if you don't.
Then it'll have to.
Okay. Did she have any enemies at all? Boyfriends, girlfriends, ex-husbands, jealous icemen?
She had an ex-husband.
When did she separate from him?
About a year ago. Why? Do you think maybe Cooper was jealous?
Is his name Cooper?
Yes, John Cooper.
Oh, live in town?
Well, he was living at 498 West 81st Street, but that was a year ago.
Okay. Tell me where your girl was living.
383 Madison Avenue, apartment 206. She was living under her married name, Cooper.
Sure you don't want to tell me what she wanted to see you about?
I can't, Mr. Diamond.
Okay, but I hope the person you're protecting appreciates it. 5 years in Sing Sing is stretching loyalty a long way.
This person's worth it.
Otis, let me out of here. You locked me up with a Boy Scout.
Yes?
Mr. Cook?
Yes? Who is this?
This is Diamond.
Diamond, I'm so glad you phoned.
Oh?
Remember my ad in the personal columns?
Yes?
Well, I just received a call from someone who claims he saw a man push a girl in front of my son's car.
Oh.
He said he was in a hurry, so he didn't wait around to see the rest. Can you imagine that? In too much of a hurry to stay round.
No, I can't imagine it unless he was running away from something, didn't want to be caught. Did he tell you anything else?
No, I asked his name, but he hung up.
Oh. Well, if you hear from him again, call Lieutenant Levinson of the 5th Precinct. And I'll call you later.
All right, Mr. Diamond. But now I'm sure my son is innocent.
Well, I hope I can come up with more than your confidence. I knew a guy who yelled frame all the way to the electric chair. They fried him like a lean pork chop. I left the phone booth and took off for John Cooper's apartment. I found the place and gave my rabbit's foot a pat on the hock. The little bunny was still with me because a John Cooper was listed on the mailboxes. I took the steps two at a time.
Yeah, who is it?
The name's Diamond.
I don't want any.
I'm selling a homicide, complete with samples. You better open up.
Hey, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about your ex-wife. She was killed last night.
What?
Mind if I come in?
No, come on in. Jean dead. How did it happen?
She was run over by a car.
Oh, that's awful. Are you from the police?
You got a gold star. Where were you at 11 o'clock Wednesday night?
I was right here in my apartment.
You can prove it?
Well, I didn't leave. I don't guess I can prove it. I hope you don't think I ran over Jean.
I know who ran over. I'm trying to find out who aimed her.
I don't understand.
She was pushed in front of the car.
How do you know that?
Why shouldn't I know that?
Well, what? I don't know. I guess you should.
When was the last time you saw your ex-wife?
Oh, about 8 months ago. We didn't get along, so we didn't speak after we split up.
You haven't seen her since?
No.
Were you jealous of her new boyfriend?
Jealous? Why should I be?
Good question. I'll see you later, Mr. Cooper.
Yeah. I hope I've been of some help.
You've been dandy. I left Cooper pinning up his gold star and headed for the dead girl's apartment. I knew the law had already been there and that it would probably be locked tighter than a wine truck on Skid Row. I found the landlady's door and gave it a jolt.
Yes? Oh, what do you want?
I'm looking for the landlady.
You want an apartment? We got one coming up in a couple of days. The dame that was in it croaked. You can pay in advance if you want it.
Can I take a look at it?
Nah. Lousy coppers told me not to let anyone in. You got my word, it's a good one.
Oh, well, then you'd better let me talk to your mother.
My mother? My old lady's been dead for 20 years.
She has? Aren't you a little young to be running an apartment all by yourself?
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah?
How old do you think I am?
Well, it's hard to tell. I'd say, about 28.
Come on, I'll show you the apartment. But watch those steps. I think you could use some glasses. Right up here, handsome.
Was the poor girl who died married?
Used to be, but she got divorced. Here it is. There you are, honey. Come on in, take a look around. I'll go on back downstairs in case the law comes back. I'll have to stall him, I guess.
Thanks, beautiful.
Oh, that's all right, honey. When you're done, stop in at my place and I'll give you a drink of gin.
I waited until I heard the old bat fly down the stairs, and then I took the place apart. It took me exactly 10 minutes, and even if I do say so, it was a pretty neat job. I was on the last lap, going through the wastebaskets, when I spotted something on the magazine stand. It was just below eye level. It was a late issue of a magazine, and it was addressed to Mr. John Cooper, 498 West 81st Street. I grabbed it and picked up the phone.
Homicide, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, this is Wooly. Was you talking to Lieutenant Levinson?
Oh, how are you, Wooly? Get it for you, chop. Pretty good, huh?
Oh, very fine. Chop. Your head, maybe.
Huh?
Wooly say very fine. You speak very fine Chinese.
Oh.
Lieutenant Levinson.
Oh, this is Diamond, Walt.
It is. I told Otis I didn't want to talk to you. He said Wu Lee was on the pipe.
Oh, this is Wooly, too, Walt.
Oh, that lame brain, Otis. Well, what is it now, Diamond?
I got a liar in the balcony, Walt.
What are you talking about?
I've spoken to 3 people about the girl that was run over. One of them lied to me. No, I believe the kid's story. I think she was pushed.
So she was pushed. I can't be bothered with that right now. I'm all tangled up in the Scarborough killing. We found the gun that did the job lying in the bushes in Central Park.
Wait a minute. In Central Park?
Yeah, we traced it to a pawn shop, and the pawnbroker identified one Louis Spiegel as the one that bought the gun.
Walt, what time was Scarborough knocked off?
Shots were heard about 5 minutes to 11. Hey, that's just about the same time that Cook ran over the girl.
You are so right. And Scarborough got killed on the other side of the park. About 5 minutes to run to where the girl got run over.
Now, what are you getting at? If you know something about this Scarborough killing, I
Walt,
want you...
some guy called Tom Cook's father and said he saw the girl shoved in front of the car. He wouldn't tell his name because he said he'd get in trouble.
Probably a crank. No one would duck out on a deliberate murder.
Unless he just rubbed out New York's biggest gangster.
Hey.
Yeah. Have you got Louis Spiegel on tap?
No, he's hiding out.
Oh. Well, do me a favor. Check your files and see if you've got a record on a John Cooper.
The dead girl's ex-husband?
Yeah, then I'll call you back. I've got a guy who might show us where we can find Louis Spiegel and the guy who pushed the girl in front of the car.
Killed two birds with one stone.
It's quite a billiard shot, but give my little stool pigeon 2 bottles of fermented grape juice and he can run the table. I left the apartment and slipped by the landlady's door. I knew she was building a party because I could smell the 100 proof clear out in the hall. I ducked out on the street and headed for Skid Row in a place called the Parrot Club. When I went in, I spotted my man sitting in his usual spot at the bar. His name was Wilbur Truitt.
Ah, greetings, Bucko. You have come just in the nick. Not having the necessary funds to purchase another bottle of strength, I asked yon bartender to put it on the cuff.
Wilbur,
Whereupon he handed me this can of rat poison. It turned out to be rather soothing in a toxic sort of way. Bucko, you know me. I do not wish to deprive the little rodents of their daily constitution, so I would much rather nurse on the succulent end of a bottle.
Wilbur, I'm looking for someone.
I have been looking for someone all my life, preferably a brewery owner.
Bartender, bring me a bottle.
Oh, noble sir, your over-kindness doth wring tears from me. I do embrace your offer.
Now, you don't wrap your hooks around this jug until I find out where Louis Spiegel is.
That is indeed a difficult problem. Mr. Spiegel carried a rather large gun under his arm. Then if I sit here and gaze at that bottle for any great period, I shall become cotton-mouthed and surely choke to death. Mr. Louis Spiegel might be found in the freight yards, hiding in an old shack at the end of 50th Street now, Bucko. I'm rusting.
Here you are, Wilbur, and thanks.
Farewell. Lord knows when we shall meet again. I have faint, cold fear thrills through my veins. But no matter. I have never let a cork confuse me before. Bartender, a corkscrew and bring the cat. I owe him a drink.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Diamond, Walt, what did you find out?
John Cooper has no record. But George Kingsley has.
Oh, alias?
Yeah. George Kingsley, alias John Cooper, did 10 years for embezzlement.
Oh, fine. Thanks, Walt. Now, here's the pitch. Lou Spiegel is in a shack in the freight yards at the end of 49th Street, North River. Get some men to surround the place and have Otis pick up John Cooper and bring him down there. I'll be there in half an hour and give you a couple of killers. All I needed was a motive, so I hung up the phone and headed for the house of my client, Earl Cook.
Oh, come in, Mr. Diamond. I'm very glad you've come.
Mr. Cook, did you...
I want to show you something. Here.
What are they?
Letters to my son. Blackmail letters.
Oh? Where'd you find them?
I was going through my son's things, trying to find something that might help uncover the motive for his accident.
Mind if I take a look?
Well, I can save you the trouble. They're about me.
About you?
Yes. I told you I'm in politics. Well, I am, and I'm a big power. When I began my rise, I was a young criminal lawyer. I had to accept a lot of cases that I might have turned down under different circumstances.
I see.
And the opposition tried everything to discredit me. Smear campaigns. Saying that I was getting acquittals for common thugs who were known to be guilty. And later, when I became a judge, they switched the campaign and said that the men I sentenced were innocent.
Were they?
Of course not. But in those letters to my son, the blackmailer said that he had definite proof that could ruin me. My son knew about my past, and when he started receiving the letters, he was afraid to confront me with the evidence, for fear I might have to admit my dishonesty.
Have you talked with your son?
I just left him. That's why he didn't tell you anything. He thought he was protecting me. His girl, Jean, found out who was sending him the letters, and, well, she was killed before she could tell him.
Well, that fits. If the girl found out, then the blackmailer would not only have to know your son pretty well, but he'd also have to know her.
You think you know who he is?
See this magazine?
Mm-hmm.
Well, some of the pages are cut up. Now, take a look at these blackmail notes. They're formed with cut-out letters to spell out the words. The type is the same as the type on the magazine.
Where did you get that magazine?
In the girl's apartment.
Well, then she must have had something to do with it.
She found the magazine, all right, but it wasn't hers. Look, Mr. Cook.
Yes?
Did you ever send a man to prison named Kingsley?
Yes, I believe so. For embezzling.
Thanks.
Where are you going?
I'll call you later. I've got a date at the freight yard.
Oh, hello, Rick. We've got Spiegel boxed up. He's in that shack down there.
Will he come out?
If he does, it'll be feet first.
I guess he'd rather have it that way. Any shooting?
He tried a couple, but I had the boys hold their fire until you got here.
I see. Where's John Cooper?
Otis hasn't showed up with him yet.
Let me use your loudspeaker, Walt.
Oh, sure, go ahead, but keep your head down.
Spiegel, Lou.
Why, that lowlife, I'll blast him to kingdom come.
Hold it, Walt. Spiegel knows me.
Louis, this is Diamond. I want to talk with you.
You better get out of here, Diamond. This ain't none of your business.
Lou, you've got my word. There'll be no shooting. I want to talk to you.
Look, Diamond. I know they want me for the Scarborough killing, and I say, okay, I done the job. But I'm allergic to electricity, and I don't like cops. You blow this place apart, I say okay, too. And that's the way I want it. Now, do you still want to talk?
I want 5 minutes.
Okay, come on down, but keep your hands behind your neck.
Walt, no shooting, huh?
Okay, but I think you're crazy. He kills guys for practice.
I moved out from behind the boxcar and put my hands behind my head. I started down toward the shack, and I could see Spiegel looking at me over the barrel of a .45. One bad move from any of the men stationed around the yards, and I was going to get dead quick. I walked up to the shack and went in.
That's far enough, Diamond. You've got 5 minutes.
It won't take that long, Lou.
Keep your hands where they are.
Oh, I thought you might want a cigarette.
Oh. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm all out.
Yeah. Keep the pack.
Just one. I got a date.
Yeah. Light?
I can make it. 4 minutes, Diamond.
Did you see a girl shoved in front of a car the night you knocked off Scarborough?
Yeah. I called some guy and I told him about it. I read his ad in the personals, but I couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, because then the law would know you were in the park.
Looks like it don't make much difference now.
The kid who ran over the girl is in on a manslaughter rap. You'll get 5 or 10.
It's tough. You got 3.5 minutes.
Lou, did you get a good look at the man who gave the girl the shove?
Sure, I'd remember him.
Rick?
What do they want?
I'll see.
With your hands up, you'll see.
Sure.
What is it, Walt?
Otis has got Cooper.
Lou, will you do me a favor?
I don't know.
I want you to tell me if the guy they've got up there is the one who pushed the girl.
Sure. But I can't see him from here.
I'll have him brought down.
I hope you ain't up to something. I don't want to see no kid get sent up on a bum rap. But if you get funny, you get holes.
Walt, how about us bring Cooper halfway down to the shack?
He doesn't want to go.
Then drag him. I've only got 2 minutes.
They bringing him?
Yeah, here he comes.
Okay. Out that door.
What are you doing?
I'm doing you a favor. I'm tired of this shack, and I'm walking out with you in front of me.
Okay.
Don't get too far ahead.
Rick, what's Spiegel up to?
I don't know. Hold your fire.
I'm surprised at you. Even if I identified this guy, it wouldn't hold water. I got a bad reputation.
Hey, what's going on?
Take it easy, Otis.
You can't do this to me. What's this all about?
That's the guy, Diamond.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure you do. I saw you push that dame in front of the car.
You're crazy.
Now, I don't like that. You got just 10 seconds to admit it.
I won't admit anything.
Then I shoot you.
Hey, you can't.
Shut up, Flatfoot.
Stay out of this, Otis.
I tell you, I won't admit anything.
5 seconds.
Come on, Cooper. I found out all about your prison record. I know Cook sent you up and you wanted to get even. You found those letters Tom wrote to your ex-wife, so you started blackmailing him. And I know you lied when you said you hadn't seen your ex-wife. I found a magazine in her apartment with your address on it.
Time's up.
No. All right, I did it.
You're too late. I'm on schedule.
Oh, you idiot. Why did you shoot him?
What's the difference? I kill people, he kills people. Besides, he wasn't polite. So long, Diamond. You got your favor.
He's making a break.
You'll never make it.
Spiegel, in the name of the law, stop.
For what?
Yeah, they got him.
They sure did.
You know something? He wasn't such a bad guy.
Wasn't he? I guess he's killed a dozen people in his time, but maybe you're right. Maybe he kissed them all goodbye before he pulled the trigger.
Well, I got a right to an opinion.
Yeah, and it scares me a little. You're lucky you didn't try to pull a gun on him. You'd look pretty silly telling everybody what a nice guy he was after he'd shot off the top of your head. Lots of lemon, honey.
What's that you're playing?
I don't know. It says on the sheet music for kazoo and voice.
You idiot. Here, see how this tastes.
That's swell. But can't you drop a muscle in it or something?
No, that's plenty strong.
Oh.
The last time you complained about my weak drinks, Francis had to carry you home piggyback.
Yeah, remind me to buy him a saddle.
I hear they let the cook boy out of jail this evening.
Well, how the dickens did you know that?
Never mind, I find out things.
You have been snooping.
Well, you won't tell me anything about your cases.
How did you find out? Helen?
No.
You'll be sorry.
Here. You sing this, and I'll tell you how I found out.
Well, I don't know whether I can. Your lips tell me no, but there's yes in your eyes. I've been missing your kissing just because I wasn't wise. I'll stop my scheming and dreaming, 'cause I realize your
Rick, that's wonderful.
Oh, okay, now make like a truth serum or I sing 20 courses of McNamara's band.
Well, I was looking for you, so I called Walt Levinson. He told me all about it. Very elementary, my dear Diamond.
Oh, get her.
Do I look smug?
Close your eyes and let's see.
Now, that's silly. Why do I have to close my eyes?
Close your eyes. Oh, that's better.
Rick, aren't you nice?
I certainly am. But people always notice my dimples first.
Come here.
Helen, you're looking smug again.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Eleanor Audley, William Johnstone, Sam Edwards, David Ellis, and Frank Lovejoy. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. And now, Dick Powell.
Friends, I want to remind you of the wonderful group of programs NBC has on tap for tomorrow afternoon and evening. Shows like Hollywood Calling, Guy Lombardo, Four-Star Playhouse, The Ethel Merman Show, and the NBC Symphony. For the best in radio listening tomorrow and always, keep your dial tuned to your favorite NBC station.
Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
And now, Dick Tracy.
Let's go, men.
Yes, it's Dick Tracy, protector of law and order. Picnics are a lot of fun, aren't they, boys and girls? Going out in the country, building a fire, and... Hey, just wait a minute. Speaking of fires, you make sure that your fire is out when you're through using it. It doesn't take much to start a blaze whipping through the woods, you know. It can be started by a dying campfire, started by a cigarette carelessly thrown away. It's so important that forest fires be eliminated. Huge quantities of wood are still needed for such critical war uses as the building of PT, landing, assault boats for the Navy, truck bodies, paratroop gliders for the Army, fiber containers, wrapping paper for food, blood plasma munitions. But every year in the United States, over 200,000 forest fires continue to destroy our wood supply. Can we prevent them? Well, you bet we can. For it's been estimated that 7 out of every 10 of these fires are started by us, by Americans who mean well, but who are just plain careless. So the next time you go on a picnic, have a good time, but remember these rules. Crush out cigarettes and pipe ashes. Break matches in 2. Make sure your campfire is out. Your care will prevent forest fires. And now, Dick Tracy. In yesterday's story, you remember how Dick and Pat continued their escape on the horses which they had stolen from their captors. It was soon evident to Tracy that the mountain trail was so narrow that they would be unable to put into effect his original plan to elude his captors, who were not far behind him. A series of signal fires on the surrounding mountain peaks told Tracy that they were in trouble. Yet soon after daylight, there appeared on the trail before them a native who gave them food and water and offered to guide them to the safety of Mount Monshogi. Even though he suspected a trap, Dick was forced by circumstances to follow the man. In today's story, we find Dick up and about after a restful sleep. Pat, as usual, is sound asleep, and Dick has to shake him awake. Listen.
Pat, come on, Pat, wake up. Lay off, will you, Dick? I haven't been as comfortable as this in months.
Pat, wake up. Don't you remember where we are?
Oh, holy smokes, that's right. Yeah, we're in that stone house. We're prisoners.
We're not prisoners.
What's that?
That's right, Pat. I've been awake for quite a while now. I opened the door, walked down the corridor, even stepped outside in the yard.
You mean no guards? You could do just as you please?
That's right, Pat. I believe I could have walked off if I wanted to. You know, I might be wrong about this, but I'm not going to suspect these people until they make their first move. They've shown us their hospitality, and we're going to act accordingly.
Yep. Now, what was that? Telephone?
Oh, don't be silly, Pat. That bell sounds just outside of our door. Maybe somebody wants to come in. Let's see.
No, what
Hold it, Pat. Someone's standing over near that stone column.
May I approach, gentlemen?
Well, you certainly may.
Again, I bid you welcome to Mount Monshogi. I hope that you had a very pleasant rest.
We slept very well, thank you. We've been awake for some time now. Been wondering what we should do.
There really is nothing for you to do. You are to conduct yourselves as guests. You are to do as you please and go and come as you please. The servant is here with your food. I took the liberty of ordering an early meal for both of you. Please advance. Please put the food on the stone table near the window. Instead of eating my normal meal early in the morning as I usually do, I have waited to join you. I hope I have your permission.
You certainly have, and we're both pretty hungry.
Then let us partake of the food without further delay. If you and Mr. Patton will sit on the stone bench there, I will make myself as comfortable as I can here.
Gee, Dick, look at the size of that meal.
You will find that I have ordered food which, is as much like your usual breakfast as it was possible for me to get.
Gee, Dick, this tastes well. You know, the first thing you know, I'll change my opinion of this whole business.
I have checked with my couriers concerning your trip back on the mountain trail. It must have been a grueling experience.
It's certainly one we wouldn't want to do again.
I am forced to apologize for the 2 criminals who had captured you. Unfortunately, I am not able to control the actions of bandits and thieves until they come within the circle of my influence.
You mean you don't know the men who captured us?
Of course not.
Then this stuff about the Fanacali rubies doesn't mean anything to you?
Fortunately, and I mean fortunately, I know nothing of the Fanacali rubies. Of course, I am familiar with the legend, as everyone is in this part of the country.
Well, that makes me feel a little better. You see, we were under a false impression. We thought we walked right into a trap.
A trap? Of what sort?
Well, you see, Tongo, we kind of thought that the Fana cult people had us earmarked for sacrifices during the ceremonies.
Sacrifices? Believe me, gentlemen, although it may not look it, we here are civilized. Our civilization is at least 2,000 years old. And while it is true, we have learned how to treat suspicious strangers, we have no misgivings whatsoever about you, Mr. Tracy, and you, Mr. Patton. To us, you are an open book.
As Dick and Pat seemed to relax in the presence of the old man who was called Tango, far above them, up near the very ceiling of the high stone room, through a small hole cut in the wall, 2 pairs of eyes glared down on them. They were the eyes of Savali and Muhammad Ali.
This is indeed a pleasure. We can see them without being seen.
Yes, and strangely enough, we can hear almost every word they say. It is very amusing to hear Tangu put them at their ease.
Little do they know that when the sun reaches the notch in the sides of Mount Monshogi, they will see the rays of the Fanacali rubies.
Are the preparations all made for the ceremony?
Yes, the gong for the first rite should be heard at any moment.
Then it is time for us to take our place before the altar. Shall we go?
One moment. Look down below.
They are getting up. Let us see what Tangu does to them next.
The gong.
Wait, we still have time. Let us watch them. And if we are still, maybe we can hear what they say. Be quiet.
You see, it was never my intention to keep the rubies. My only interest was in bringing the 2 murderers to justice. I plan to return the rubies as soon as ownership was properly proved. And now, if you have the time, we would like very much to follow you on a tour of this place. I'm sure we'll find it very, very interesting.
Tango is leading them out the door.
They are going toward the inner chamber, the one twice removed from the altar.
Then let us go quickly to the gallery in that room. I would not want to miss what is going to happen to these 2 infidels. Let us not make any noise so that we may not attract their attention. They might look up. There is the gallery just ahead. If we are quiet, we can watch the whole proceedings from here. Quiet. Here they come.
You see, gentlemen, all these rooms are hollowed out of living stone. They are all underneath Monshogi.
Oh, this is certainly a big room. Are there many like it?
Oh, yes, there are many more. And some are very much larger. In fact, there is one so large, it can contain thousands of people.
You mean it's a cave?
Originally, it was a cave. But my ancestors, many hundreds of years ago, chiseled the rock into more comfortable quarters.
Tell me, Tangu, what is this room used for?
This room has a very special use, which you will learn later.
Our voices sound funny in here.
Yes. The polished rock in this room reflects the sound of voices so that even the slightest whisper can be heard.
Do you mind if I try it?
You are guests here. You are at liberty to do as you please.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll just try out this whispering business. Well, now, what do you know?
Try it again, Pat.
I wish I was home.
Yep, there's no doubt about it, and I wouldn't want to tell any secrets in here. But tell me, why is it then that our regular voices don't act the same way?
The frequencies in our regular normal voices are a lot lower and wouldn't be reflected as readily as whispers, which really have no tone.
Well, it's all Greek to me.
Yes, this room has heard many whispers. In fact, I would like to give you a demonstration of my own.
Go right ahead, Tandu. Would be glad to see it.
Then if you 2 gentlemen will stand right over here, I will show you something very amazing. Please do not move from that spot, because the success of the experiment depends on your being absolutely still.
All right, Tandu. We'll stand perfectly still.
Now, I shall go back to a spot right in the doorway of this room and stand there.
This gives me the creepstick. I shall now whisper a few words. Are you ready?
Go ahead, John Doe.
Modo. Look out, Dick. The fire is opening. Jump for it, Pat. I can't, Dick. The sides are too standing. I'm slipping.
I can't hold on either, Pat. Look out, Pat. We'll drop me right through the opening.
Modo.
Is that you, Pat? Pat, where are you? You're hurt.
I don't know. My legs are numb. I don't seem to feel much of anything. Hey, what's that? Yeah, but where are they?
I think they're somewhere above us.
Mr. Tracy, it was I, Valerie, who called you. How do you like being in the dungeon, Tracy?
Why, you know a card?
Let's hear what he has to say. You see, Tracy, I have reached Monshogi in safety in spite of you and all your friends. And now I have something to show you. I will help Muhammad Ali, who is here with me, place a light just behind this window. If you will watch for a moment, you will see a beautiful sight.
It's so dark. You see what he's doing?
Yes, he's holding something between us and the light. I can't quite tell what.
The rubies.
The white light. He ran the light from the lamp and shined the rubies.
Yeah, he's shining the refrigerator light right down on us.
A beautiful sight, Inspector. The next time you see these rays, you will be standing before the altar of Anacin.
In a moment, we return to Dick Tracy. First, you know, boys and girls, certain phrases that you hear kind of stick in your mind. Phrases like swing and sway with Sammy Kay, for instance. It's tricky, isn't it? Did you ever wonder whose brainstorm it was? Well, maybe you thought it came from some advertising man. Well, as a matter of fact, even though I'd like to tell you that the idea of swing and sway came after a lot of hard work and hard thinking, sometimes it's more fun to tell the truth. The truth is it happened because an announcer out in Cincinnati got stuck. You see, Sammy Kay was broadcasting from there, and the local radio announcer went into the closing this way. Said, "You've been listening to the music of Sammy Kay, the music that swings, the music that..." And then there was a pause, and silence, and dead air. The poor announcer couldn't think of a word to save his kilocycle. Well, Sammy Kay, with one eye on the dancers, leaned over the microphone and said, "Sways." And so that was the birth of the famous phrase, swing and sway with Sammy Kay. And by the way, there's swing and sway time with Sammy Kay every Sunday afternoon over the American Broadcasting Company. Now, back to Dick Tracy.
They're working themselves up to a fanatical fix for their pharmacology rights. Hurry. Let's see if there's any way out of this dungeon.
Will Dick or Pat find a way out of their predicament? Or will they have to face the fanatical natives during the rites of the pharmacology? You'll know Monday, so tune in same time, same station for The Adventures of Dick Tracy, written by M.C. Brockhausen, directed by Wiley Adams, and this is George Gunn speaking. Dick Tracy doesn't have to have a crystal ball to help him solve the mysteries he's always getting involved in. Our friend Dick uses just plain, ordinary detecting. Well, maybe there's a little bit of luck involved, too, but not too much. You'll have fun watching Dick Tracy track down a case to its final solution. The Adventures of Dick Tracy are heard every day, Monday through Friday, over more than 100 radio stations from coast to coast. You'll want to join the thousands who have the Dick Tracy listening habit. Dick Tracy, protector of law and order, will be heard Monday.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo, John Steed was sure the answer to the case could only be found by following up on the clue of the empty envelopes. This had taken him, later that day, to the training college of the Anastasia Nurses Academy. Steed had managed to get into the building all right. He started his investigations from the matron's office. and it was there that he'd heard the strange sound of typing.
Shorthand typing at a nurses' training college? And in the evening?
Speed opened another door and found himself staring at rows of girls typing furiously. They were addressing envelopes and throwing them into delivery baskets. Steed closed the door.
Curiouser and curiouser. Yes, like Alice in Wonderland. I wonder what matron Alice can tell us.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Episode 4 of this story, in which John Steed, still unable to find Mrs. Peel and baffled by the evidence to hand, nevertheless believes a few fresh clues are not to be sneezed at. John Steed, placing his umbrella and bowler on the hat stand in Matron's office, slipped on a special pair of gloves. He decided to risk turning on the light on the desk and started to make a thorough search of the room.
Telephone directories. Hundreds of them. New York, Barcelona, San Francisco, Adelaide. All over the world. Files. Correspondence to be answered. Strange, there's nothing medical. And what's this? From Colonel Morris Timothy, retired. Walsingham House. Dear Matron Alice, glad to know our plans are going ahead without a hitch. Keep up the good work. Victory, final victory. That is the aim, and it lies just ahead. Sincerely, Morris Timothy, Colonel retired. Colonel Morris Timothy. I've heard that name somewhere before. And still not a clue about Mrs. Peel. Where the devil has she got herself to?
Mrs. Peel, at that moment, was asking herself very much the same question. She knew she was in some sort of cell. It contained a bed on which she was lying, feeling rather sick. There were also several sacks leaning against the walls. As Emma Peel sat up, holding her head, the heavy door was unlocked and swung open. The man called Priest entered.
So, you've come round. Got a tiny headache, have we?
Oh, no. We're just a tiny bit homesick.
Tell me a little more about home. Where is it, and who are you working for?
I'm not working for anyone.
Come now, you must see that we mean business. There are ways.
I can't.
Now, that won't do any good.
No, but this might.
Mrs. Peel was really doing quite well, but unfortunately Dexter appeared in the door of the cell. He held two items. In his left hand, a straitjacket. In his right, a rather ugly cosh.
Thank you, Dexter. Yes, if you want to play games, little lady, then we must give you a copy of the rules. A straitjacket, Dexter, and then find Matron. She has work to do. This girl has got to be made to talk.
John Steed, meanwhile, had gone for a drive. Mother wasn't too pleased to see him. It was getting late, and there was still other work to be done.
Well, what is it this time, Steed?
What have we got on Timothy?
Oh, Steed.
Yes, Mother?
How long have you been in the department?
Oh, I don't know, quite a few years, I suppose.
Then you must know by now that we don't file personnel under their Christian names.
This is a surname. Colonel Morris Timothy, retired, of Walsingham House.
He's clean.
You sure?
It's my job to be sure. Morris Timothy, Indian Army, served in 2 wars, the 2 world wars, that is. Not just frontier stuff. Wealthy, something of a philanthropist, bit kinky. Endows various worthy causes, including...
Including the Anastasia Academy?
Yes.
I think I'd better pay Colonel Timothy a visit.
Any news of Mrs. Peel?
Not yet.
I'm worried. But you know what they say. No news is good news.
Yes. Good night, Mother.
Walsingham House, residence of Colonel Timothy, retired, was large, old, and rambling. The sort of house that could have been converted into a private nursing home. Steed rang the bell, and receiving no answer, tried the door. To his surprise, it opened. The hall, marble-floored and richly panelled, was furnished with antiques. 3 large crates struck an incongruous note. Steed lifted the top of one of them with his umbrella.
Full of handkerchiefs. And the next? Paper tissues.
Curiosity, sir, was responsible for the demise of the cat.
Not to worry, I have 8 lives left.
My advice would be not to throw them away too easily.
But cats don't listen to advice. They walk alone.
That's why so many of them get lost, sir. Have the goodness to remove your coat and roll up your shirt sleeves.
What? Fisticuffs?
Antibiotic injection. Colonel's orders. No visitor allowed in without it. You are a visitor?
Steed. Now, I phoned. Perhaps I should have also brought my health certificate.
Wouldn't have been of any use, sir. The Colonel insists on his own form of protection.
Against what?
Other people's germs. You see, he has enough of his own to contend with.
Infection prone, eh?
Ever since he came back from Malaya, no resistance to Western bacteria. This won't hurt, sir. Now.
You handled that like a connoisseur.
Practice makes perfect. Colonel Timothy will see you now. This way, Mr. Steed. Mr. Steed, sir.
Come in, Steed, come in. You know that the only creatures who get colds are human beings and chimpanzees?
Amazing.
Excuse me, kettle's boiling. Got to have me inhalation, you know.
Can I assist?
Better not get too near. Pour the boiling water into that bowl, there's a good fellow.
Certainly.
Yeah, thank you. Now the crystals. That's better. Towel over the head. Only take a minute. You know, there's a lesson to be learned from all this.
I beg your pardon?
A lesson to be learned from the chimpanzees.
Oh, safer to walk on all fours.
No. The more civilized you are, the more susceptible.
Disease of the sophisticated.
Got it in one.
It's yes?
Oh, it's so good. Ever thought of going to Malaya?
Well,
Don't. Dreadful place. Have a look at that.
Early Etruscan?
Not the container. It's what it's got inside. Common cold virus. Preserved at minus 16 degrees centigrade in dry ice.
That's so. Should I have known?
What was it you wanted to speak to me about?
My card.
Spade Foundation. Never heard of it.
Well, nothing to be ashamed of. I assume that you've never had a serious illness in Mozambique.
You must be clairvoyant.
We've endowed 3 hospitals there. Now we're founding a nurses' training college to staff them. And as you have helped endow the Anastasia Academy...
You want my advice?
Please.
My advice is don't. More trouble than they're worth.
But the Anastasia Academy...
Never go near a place. Boring, excruciatingly boring. Now, if you want to see really something interesting, let me show you over the rest of the place.
Bless you.
What? Yes. Well, this way.
The colonel led the way from the room down some steps, and pushing open steel doors, revealed that the rest of the house was a form of nursing home.
3 C's. Do they stand for competence, comfort, and compassion?
What? No. That's the other dreary place we were talking about. Cold Cure Clinic. Yes, my pet project. Decided if the medical profession couldn't cure my cold, then I'd do it myself. Oh, yes, not much luck so far. Well, like to look around.
Well, there's nothing I should like better.
These things take time, you know. Glover! Coming. Now, Dr. Glover, my chief of research. Frank, this is Mr. Steed of the Steed Foundation.
Good evening. Sounds impressive, Mr. Steed. Only if one comes from Mozambique.
Steed branching out. Thought we might put him in the picture. Show him the shop window, as it were.
Oh, a prospective helper. Good. This way, Mr. Steed. Tell me, what are all these small rooms leading off the corridors for?
Guinea pig quarters. Student volunteers. We give them artificially induced colds and then house them in pairs so that we can compare their reactions.
How are the colds induced?
Well, first we give them a session in the deep freeze room. Perhaps you'd like to see it. This way.
Good evening, Doctor.
Evening, nurse, evening. Yes.
Steed didn't react, but he did notice that the badge on the nurse's uniform read Anastasia Academy.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. The Avengers. Donald Monack as John Steed and Diane Appleby as Emma Peel is adapted and directed by Dennis Falbig and produced by David Gooden.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular program on the West Coast. Remember, let every traffic signal remind you. With new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story. The Sistern.
There was murder on Ronnie Hartfield's mind long before he discovered the cistern in Round Valley. But the discovery, more than anything else, made him decide to do it. The groundwork had been laid, of course. He was a partner with old Hank Murphy in the gold-bearing ledge Hank had discovered on the shoulder of Sharp's Peak. $1 million in rich ore. And Ronnie owned 10% of it. That wasn't bad for a young metallurgist fresh out of college. But Ronnie wasn't the kind to think of his own 10%. No, his mind was on the other 90, and the inheritance clause in the partnership agreement. There had to be other things, of course, like the casual conversation he had one afternoon with Sheriff Dawson as they sat on the porch of the sheriff's office, looking across the lake.
But that ain't what makes a law enforcement out here so much tougher than in the city. What's the first job in a murder case, for example? Find the body.
Body?
Yeah. Look at that lake. Look at that, Ronnie.
What?
The sun on that water.
If I could move that lake to the coast, I could sell it for $1 million.
Come around sometime during a rainstorm, and I'll close the deal for 10 cents.
Why?
Well, she ain't a natural lake, you know. Well, we've had to move this shack twice now when the water was right up the floor level. She ain't always as pretty as she looks now. Blue and calm and shiny.
I don't know. I think it's worth it.
Well, you'll be a mountaineer yet, Ronnie. What was I saying a while back?
You were talking about law enforcement.
Oh, yeah. It was this business of bodies. You can say all you want to about city police, but let me tell you, they ain't in it with a county sheriff when it comes to a murder case.
No?
You see, before you do anything else, you gotta find the body. Gotta prove the guy's dead.
Yeah.
That's one thing in the city, but it's something else in a place like this.
Oh, what do you mean?
Or down in Arizona, for instance, where a man's got 20,000 square miles of country to hide the body in.
I see.
Funny thing, though, how bodies have a way of turning up. That guy in Arizona I was telling you about.
Yeah?
8 years it took us, knowing all the time he done it.
You found it, huh?
Yeah. The wind uncovered it in a dry gulch 10 miles from town. Dry air has a way of preserving things.
You could identify it?
Sure, we hung him.
But if it hadn't been for that wind...
Well, it would have been something else. Sometimes it don't pay to go looking for it. If you just lean back and relax, it'll work itself out. Sometime.
Well, Ronnie, it's odd that the sheriff should have hit upon the subject of bodies. And it's a good thing he couldn't read your mind, because everything he said made you think of the cistern in Round Valley, with the bare traces of a ruined cabin more than 100 years old nearby. You'd been exhausted the day you found it, after following a 4-point buck down the length of the ridge above and losing him there in the willows. Then, as you fought your way through the brush, your foot suddenly rang hollowly on the cover of the cistern. And there it was, deep and dark, completely lost in the tangled mass of trees. No desert wind there, was there, Ronnie? Once you dropped Hank into the cistern, he'd be there for keeps.
Ronnie.
Huh? Oh, sorry, Hank.
You know what, Hank? I think Ronnie's in love.
Well, what's the matter?
I've just been talking to you for 5 minutes, that's all.
I was thinking, I guess.
Just like you, Hank. Comes into my store to buy groceries and goes to sleep by the stove.
He's thinking about that hole in the ground.
What?
What's the matter? Marge knows all about the mine.
Oh, yeah.
You picked yourself a pretty good partner, Ronnie, if that ledge is as good as Hank says it is.
Even Stephen. I got myself a good metallurgist, too. What with a stamping mill to be built and all, this ain't no pick and shovel project, you know.
Gonna take money.
Oh, don't worry about that. We got that all settled, ain't we, Ronnie? Soon as Mr. Coulter sees the plans Ronnie made up.
Who's Mr. Coulter?
Oh, fella down the city, old friend of mine. I'm going down below to see him next week.
Alone?
Yeah. Ronnie thinks he better stay around and look after things.
Aha.
What's the matter?
Don't know about Hank alone in the city with all them saloons.
Oh, go on, Marge.
Well, last time Hank went down for a weekend, nobody saw a hide and a hair of him for 6 months. If we didn't know him better, we would have thought he was dead. Oh, my. Better keep a close tab on him, Ronnie.
You're right. I'd better.
You're pretty close to the brink, aren't you, Ronnie? The sistern was in your mind then, too. And it keeps returning more and more frequently until it excludes almost everything else. Particularly at night when there's no sound but the crickets outside. And you can lie awake and think of the ledge. $1 million or more in gold ore, almost on the surface. 1/10 of it yours, according to the agreement. Unless, of course, something should happen to Hank. It would be all yours then, wouldn't it, Ronnie? $1 million. And that kind of thinking always leads to the cistern in the willow thicket at Round Valley. There's no possible way they could ever discover it, is there? Finally, on the night before Hank is scheduled to leave, you make up your mind.
Hank?
Yeah?
I just ran onto something.
What?
I want you to come with me.
Well, what are you talking about?
I've been up to Round Valley all day.
Well, what were you doing up in that godforsaken place?
I got a new outcrop, Hank. I'm sure of it.
What? In Round Valley? Why, there's no
But
gold.
there is. You've got to see it before you go down to the city.
Whoa, wait a minute. This ain't a joke, is
I
it?
tell you, there's gold up there. I'm serious. Look, it'll only take us about 2 hours.
Tonight? Why, it's dark already.
Listen, will you believe me? This can't wait.
Okay, Ronnie, let's go. Hold the light up, Ronnie. I can't see where I'm going.
It's not much farther.
Why didn't we come up the other ridge? I don't see no sense in cutting across this infernal willow thicket. Wait up, will you?
Over this way.
Where are you?
Can't you see the light?
No. Went out or something. Ouch. Oh, these darn trees. I can't see a thing, Ronnie. Oh, doggone it. Where's the light, Ronnie? I can't keep my feet in this brush. Ronnie, where are you? Ronnie! Ronnie!
Here I am, Hank.
Oh, you... You scared me.
Here's the light, Hank.
Huh? Thanks. Oh!
Now, the cistern.
With the prologue of tonight's story, The Cistern, Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. There's an old Hindu fable about the blind men and the elephant. Being unable to see an elephant, these blind men decided to feel one to determine what an elephant is like. Well, the first blind man, happening to grasp the elephant's ear, promptly exclaimed, "Why, an elephant is like a large leaf." But the second blind man, wrapping his arms around one of the elephant's huge legs, protested, "Oh, no, an elephant is like a tree trunk." And the third man, feeling the elephant's tail, shouted, "You're both wrong. An elephant is like a rope." Well, all three were right, but only partly right. And I'm always reminded of this story when I hear a motorist say, "Signal gasoline is outstanding for quicker starting." Or another say, "Signal is tops for faster pickup." Or a third say, "New Signal has higher anti-knock." Now, all three are right, but only partly right. For in New Signal, you get all three advantages: quicker starting, faster pickup, and higher anti-knock. But in addition, there's a bonus of extra mileage. For because of the amazing power in Signal's new super fuel that helps you get this greater efficiency, this extra performance from your motor, you actually go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Ronnie. It took a combination of things to put the murder of Hank Murphy in your mind. The ledge on Sharp's Peak and $1 million in raw gold. The sheriff with his idle discussion on the importance of finding the corpus delicti. Marge's contribution about your partner's habit of disappearing for months at a stretch. But most of all, it was the cistern in the willows of Round Valley. The hiding place 1,000 men could hunt for without ever coming close. That was the most important thing, wasn't it, Ronnie? And it's the thing that makes you feel absolutely secure now, on the morning after you kill him, as you walk into Marge's general store.
Morning, Ronnie.
Hello, Marge. Now, wait a minute. If you're going to ask me how I am, the answer is awful.
What's the matter?
Coffee, no coffee. Forgot to pick it up last night.
Yeah, I missed you.
Missed me?
Mostly Hank. He's picked up his groceries on Tuesdays and Fridays for as long as I've been here. Well, what'll it be, £1?
Yeah, that'll do. Fine.
Funny thing about Hank, he's an old galoot in lots of ways, but part of him is regular as clockwork.
His drinking arm, for one thing.
Yeah, and getting his grub for another. Last night, when he didn't show up, I says to myself, there's something wrong somewhere. You say you ain't had breakfast yet?
No.
Hank's probably cussing you out for fear, waiting for his coffee at this hour. Drunk or sober, he gets his breakfast at 7 o'clock.
What do you mean?
Ain't he waiting up in the cabin?
No, he's gone.
Huh?
Yeah, he left for town this morning.
Why, he wouldn't do that.
Huh? What?
Go off like that without... Tell me, what time did he leave?
I don't know. When I woke up, he was gone.
Well, that's a funny one. He swore on a stack of Bibles he'd take a package down to my niece in Sacramento.
Oh, he had a few drinks. Probably forgot.
Where'd he get the liquor?
Why, I suppose he had it in the house.
He didn't have a drop in the house. He told me yesterday when he came in here and tried to buy some. We were out, too. Far as I know, there wasn't a drop in town, and none come until Monday.
Oh.
Say, how'd he get out of town?
The 6 o'clock bus, I guess.
You know, I can't help feeling there's something fishy somewhere.
Huh? Why?
Well, there wasn't no 6 o'clock bus this morning. It's still at Kramer's bar with a broken axle. Say.
What?
You don't suppose old Hank sprouted himself a pair of wings, do you?
I wouldn't put it past him.
You can't beat that old varmint. I told you keeping a tab on him was no sin. It's funny, though, ain't it?
What?
About that package for my niece. Hank never done a thing like that, long as I can remember. Forgetting that away. You know, that's not like Hank at all.
Well, Ronnie, you're not whistling now as you cross the street to the bank. You keep telling yourself that Marge is an old busybody, that the rest of the town will chuckle over Hank's unceremonious departure. There's a forced self-assurance about you as you walk up to Mr. Jenkins at the teller's window.
Hello, Mr. Jenkins.
Hi, Ronnie. What can I do for you this morning?
How about $20?
Okay.
All right. There you are.
10, 15, and 5 is 20. Say, what about Hank?
Huh?
Ain't he supposed to leave today?
Oh, he left this morning.
Hmm?
Yeah.
That's funny.
What's the matter?
What do you use for money?
Why, he had the money.
No, he didn't. He come in here yesterday afternoon after 3 and told me he didn't have a dime. Wanted me to open up so he could draw $200 for the trip.
Well, what do you know about that?
He didn't pick it up either.
Pick it up?
I got it from him just before closing and left it at the express office. Now, ain't that something? You couldn't have gone down without money.
Maybe that's why he borrowed $100 from me.
Hmm?
That's why I came in this morning. He took all I had.
Now, wait a minute, Ronnie. Are you kidding me?
No, why?
Hank never borrowed a dime in his life. It's kind of a legend with him.
Oh, I suppose since I'm his partner...
Not Hank.
Well, he didn't have much choice leaving this morning.
I told him the money'd be waiting at the express office. Ain't that one for the book? Never heard tell of Hank borrowing. Just not like him, that's all.
You're beginning to thank your lucky stars for the cistern, aren't you, Ronnie? During the next few days, the town's curiosity about Hank doesn't die down. It changes first into wonderment, then into genuine worry. There's a feeling in the air that something is wrong. It hangs over the town like a cloud. And as the days go by, you begin to notice the conversation suddenly hushed as you approach, the penetrating, curious glances, the feeling of terrible doubt. Then, just a week after Hank's disappearance, you come home to the cabin to find the sheriff waiting for you.
Oh?
Hello, Ronnie.
Oh, hello, Sheriff. What do you want?
Just dropped by to say hello. Getting a mite worried about Hank.
Yeah, so am I.
Are you?
What do you mean?
Nothing. Curious, ain't it, how a man can get out of town without transportation or money?
He had money.
Maybe. And maybe he could have got liquored up without liquor, too.
I don't know where he got that.
Kinda jumpy, ain't you?
Well, I'm getting sick of this talk, all this insinuation behind my back.
Nobody's insinuating, Ronnie. We're just a mite worried, that's all.
I tell you, he's probably in San Francisco right now.
That's just it, he ain't. Just picked up this wire from the telegraph office. Take a look.
Huh? Been expecting Murphy for a week. Where is he? Colder. Whoa. He's probably in some bar down there.
No.
What do you mean? He used to disappear for months at a time.
You just don't know Hank. If there's money mixed up in it anywhere, there ain't a soberer man in the county.
You're crazy. Hank was a drunk, and you know it.
Was?
I mean, he is.
Ain't it funny that you and I were talking about murder cases just the other day?
Now, listen here, I have...
Better see who it is.
Hank Murphy live here?
Yeah?
They told me down at the hotel that the sheriff was up
What do you want?
Send him in, Ronnie.
Come on in.
You the sheriff?
Yeah, what is it?
I just happened to say something down at the hotel tonight, and they told me you might be interested. I was driving through here the other morning on my way to Sacramento.
What morning?
Friday.
Okay.
I picked up a guy on the road about 6 o'clock.
What did he look like? Did he have on
Just a minute, Ronnie. Tell us what he looked like, son.
Oh, I'd say about 55. Kind of bald up here with gray hair and a mustache. I think he was kind of drunk. Said the bus wasn't running.
You have a suitcase?
Yeah. And I think he was wearing a black suit.
I see. 6 o'clock last Friday morning, huh?
Yeah, I took him down the road a ways. Let him off at the Sacramento highway.
Satisfied, Sheriff?
Might be. Like I was telling you, Ronnie, sometimes it don't pay to get all worked up over these things. They have a way of solving themselves sometimes. Well, I better be getting home. Looks like we're in for a storm.
You have a lot of time to think during the next few days, haven't you, Ronnie? With the storm pounding around your ears, forcing you to keep close to the cabin. The nervous feeling inside is almost gone now, thanks to that boy who just happened to pick up an old hitchhiker at the right moment. That was a lucky break, wasn't it? Most of the townspeople are satisfied now that Hank is off somewhere on another spree. And you finally feel it's time to call again on Mr. Jenkins at the bank.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Jenkins, I'm beginning to wonder about Hank. It's been more than a week now.
Yeah, it is funny. Him hitchhiking out of town that way. Listen to that. Bet we've had 10 inches of rain in this storm. Lake level's up 12 feet. Wouldn't surprise me if the sheriff had to move his office again. And now, let's see, you Wanted to look over the agreement between you and Hank.
Yes, you see, there's a lot to be done before winter sets in. We ought to settle that business with Mr. Calder, get our materials up to the site.
And you're wondering if you can go ahead.
Yeah.
Looks as if Hank's in the driver's seat. Long as he's alive, anyway. Of course, in case of his death, you'll take...
I didn't mean that. All I meant was we're losing a lot of time.
Sure. I know you didn't mean that. Well, guess you gotta wait till Hank shows up, Ronnie. Put this away now. Getting kind of tired of looking at it. Sheriff was just in an hour ago asking the same question.
What?
Yeah. He wanted to know about the 10% and the 90% and who got what, when, who died.
He got no right to stick his nose in my business.
Funny about the sheriff. Seems to think this is his business now. Maybe you better go see him.
That's a good idea.
Well, Ronnie, kind of wet for you to be running around, ain't it?
That doesn't seem to bother you, does it, Sheriff?
That lake's beginning to bother me, I'll tell you. Look at her down there, 20 feet away.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, sit down on the porch here and tell me what's eating you.
Let's go inside.
Nothing doing. I want to keep an eye on that lake. Now, what's the matter?
When are you going to admit you're wrong?
About Hank?
Yes.
Well, I'll likely admit I'm wrong on the day that Hank walks up to this porch like he used to and says, "Howdy, Sheriff. Have a cigar." Trouble is, that ain't never going to happen. So I reckon I ain't never going to admit I'm wrong. That answer your question?
He left town. Didn't that kid satisfy you?
No. Could have been someone else.
Who?
Don't know. Too bad no one had a picture of Hank.
Don't you see what you're doing with your stupid guessing? They all think I killed him. Well, what?
They're right, ain't they?
They're wrong, I tell you. He was gone when I
Now,
woke...
wait a minute, Ronnie. Hank was nothing more than a hunk of clockwork. He never went off his schedule. You just didn't know him well enough. That's why I know you killed him, Ronnie. I know why, and I think I know how. But just like I told you, when it comes to finding a body, a county sheriff has a job on his hands. And, of course, we can't do nothing till we find the body.
I tell you, you've got no right to
Take
talk...
it easy, son.
Now, wait a minute. If you're trying to bluff me, it won't work.
I ain't bluffing, Ronnie. You see, all the time you and Hank were supposed to be inside your house having a few drinks before he took off, the house was empty, wasn't it? Because you happened to be off somewheres killing him at the time. I happen to know, because I dropped by at 10 o'clock to deliver Marge's package. Don't worry, though. I can't do nothing until I find the body, and like I told you, that takes time.
Oh, no.
8 years, that time in Arizona, but we got him the day after that windstorm. County sheriffs just got to have patience, you know. Matter, Ronnie?
Nothing.
You're white as a sheet. What you looking at?
Nothing, I tell you.
You sick?
It's all right. Oh, it's all wrong. Something's haywire somewhere.
What are you staring at?
Good Lord.
Why, it's...
Do you see it, too?
In the water. The edge of the lake. It's Hank's body.
No, it's not. It can't be.
Come on, let's take a look.
No, it can't be.
I said come on. Well, Ronnie?
It is Hank.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, with reconversion occupying the spotlight today, here are some facts I think you'll be interested in. You know, of course, the vital role that independent businessmen played in the building of America. And you know that today more and more men are expressing a desire to get into business for themselves. But did you know that my sponsor, Signal Oil Company, has for over 14 years sold its products only through independent businessmen, substantial, responsible men who are so earnest about their business of serving the motoring public that they're willing to invest their own money in it. Naturally, Signal dealers are carefully chosen for their ability and integrity. which explains why the average dealer has been with Signal Oil Company over 7 years. So you see, there's a good reason why you find more conscientious, experienced men operating signal stations, and why signal dealers, with an incentive to build their own business, naturally give your car more thorough service that does help it go farther. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's too much, isn't it, Ronnie? Too much after the tension of the past week to look down at Hank's body floating at the edge of the lake right under the rail of the sheriff's porch. Everything breaks loose at once. You're jabbering like an idiot, telling the sheriff it's impossible.
Oh, don't lie to me. You found him, didn't you? You found him and brought him here. It was a plot, wasn't it?
Wait a minute, Ronnie.
Why did you have to drag it out? You knew it all the time. You just wanted to torture me.
Shut up.
Listen, I don't have...
Shut up. That's better. Now, what in thunder are you talking about?
Somebody brought him here. I put him in the cistern.
Cistern?
In Round Valley in the Willows.
Cistern in Round Valley? There ain't no such
Yes,
thing.
there is, in the willow thicket that runs along the bottom.
Wait a minute. Did it have a square wooden cover on it?
Yeah.
Huh.
What's that mean?
Looks like you sent Hank back to us special delivery, Ronnie.
What?
It was dry, of course, until this rainstorm. It was dry when you put him in it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You see, it ain't a cistern, Ronnie. It's an underground water flume.
What?
A water flume. Carries the water underground from the upper lake to this one. When she overflowed up above, the water just picked up Hank and delivered him right to my door. Like I said, Ronnie, sometimes it just don't pay a county sheriff to get all excited and go running over the hills. It pays to just lean back and wait sometimes.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Office of Defense Transportation has asked all coal dealers to reduce mileage of their delivery trucks 25% below the mileage of last year. This means fuel deliveries will have to be carefully planned. Duplicate trips into the same neighborhood eliminated whenever possible. Yes, every ounce of rubber, every gallon of gasoline, every transportation factor must be conserved. You can help by advising your fuel dealer of exactly what your fuel requirements are for the entire winter. This will enable him to work out a schedule of deliveries so that valuable time, rubber, and gasoline will be conserved. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Lady in Black.
Will not consider any motion picture offer for my new play until... Yeah? What is it? Oh, I see. Put it down over there.
Yes, Mr. Bryce.
Where are you going? Get away from that picture. How dare you draw the curtain that covers it? What? What's that you've got in your hand? Keep away from me. There's a gun in this drawer, and I'll use it.
I give you time. Let go of me. Take that away. There. There. Now we'll take this gun of yours, Mr. Bryce, and...
Lamont, look here.
Yes, Mark.
Did you notice this painting?
No. But it's certainly the strangest one in the whole picture gallery.
It has such an odd, morbid quality. Is it signed?
No. But judging by the odd hook-shaped brushstrokes, I'd guess it was painted by Albert Gerner.
Albert Gerner? I don't think I've ever heard of him.
Well, he wasn't widely known as a painter. He was really a chemist. Painting was a hobby.
Oh?
There aren't more than half a dozen of his pictures in existence.
What a shame. It's a great talent.
Yes, Gerner was a genius in a way. Poor fellow.
Why, poor fellow?
Well, when he was young, Gerner married Diane Morrow. 15 years ago, she was one of the most beautiful young actresses on the stage. Gerner was madly in love with her. One evening, a servant standing outside her door heard him talking to his wife as he sketched her. He was saying,
"Darling, I'll finish this drawing in a minute. I know it's almost time for dinner. Yes, you told me Norman Bryce is coming. Darling, he's done so much for your career. As much as a manager could, so you must make a good impression. I'm glad you decided to wear black. You're exquisite. Your eyes are such a deep blue, looking at me with that half smile on your face. I must do this picture in oils. Oh, my darling, I love you so much. So very much." Oh, that's Waldron, my dear. I rang for him a moment ago. I'll speak to him outside in the hall. Yes, Waldron.
"You rang, sir?"
Yes, those flowers in Mrs. Gerner's room. While we're at dinner, move them out onto the terrace. I'm afraid the heat of the room will wither them.
Yes, sir.
And there'll only be 3 of us for dinner. Mr. Bryce is coming along.
What was that, sir?
It sounded like a shot. In here.
Oh.
Diane! Good heavens!
Look. There's the revolver she did it with.
Killed herself. Killed herself. Oh, no. I was talking to her only a moment ago. And now she's dead. Diane. Diane. Diane.
So that's the story, Mongo.
And I wonder why she would kill herself. A girl who had so much.
Well, there was some talk at the time of murder. But our room was on the 2nd floor, and no one could have gotten in and out of the windows that quickly. The only other entrance was the door.
And Gurner himself and the servant were standing outside of it in the hall when they heard the shot.
Yes. Gurner went to pieces after that. Completely broke him. He went to the Orient and died there. About 4 years ago.
Huh. Well, it seems so. Why, Commissioner Weston.
Hello, Margot. Hello, Lamont.
Hello,
Fancy meeting you, of all places, in an art gallery.
I'm here on business. Not to look at a lot of silly pictures.
Oh?
Norman Bryce has been killed and
Bryce? The theatrical producer?
Yeah.
Why, Lamont just mentioned him. And we saw his new show last night. A big hit.
Yeah, I know. I'm taking personal charge of the investigation.
Investigation? You mean he...
Suicide, or so the circumstances seem to point.
But, Commissioner, does a man kill himself after one of the biggest hits of his career?
This man did. I've just discovered something else. Bryce was here at the art gallery this morning. Bought a lot of stuff and ordered it delivered. Not to his home, but to an apartment downtown.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah. Well, I got to be going. Things to attend to. See you soon.
Yes.
Goodbye, Commissioner. Well, Lamont, are you going to stand there all evening staring at that painting?
Hmm? Oh, no. Come on. Let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
Out to the home of the late Norman Bryce.
Aren't you going to ring the bell, Lamont?
Oh, yes. Well, this tragedy ends the story, Margot.
You mean Mrs. Gurner killed herself? Gurner died, and now Bryce.
Exactly. Oh, hello, Cardona.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cranston. And Miss Lane.
Hello, how are you?
Well, come on in. The commissioner's in the dining room making out papers. In this way. Look who's here, Commissioner.
Well, hello, Lamont. Miss Lane.
Hello,
you two
Commissioner.
again, huh? Well, what do you want?
I was interested in Bryce's death, Commissioner.
Just plain case of suicide. A piece of papers to fill out, and then we'll close the case.
The body's been taken away?
Yeah. Want to take a look at the room where it happened?
Oh, yes. Will you come, Margot?
Yes, I'd like to, Lamont.
You're welcome to go in that room.
Well, what do you mean by that, Cardona?
Cardona says he feels as if somebody was watching him in that room.
Really?
Well, there is something about the room. Go on, take a look. Here's the key, Margot.
Thanks.
Right down the hall, that way.
What's the matter? Doesn't the key work? Margot, what is it?
There's someone in there. There is. Somebody's holding the door shut.
Well, how could anyone get in there with the police guarding the house? Here, let me have the key.
Lamont, the door's unlocked. But there's someone inside putting his weight against it.
Here, I'll open it.
You see?
Well, yeah. Wait till I turn on the lights. You may come in now. We're quite alone.
Oh, just the same, there was something holding that door shut.
Margot.
Why, Lamont, look at the flowers. The room's filled with them.
Yes. Yes, so I see. They give off quite a fragrance. Careful, don't touch them.
Why?
All we're permitted to do is look. Uh-huh. That door, the only entrance to the room. Small window and alcove open, but too small for an intruder to crawl through. And these other two windows, yeah, both locked and... Only the door, my dear.
But it closed all by itself. I think Cardona was right. You do feel that there's someone in here. Someone besides ourselves. Lamont, why should there be curtains on that wall? Let's see what's behind them.
All right.
A picture of a lady in black. How horrible. And yet it's beautiful, too.
Margot. It's a painting of Diane Morrow, Mrs. Gurner. Gurner must have painted it.
And I suppose Bryce bought it after Mrs. Gurner's death.
Evidently.
Lamont, it's this painting that gives you the feeling that someone's in this room. Ooh, it's creepy. The eyes seem to be watching you. With that queer half-smile on her face.
Margot, what else do you notice about the canvas?
The background. It's very dim, but it's filled with flowers.
Yes, so it is. But what I meant was this. Here in the lower corner, someone started to slash this canvas with a knife.
Why, yes.
A picture of Diane Morrow in black. I wonder when Gurner painted it. Just before she died? Or just after?
Lamont, what do you mean?
Well...
All right, Miss Lane. Cranston, are you through?
Not quite, Weston. Look, did you notice this picture?
I know. Sort of strange thing, isn't it?
Yes, especially the smile on her face.
Wait. The corpse. Mr. Bryce was smiling. Same sort of a smile.
I see. Commissioner, don't declare Bryce's death a suicide. Because it was murder.
In a moment, we'll return to the chateau. But first, here's a brief little drama that directly concerns you. Listen.
Hello? Hunter Coal Company.
This is Mrs. Smith, 202 Main Street. Will you please send over 10 tons of blue coal immediately?
Well, Mrs. Smith, I'm afraid we can't send you that much right now. How much do you have on hand?
Oh, I don't know, but it's not a very big pile.
Well, we want everyone to have enough coal for immediate needs, you know.
I need 10 tons. Can't you deliver it to me now?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Smith, but the Robinsons next door to you also need coal. And the Joneses down the street are in need of coal, too. Now, we're making a delivery at both places soon. We'll stop at your place, too. But not 10 tons. You realize we must make sure that everyone has some coal in the bin. I know you won't want to deprive your neighbors of heat.
Oh, of course not. I just didn't realize, that's all. Well, do what you can then, will you? I certainly don't want my neighbors to be entirely without coal.
Let's all cooperate. Share and share alike, and we'll all be warm this winter. Now, back to the chateau.
I'm relying on this hunch of yours that it's murder, Cranston. Cardona's rounding up the 3 people who found Bryce dead.
Who are they, Commissioner?
Neighbor named Carter, the gardener, Muller, I think his name is, and the widow. Now, if you get any ideas, Lamont, speak up.
I will.
Tom? Oh, come in, Mr. Carter. Miss Lane, Mr. Carter. How do you do? Cranston.
How do you do, Mr. Carter?
Down, please.
Thank you.
You were with Mrs. Bryce when she found the body, I believe.
Why, she called him in, asked me to come over.
You live nearby?
Next door. I just happened to be standing, talking over the hedge with Mr. Bryce's gardener when she called.
And you both ran to the house?
Yes. Mrs. Bryce said she'd heard something that sounded like a shot from the library.
Did you yourself hear that shot?
No, I can't say that I did.
All right, sir, that'll be all.
Just a moment, Mr. Carter.
Aren't you an actor?
Yes, I am.
Weren't you supposed to play the lead in Bryce's show, which opened Thursday night?
Well,
I read that you were in rehearsal, and then that Bryce had dropped you at the last moment.
Is that true?
I resigned. I wasn't fired.
That's all. You may go. But don't leave town, understand?
But...
that's all.
Very well.
It could be a motive for murder, being fired.
It was a good part, and his successor made a hit.
I see. Tom? Come in, Muller. Where were you, Muller, when Mrs. Bryce called to you?
Why, in the garden, working, sir. And talking to Mr. Carter.
How far is the garden from the house, Mr. Muller?
It's different in different places. The lot is an odd shape. My cottage is at the back.
I see. I've just been sketching a ground plan of the house and gardens. Will you check on it and see if it's right, please?
May I see it, sir?
Yes.
No, that is wrong. It should
Well,
go...
here, take my pencil and correct it, if you will.
Thank you, sir. Now, it goes like this.
Uh-huh.
And,
Did you hear that shot, Muller?
Huh? Oh, the shot. Pardon me, I was absorbed in this drawing, and... No, I heard no shot. But I was some distance off, at this spot in the plan.
I see. Was there any difficulty about opening the library door?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and no. What do you mean?
Well, Mrs. Bryce was in the house when she heard the shot, and she ran to the library, but she couldn't get the door open. And then she came and called to Mr. Carter and me.
Did you and Carter have any trouble opening it?
No, sir.
What time was it when Mrs. Bryce called to you and Carter?
About 4 o'clock. Because I noticed the clock in the library said 5 minutes after 4.
We have a common interest.
A common interest?
Flowers. Those from your garden are magnificent.
Oh, yes. This year the garden was particularly lovely. I don't think there's ever been a time when we've had such beautiful geraniums.
Yes, sir. Geraniums.
They're a common flower, but Mellow grows such beautiful ones.
I see. Mrs. Bryce, how long has Muller been with you?
Since April.
Did Muller and Mr. Bryce get along well?
I doubt if they ever spoke 10 words to each other.
Mr. Bryce was away a good deal?
Yes.
Mrs. Bryce, I understand you've been away on a visit and returned this afternoon. What time did the train get in?
At 2:40.
You came directly home?
Yes, sir.
Now, when did you hear the shot?
Just as I opened the front door.
Mrs. Bryce, Muller told me that you didn't call him until a few minutes after 4 o'clock.
Well, I don't
It will take a taxi about 20 minutes to cover the distance from the station. So if your train arrived at 2:40, you'd be entering the house about 3 o'clock.
Yes, but I...
Why, after hearing the shot, did you wait an hour before you called to Carter?
I wasn't sure it was a shot. I thought it was a door slamming somewhere. I thought my husband was at home.
Oh, so you didn't pay much attention to it then?
No, sir. I decided it was just...
And then about an hour later, you went to the library.
Yes, I found the door was stuck, so I called to Mr. Carter.
Why didn't you call your husband?
I didn't know he was at home.
A moment ago, you said you thought he was home.
Yes, but
Mrs. Bryce, isn't it true that you and your husband have been separated for the past 6 months? Hasn't he been living in an apartment downtown?
Yes, but he does come home occasionally. He comes when I'm not around. He has a picture in the library. He comes to look at it.
A picture?
A painting of a woman. A woman all dressed in black. He used to sit there at his desk sometimes and stare at it for hours. He was in love with it. He was in love with that woman just the same as if she were a real flesh and blood person. That's what caused our quarrel.
Mrs. Bryce, you're nervous and upset, naturally. We'll postpone this talk till some other time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. West.
Well.
Goodbye.
Bye, Mrs. Bryce.
Goodbye.
Hey, what kind of a nitwit does she think I am? You were right, Lamont. It's murder. And she's the one who killed him.
No, Weston. She's telling the truth.
Lamont, Mrs. Bryce is really jealous of that painting. And yet she doesn't know that it's a picture of Diane Morrow.
Miss Lane, Diane Morrow and Albert Gurner, too, are dead.
Yes, the lady in black is dead, Commissioner. But sometimes the dead don't remain in their graves.
I hate this room now. The smell of the flowers. Oh, Norman. Norman, what made you kill yourself? If only the dead could speak to us. Norman. Norman, why did you marry me? And all the time you loved the woman in black. I hate her. Why, the canvas is cut already. Here at the bottom. Why, the frame moves. There's a space behind it. Sort of closet. And what's this? It looks like a gas mask with a tank attached. Who's there? What do you want?
Give that to me.
What are you doing here? Is this gas mask yours?
Give it to me.
I see now. Norman didn't kill himself. He was murdered, this mask. You killed him, didn't you?
I killed him.
Let go of me. What are you doing? Take that away.
What time is it anyway, Lamont?
2 o'clock, Mother.
2 o'clock in the morning. It's a fine hour for a country drive.
You didn't need to come out to Bryce's.
Well, I'm too curious to stay at home and be left out of it. Lamont, this case haunts me. There's something evil about it. That smile on the face of that painting.
Now, what about the smile on Bryce's face? A smiling corpse, Margot. Yes.
A horrible criminal is loose and doing murder. And the murderer may strike again. Oh, here we are. Quiet now. All right. Don't talk. Let's walk on the grass beside the walk. Come along.
Who's there? What do you want?
It's Cranston, Cardona.
Oh, Miss Lane. What in time are you doing here?
Has anything happened?
Perfectly quiet. The actor next door went up to bed at 11. Light in the library a few minutes ago. Mrs. Bryce, I guess.
But didn't you make sure?
She's the only one in the house. Must have been her.
How about Muller, the gardener?
Light's been out in his cottage for a couple of hours. Everything's serene. What was that?
A shot. From the library. Come on in there. Hurry.
It's Mrs. Bryce. Shot to death. Oh, and that smile on her face. It's the same smile as in the painting. Oh, it's horrible.
Suicide again. Hey, look, Mr. Cranston. This gun ain't no new kind. Must be 15 to 20 years old.
Yes, I know. Bryce's gun was at headquarters, so we had to use this one.
What do you mean, he? The woman shot it off.
I don't want to go phone Weston quickly.
Yeah, I'd better.
Mont, what does it mean?
Margot, don't leave the house. I won't be long.
Where are you going?
The shadow has work to do.
Who's there? Who is it? I must have imagined someone knocked. My nerves are playing tricks on me. This won't do. When they come to tell me I've got to be calm, I'll go to bed.
Wait a moment, Albert Gurner.
What? Who spoke? Where are you?
It's no use to try to locate me with your flashlight. I am the shadow.
Huh?
You cannot see me, Gurner.
Why do you call me Gurner? My name is Muller. I work here. I'm the gardener.
Yes, a gardener with a remarkable knowledge of chemistry. You were a chemist, Gurner, as well as a painter, weren't you?
I'm no chemist or painter.
Then why did you slash the picture of the lady in black to pieces?
Mrs. Bryce did that. She was jealous of the lady in black.
How did you know that the picture was slashed, unless you were there?
I won't stay here and...
Get away from that door. No, you don't. Get back.
No. Let me alone. Let me alone.
That face in the picture has haunted you all the years. Albert Gurner, the lady in black, was your wife. You murdered her.
Yes, I am Gurner. But I didn't kill Diane. She committed suicide.
You murdered her with a poisonous gas that you invented. It leaves no trace except a horrible smile on the faces of its victims.
I tell you she shot herself.
No, you shot her, Gurner. Then later, when you and the butler heard the explosion, it was a time bomb you had set. And someplace in this cottage, you have a mask for administering gas. You're very strong. You clasp it to the victim's face. And when they become unconscious, you shoot them and leave a pistol by them. And the murder is called suicide.
But I love Diane. Why would I kill her?
Because you suspected her of being in love with Bryce, her manager. You knew Bryce loved her. And you couldn't be sure of her any longer.
All right. It drove me mad, the uncertainty.
And you killed her.
Yes, I did kill her. Then Bryce saw the picture. I told him once about my experiments. He suspected me. He was going to the police. So I ran away.
Then, as years passed, you wanted to return and kill the man you thought had ruined your life. The man you were jealous of even after Diane Morrow was dead.
Yes. And I did kill him. No one can take that away from me.
But tell me, why did you kill Mrs. Bryce? She had done nothing.
She'd found the mask. I had to kill her.
Well, Gurner, Commissioner Weston will soon be here. You will take the mask and give yourself up to him.
Very well. I'll do as you say. I'll go...
Gurner, wait. Put that down, man. No. Take off that mask. Take it off, I say. He's gone. Dead from the gas. With that same smile on his face.
this table suit you, Margot?
Very nicely, thanks.
All right, Louis. We'll order later. Very good stuff.
Lamont, what I want to know is how you solved this case. Where did you get your first clue?
Why, you gave it to me.
I did?
Yes. You called my attention to the fact that the background of the painting was composed of flowers, of geraniums.
Well?
Well, when Diane Morrow died, her room was filled with geraniums.
Oh, and you thought that those and the geraniums in Bryce's library had some connection?
Precisely. And the ventilation of Bryce's library.
The ventilation?
Yes. It had been worked out so that quite a strong draft swept through the room.
Why, of course. It was the draft that held the door shut.
Yes. And it also caused the door to slam shut so violently that Mrs. Bryce thought it was a shot long after Bryce was dead.
Oh.
And the draft also cleared the room of the gas, which smelled like geraniums.
Well, then the geraniums were there to explain away whatever traces of the gas might be left.
Exactly.
Only, Lamont, how did you know that Muller was really Gerner?
Oh, that was the simplest part of the case. He helped draw a map of the house and gardens, and he used the same queer, hook-shaped strokes that identify Gerner's work anywhere.
Oh, here you are.
Oh, hello, Commissioner.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Well, there's no hurry. We've loads of time.
Certainly. We're merely going to drop in at the Pan American Art Exhibit this evening.
The art exhibit? Pictures? Oh, why don't you take up something practical?
You know, folks, there are 3 ways in which you can help yourself and help him. First, don't order more than enough coal to keep your home comfortably warm for 60 days in advance. Second, don't waste heat. Don't waste coal. Ask your blue coal dealer for the free John Barclay firing chart. This will give you many valuable hints on correct firing methods and how to save money on fuel bills. The third way you can help your dealer is to accept delivery of the available home sizes he recommends. You see, friends, tests have proven that any of the home sizes, egg, stove, chestnut, or pea, may often be interchanged with perfectly good results. In fact, it's a good plan to always order 1 ton of pea coal to 3 of your regular size and use the more economic pea coal for banking. This holds down the fire, helps save coal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll cooperate with your blue coal dealer in these 3 ways, I'm sure you'll have enough coal to keep your home healthfully and comfortably warm all this winter. And so will your neighbors. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Dinah. I'm glad you called. I'll have to have a rain check, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some boy I know just figured out a way to make a fortune, and I've got to prove to him that sometimes $1 million isn't worth shooting for.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Miracle Whip, to join the Falcon in tonight's thrilling adventure as he solves the case of the Proud Papa. Before the Falcon solves tonight's case, let's listen to this. Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the Proud Papa. It's Wednesday evening in New York, and in a small hotel room on Manhattan's west side, a brunette named Rita Jordan quenches her thirst. And when Rita hears a knock on the door, she hurriedly hides the bottle, proving conclusively it doesn't contain soda pop.
Who is it?
Me.
Just a second, Leo. Hello, darling.
What were you doing that took you...
Aren't you going to kiss me?
Cut it out, Rita. You smell like a saloon.
Well, that's a nice thing to say.
I told you to lay off the stuff.
Honestly, Leo, I haven't had a drink
Who are
and
you
I don't...
kidding? Where's the bottle?
I told you I
Where
haven't
is it, Rita?
Ow! Ow!
Well,
In the bureau drawer.
that one?
Please, sweetheart. You've got to understand I'm sick. If I don't have a drink, what are you doing?
You don't have a garbage disposal unit in this
No,
joint.
Leo, don't! Why did you do that?
Because I can't trust you.
Mug, hypocrite. I hate you. I hate you.
You know you don't really mean that.
Ow!
You're crazy about me, aren't you? Hmm? Everything's going to work out real fine.
Just can't go on like this, Leo. I can't.
Well, you don't have to. You think I enjoy seeing my wife live in a crummy dive like this? Don't you think I got a heart? That's why I lined up Ernie Moore.
Ernie
Yeah. How you doing in that department?
says he's in love with me.
Well, that's wonderful.
You think it's wonderful he wants to divorce his wife and marry me?
Sure. That shows you're doing a fine job. But that's only half of it.
Well, I can't do the rest.
Now, look, Rita. You're going to go through with it, or I'm through with you. Now, make up your mind. Well?
I'll get the money from Ernie
You got a date with him tonight?
in an hour.
Good.
Listen, Leo, couldn't I have just one small drink?
No.
Just to give me a little...
I said no, Rita. But you do the job right, and I'll buy you a case. Now, go wash your face, baby. We want you to look real pretty for the boy. Oui, monsieur?
Oh, I'm looking for... Well, there she is.
Hello, Ernie.
How are you, Rita? Been waiting long?
Seemed like years. Hope you don't mind my ordering.
Of course not.
Look, that's stupid of me. I went and finished your drink, too. Waiter,
Oui, madame.
I think we better go round again.
Very good, madame.
What's the matter, Ernie? You look unhappy.
Look, I don't want to heckle Rita, but don't you think you're drinking too much?
Are you going to start lecturing me, too?
Well, I only...
Why can't a girl take a drink without a sermon?
It's all right, darling.
No, it isn't all right, darling. Just because I like to feel good, somebody think I was committing a murder or something.
I'm sorry, Rita.
No. It's my fault, Ernie. I'm sick. But you're responsible.
I am?
Darling, can't you see I'm crazy about you?
Well, you know how I feel about you.
Yes, you say it, but you mean it.
Well, let me prove it to you.
You mean by getting a divorce?
Yes, I'll speak to Janet tonight.
No.
Why not?
No, because no solution to the problem. You work for a father, don't you?
Yeah?
Well, how long do you think your job would last if you and Janet busted
Well,
up?
I don't care.
Well, I do care. No, we've got to use our heads, sweetheart. If you just had a little money put away...
Well, it's no use talking. I haven't.
Well, why don't you get it from Janet's father?
Are you crazy?
Listen, I heard someplace Paul Victor's one of the biggest loan sharks in
Well,
New York.
what's that got to
Well,
do...
it stands to reason a man like him would keep a lot of cash in the office.
Rita, are you suggesting...
Yeah.
Well, you're crazy. He'd kill me.
Oh, don't talk like a child, Janice. It's pride and joy. You told me so yourself.
Well, sure, but...
There are no buts about it. Victor'd never do anything to hurt her, and she's in love with you.
What if I left
Look,
her?
Ernie, I know women. A girl like Jenna will do anything to protect her man. How much cash does Victor generally have around the office?
Well, it varies.
Yeah, but generally.
It runs around $75,000.
Well, just think how far we could run with that. Now, what do you say, darling? Am I worth the gamble?
Well, sure, but...
There we go with the buts again. Well, when you make up your mind, give me a call. I can't promise I'll wait too long.
Yes?
Mr. Waring?
That's right.
The Falcon?
Right again. Do I know you?
You should. My name is Paul Victor. I spoke to you on the phone yesterday.
Oh, yes. Come in. Won't you sit down?
What's the trouble? Don't you think I can take it standing?
I don't know what gave you the idea I had anything unpleasant to report.
But you have.
Yeah, generally I don't handle this kind of matter.
Well, I'm glad you made an exception in my case.
I only did because you seemed so concerned about your daughter. And as you suspected, your son-in-law has been running around with a girl named Rita Jordan. She's married to a petty larceny thief named Leo.
I don't believe you.
You don't believe what? That he's a petty larceny thief or that Ernie's been playing around?
Neither.
I don't understand you, Victor. You asked me to do some research on your son-in-law. Obviously, you were suspicious.
I was nothing of the kind. I was merely interested in seeing how you private detectives operate. And you were supposed to be the best. Now, I'm not so sure. What do I owe you?
Oh, I'll settle for an explanation.
I'm afraid you won't get it. You better take my check, Mr. Waring. You'll find it much more satisfactory. $41 right, 23 left, 17 right, 93 left. Where did I put that briefcase? It's on top of the safe. Oh, Victor. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you, Ernie, but I had no idea.
Now, listen, Victor, I know what you think.
Well, what could I possibly think? After all, what could be more natural than to find my son-in-law at my safe? Of course, someone with an evil mind would say, what is he doing there after office hours and with a gun, no less? But that would never occur to me. So, suppose you put the money back.
No.
Put it back, Ernie, and I won't say a word to Janet.
I don't care what you say to her. Now, just get out of my way.
Now, don't be a fool, Ernie. Are you going to... Let go. I told you to let go.
No! Victor, I didn't mean it. Honest, I didn't. Victor!
It's all right, Ernie.
What?
You can turn on the light. I'm not asleep.
I'm sorry, Janet, but you see...
Don't bother lying. I got a call from Papa.
Got a call from your father?
Yes.
When?
10 minutes ago.
Then he isn't...
Dead? No. You hit him in the shoulder. Why did you do it, Ernie?
Look, Janet, don't ask me any questions.
I don't have to. I know it's her fault.
Her fault?
That Rita Jordan.
What?
Don't you see what she's doing to you? She's no good, Ernie.
Who told you about her?
Papa had her investigated by Mike Waring. She and her husband are just using her.
You're lying. She's not married.
Jordan's her husband's name. Leo Jordan. He's a petty larceny thief.
You're crazy.
I swear it's the truth. Oh, darling, I don't care what you've done, but don't let this woman make a fool of you. Papa promised he wouldn't say a word to the police. You'll return the money.
No.
But... Oh, Ernie, listen to me. If this woman was any good, I'd let you go, but she's rotten.
Shut up. You're jealous, that's all. You have to make up lies. Well, that won't help you one bit. You and your father can do what you want. Because I'm going to do what I want, beginning right now.
That clock right, Rita?
No, it's 15 minutes past.
Well, I better beat it just the
No,
same.
don't go, Leo. Don't leave me alone.
What, are you crazy? You better douse yourself with some of that taboo. Your boyfriend will be here any minute.
My boyfriend. How can you say
Now, look, girl, don't go temperamental on me now. I'll be waiting downstairs in the lobby. When I see the schmo come in, I'll call you on the house phone. As soon as he forks over the dough, send him out for a couple of minutes.
What'll I tell him?
What'll you tell him? Tell him you got a headache. Tell him you need aspirin.
That's a good excuse.
Ernie!
Who is he, Rita?
Leo.
I'm,
He's,
her cousin.
Yes, Leo, this is Ernie Moore.
Well, I've heard a lot about you, fella. Rita's done nothing but talk about you all night. Well, I guess you lovebirds
Just a minute,
will,
Jordan. You must think I'm pretty stupid.
How's that?
You're a husband.
No, Ernie, honest.
Don't make me laugh. I heard you two talking.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Ernie. Don't you know eavesdroppers never hear anything good about themselves?
Played me for a sucker.
That's right. What are you going to do about
Honey,
it?
you just wait and see.
Oh, he's a mean one, isn't he?
No, Leo! Darling, please! Leo, please, no more!
Keep out of this, Rita. We're just having fun. Ernie's getting a kick out of this, too, aren't you, fella?
Hello?
Is this Miss Rita Jordan?
Yes?
Well, this is a desk clerk. I've been trying to reach you for the past half hour.
Why, what is it?
I hate to bother you, Miss Jordan, but the party in 209 has been complaining of a disturbance.
I haven't made any noise.
Well, he claims he heard someone yelling.
Well, he's mistaken. There's been absolutely nobody here. But...
Miss Jordan! Miss Jordan!
Hiya, Mike. How goes it?
Oh, I can't complain, Ed. Hey, like that new sign you got out in front, Ed Hurley's Luncheonette. Big red light.
Well, Mike, when you're in business, it pays to advertise.
Well, not my business.
Oh, say, that reminds me. There was a fella dropped in here looking for you.
Who?
I think he said his name was Paul Victor.
That's funny. Where'd he go?
Said he'd be back in a couple of minutes. What'll you have to eat?
Oh, hamburger, coffee, and...
And a salad.
Salad? I didn't know I wanted one.
Well, that's just it, Mike. A lot of men like you, who are always in a hurry, never eating at regular hours, quite often forget to order salad.
Uh-huh.
You enjoy salads, you know they're good for you, but you're just not in the habit of eating them regularly. What you really need is a wife to cook for you. Married men eat salads all the time.
Other than the wives must earn the living.
How come?
Because hubby's home eating salads all the time.
Now, look, when I saw you coming in, I put this combination salad on your table. Now, just taste it.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Hey, that's good. That's really good, Ed.
You know why it's good, Mike?
What do you think I am, a detective?
Seriously, Mike, it's the salad dressing that makes those vegetables so good. It's Miracle Whip. I use it on all my salads now.
You mean vegetables are vegetables, but when you put Miracle Whip on them, they taste even better?
That's right, Mike, because there's no other salad dressing like Miracle Whip. It's the one and only. Didn't you notice that flavor of Miracle Whip? It's not too sharp or too mild, but just exactly right. Doggone good stuff.
Ed, let me tell you something you may not know. Ever since I was a kid, I've been eating Miracle Whip on my salad. In fact, I've got two favorite dishes. One of them is Miracle Whip on salad.
Oh, what's the other?
That blonde you told me was last week.
Oh, am I interrupting?
Oh, well, if it isn't Mr. Victor.
I'll leave you two alone now.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. Well, I understand you've been looking for me, Mr. Victor.
Yes, I have.
Sit down.
Thank you.
What happened to your arm?
My arm?
Well, you weren't wearing it in a sling the last time we met.
Well, it's a long, dull story.
Well, I'll take your word for it. What's on your mind?
Have you seen this?
Inspector Brunette slain in hotel room. Rita Jordan, age 29. Rita Jordan?
Yes, they're holding my daughter for the murder.
Your daughter?
Mrs. Janet Moore. You know, you checked her husband for me.
Yes, so I did.
Well, now I'd like you to work for her.
And, of course, she's innocent.
Well, of course. How could Janet have killed Rita when I did?
What'd you say?
I seem to have surprised you, Mr. Waring. Perhaps you can do as much for the police. Shall we go?
Well, if it isn't the one and only Mike Waring, the Falcon.
Well, that's $5 I owe myself. I knew you were going to say that, Corbett.
Yeah, far be it for me to disappoint you.
You know, Mr. Victor, Sergeant Corbett, homicide.
Oh, sure. My brother-in-law is one of his best customers. Says he'd rather borrow money from Victor than a bank.
Well, please thank him for me.
I'll be glad to. Well, what's the matter with your arm?
That's another story.
Well, why not tell it now? I haven't heard a good one in years.
You must be hanging around with a dull crowd.
Now, Mike, that's no way to talk about yourself.
Whatever happened to the typical dumb cop we used to hear about?
They've all gone into television. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm working for Janet Moore.
Janet Moore?
The girl you're holding for the Rita Jordan kill.
Her husband hired you?
No, Mr. Victor here did. He's her father.
Well, if you're working for it, stands to reason she's innocent.
But of course.
You won't think me bold if I ask who did kill Rita Jordan.
I did.
What?
And I don't regret it. She was destroying my daughter's happiness.
Well, that's very noble of you, Victor.
I tell you, I killed her, Sergeant.
What'd you do with the knife?
The knife?
You certainly didn't slit her throat with one of Mike's sharp jokes.
I disposed of it in the customary fashion.
And what is the customary fashion?
I threw it down a sewer.
Oh, what do you say, Sergeant?
I say you better get yourself another confession.
Why?
Well, there are a couple of things wrong with Victor's. First of all, we have a signed confession from his daughter.
Oh, yes, she made it to protect me.
Let me see that.
I can assure you it's in perfect order.
I tell you, I killed this Jordan woman.
Not with a knife, you didn't. According to this, Rita was shot to death.
Yeah. Well, it's been nice seeing you, Mike. Drop in again when you get another confession. I just love hearing them.
Yes?
I'm looking for Ernie Moore.
Oh, I'm sorry, mister. I'm very busy.
Well, this won't take long.
You better get out of here.
Now, relax, Ernie. My name is Mike Waring.
Look, I don't care if... Did you say Waring?
I must have.
You're working for my wife.
That's right.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Waring. I was just on my way to your place.
I don't think you would have found me there.
My wife didn't kill Rita, Mr. Waring.
She signed a confession.
She did it to shield me.
You need it?
Yes, I killed her.
Come again, please.
I killed her, Waring. I was out of my mind about her. You know, she wasn't particularly beautiful or smart, and she drank like a fish. But when I got near her, I just couldn't think straight. And all the while, she was just using me.
How?
She got me to steal from my father-in-law. He caught me.
Is that how Victor was shot?
Yes. I must have been crazy. Then when I went over to see Rita, her husband was there.
And?
Can't you see what happened? Look at my face.
Yes, I've been admiring it since I walked in. Go on.
There's nothing more to tell. When I came to, Jordan was gone. Apparently he hadn't searched me because I still had the gun I used on my father-in-law.
And you used it on Rita?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Isn't it funny how you can love somebody 1 minute and hate them the next?
Yes, the funniest thing in the world.
Janet is worth $1 million of her. And I was so stupid I was ready to give her up. Look what she's trying to do for me now.
Yeah, sure. You still got the gun?
Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think this ought to do it. All right, Ernie, let's go.
Oh, no, don't tell me you're back again.
All right, Sergeant, I won't tell you. You know him?
Yeah, sure. How are you, Mr. Moore?
Fine.
Well, what's on your collective mind?
Break it to him gently, Ernie.
My wife didn't kill Rita, Sergeant.
I know. It was her father. We've been all through that.
No, you're wrong. I killed her.
You what? Look, Mike, is this another one of your gags?
Oh, don't talk like a chump. Show him the gun, Ernie.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you know? So this is the murder weapon.
He potted Victor with it, too.
Funny, it doesn't seem to have been fired lately.
Well, he explained that to me. He cleaned it before he put it away.
Well, there's one thing I'd like Mr. Moore to explain. This is a .32 Colt automatic. So, Rita was killed with a German Luger.
She what?
You heard me. But just so it shouldn't be a total waste, here's the gun back. Maybe you'd like to use it on yourself.
All right, take it easy. I'm coming. Well, will you look who's here?
I guess you remember me, Jordan.
Sure, it's Moore, isn't it? Ernie Moore.
Yeah.
Well, what's on your mind?
Your wife's murder.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it, too. I don't know how I'm going to get along with that, Rita. The old homestead won't seem the same without all those empty bottles.
Police claim my wife killed her.
Yeah, I heard it on the radio. I understand she made a confession.
She didn't do it, Jordan. She confessed to protect me.
Well, that was real nice of her, wasn't it? But that's a woman for you. Now, you even take Rita. Huh. Yeah, you tried that, didn't you? You'd be surprised how she'd knock herself out for me. Now, some people might think I was just a big, overgrown slob, but to Rita, I was the greatest thing since the Martini.
You killed her.
Now, you don't know what you're saying, Ernie.
Yes, I do. You're going with me to see Mike Waring.
Why would I want to see him?
Tell him the whole story.
Obviously, you're a boy who doesn't learn from experience.
You think so?
Well, you forgot the lesson I taught you. It's lucky for you that I'm a patient man. So I don't mind teaching you again. Come here, Ernie. Time to call the class to order.
Hey, taxi! Taxi!
I give you a lift, fella?
Oh, I wouldn't want to trouble you.
No trouble at all, Mr. Waring.
You seem to know me.
Well, the Falcon's a famous New York landmark, like the public library.
That's pretty good. I wish I...
Come back here.
Wouldn't be a gun in your pocket.
Wouldn't it?
I guess it would.
Get in.
Want me to sit on your friend's lap?
Move over, Al. Any more excuses?
Wish I could think of a couple.
Maybe you do better inside. All right, Al. Find us some nice, quiet spot where we can talk.
My, no hydromatic?
Oh, Al isn't fussy when he steals a car.
Oh, you're Leo Jordan, aren't you?
Who told you that?
Recognized you from your description. Awfully sorry to hear about your wife.
Thanks.
Got any ideas who killed her?
No, but I understand you have.
Where do you understand that from?
Ernie Moore.
Oh.
Ernie says you're fixing to pin the rap on me.
Well, I hadn't considered it before.
But now that you have...
I think it's a great idea.
So you were going to frame me, hmm?
I don't think you need one, Leo. I'm sure a little investigation will uncover enough evidence to send you to the chair.
And if you don't turn up anything, you'll manufacture it.
You really know me, don't you?
I know plenty like you. Let me give you a little tip, Waring. Keep out of my hair.
And if I don't?
Then you gotta expect me to get into yours.
Oh.
Well, it looks like Mike got into a little trouble that time. But I suppose the life of a detective is no picnic. Me, I prefer my job because I like picnics. I like them especially when we bring along a salad that's topped with delicious Miracle Whip.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's different, a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise. So it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 2 hours have passed since Mike Waring learned that you can increase your height by either wearing elevator shoes or getting a rap on the noggin. Now, as Mike comes to.
Ooh, this is a peachy one, Mike. You ought to get a big rise out of this one.
Oh, where am I?
Near the Bronx Zoo.
Oh.
Somebody must have dropped you off head first. And when I heard about it, naturally, I dashed down.
Sure, thanks.
Oh, don't thank me, Mike. This sort of thing doesn't happen often enough to suit me. Well, who did it this time?
Leo Jordan.
Rita's husband?
Yes.
Why?
He thought I was trying to frame him for a murder.
Were you?
Yeah, sure. That's the way I operate. Look, Janet didn't kill Rita Jordan.
Oh, don't tell me you got another confession. I couldn't stand that.
Well, Mrs. Moore is innocent.
Well, then who done it?
I don't know. Let's get all our suspects together and we'll play blind man's buff.
And if that doesn't work?
Well, I can always take Jordan's idea and frame somebody. Oh. Hand me my head and let's go.
Ernie.
Hello, Janet.
Oh, Ernie, what have they done to you?
Nothing, honey.
Oh, you poor darling.
Janet, come here. You're to have nothing to do with him.
Oh, Papa, please.
No, he's right, baby. I've given you enough trouble already.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
Janet.
Leave her alone, Victor. This is a very touching
Keep
thing.
out of this, Jordan.
I wish I could. But a fellow named Waring insisted on my being here.
Someone mentioned my name?
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Leo. Been here long?
Too long.
Good. All right, Victor. Sorry we had to do this.
Oh, well, that's perfectly all right.
Well, I knew you'd take it like the grand trooper you are. Well, Mrs. Moore and gentlemen, not to keep you in suspense, we are gathered here tonight to determine who killed Rita Jordan. Now, this case was complicated by one thing. We had 3 confessions, which is 2 over par.
So obviously someone was lying.
Well, it wasn't me, and if you try framing
Oh, we
me...
don't have to do that, Jordan. You're no problem at all. You're the only one in our little cast who didn't confess.
So?
So obviously you didn't kill Rita.
Now, look, Waring.
No, I'm sure of it, Ernie. He has no motive. If he wanted to get rid of his wife, all he had to do was walk off.
Well, Janet didn't kill her.
Yes, I did.
I don't believe it.
Well, you shouldn't, especially when you know the truth.
Are you insinuating...
Yes, I am. You killed Rita Jordan.
Now, listen, you...
Now, don't complain, Ernie. I especially staged this little scene down here in jail so you wouldn't have to do any more traveling. Now, try and show a little appreciation.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah?
There's something I wanted to ask you.
Fire away, Sergeant.
Say that sometime when I got my service revolver handy.
What's bothering you, little man?
Well, I can see why Ernie killed Rita.
Can you?
Yeah, like he said, he hated her.
Like he said.
But what gets me is why he confessed.
Well, that was a smart move, Sergeant. Ernie knew sooner or later we'd get around to him, so he beat us to the punch and offered himself as a sacrifice. But you notice he gave himself an out.
Oh, you mean the business of the gun?
Yeah. He disposed of the Luger he used on Rita and got the Colt automatic. He knew the minute you saw it, you'd be positive he was innocent.
Well, I was.
Yeah, sure. And once you gave him a clean bill of health, you would probably never bother him again. You'd think here was a man who was just trying to protect his wife.
But you saw all through his dark, nefarious plot.
Well, isn't that what you'd expect of me?
Oh, of course. After all, aren't you the one and only Falcon? But here's something you wouldn't expect of me.
What's that, Sergeant?
We've been coming to Ed's Luncheonette every week for years.
Mm-hmm.
And always, you grab the checks.
But tonight's
different. Tonight, I'm going to pay my own.
June is an important month in the dairy industry. Not only is it Dairy Month, when we salute all the men and women who work to supply America with the finest dairy products in the world, but this June also marks the 100th birthday of the cheese industry. Yes, it was just 100 years ago that the first commercial cheese factory in this country was built. And this June is a very important month to your friend, your independent retail grocer. Because next week in Chicago, the National Association of Retail Grocers will present for the first time an international food and fixtures exposition along with their 52nd annual convention. Congratulations, Grocers of America. The Case of the Sweet Swindle. The Case of the Sweet Swindle. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that those people who think they can get away with murder are in for the shock of their lives. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Chuck Webster as Sergeant Corbett. This is Ed Hurley, speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Laugh with Groucho. He's next on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, how did it go?
It was the end, Effie, but the end.
Oh, Sam, not another one of those society things.
Depends on what you mean by society.
Well, you know, Sam, cafe society. Cocktails for two, hands across the table. Make it another old-fashioned, please.
Let's not lose our head, Effie. Nothing but double martinis, very dry, with 2 olives, sweetheart.
2 olives? Oh, Sam, isn't that overdoing it?
It was all overdone, sweetheart. That's what cracked it. Now, stay right where you are. I'll be right down to mix up my report on the dry martini caper. Get it?
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. August is always a great vacation month, and for those of you planning to take your vacation soon, let me suggest that when you're packing, be sure you include a bottle and a handy tube of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. For no matter where you go, you can always depend on Wild Root Cream Oil to groom your hair neatly and naturally, relieve dryness, and remove loose dandruff. Yes, you can take it with you on your vacation, and you should. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
You look sober as an owl.
Wise as an owl, sober as a judge, F.
Oh. Well, the way you talked on the phone, I thought you drowned the shamrock, kissed the Black Betty, spliced the main brace, decorated the mahogany, made a Dutch bargain, or, in a word, gone to give a Chinaman a music lesson.
Effie, I wish you'd spend more time with Harper's Bazaar while I'm gone and less with the thesaurus of slang.
Ah.
Didn't know I could say that. Are you sober?
Well, I've been riding the choo-choo, drinking Adam's ale. And if you don't believe it, just ask me to walk a chalk.
Okay, heelsy-toesy, arms akimbo, eyes glazed.
Yes, Sam.
Now then, tip of the forefinger to the tip of the nose.
Oh, Sam, it makes me dizzy.
Dizzy Gillespie?
Dizzy go, oh, Sam.
Exactly. And you are not sewn up, shagged, shellacked, shickered, stuccoed, tap-shackled, stiffo, or real crazy.
Well, you know best, Sam.
Good. Now try this one.
Yes, Prez.
Sitting posture, limbs cruciform.
What?
Cheesecake style.
Oh, Sam.
That's it. Now place the notebook. Just a little higher. Good. Now apply the tip of the pencil to the top of the fool's cap and proceed viz.
Viz.
Date. August 1st, 1948. To Mrs. Netta Martini, 1000 Marina Boulevard, San Francisco. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, Dear Netta. The first I knew of the caper was day before yesterday morning when I saw your husband's picture in the paper. It was one of those lovingly retouched executive-type photographs of a man in his late 40s or early 50s, graying at the temples and wearing an embalmed man of distinction look. The story was headlined, Corporation Head Waylaid by Mysterious Assailant. Chauffeur foils would-be kidnappers at offices of Martini Trading Company. The item under it wasn't as thrilling as the headline. Sounded as if he'd been knocked down for his wallet and the attempted kidnapping had been dreamed up by a bored city news reporter. I tossed it into the wastebasket along with my morning mail and went back to the Police Gazette. On page 3, the phone rang. Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Mr. Spade?
One moment. Who's calling?
Gordon Martini.
Not Gordon Martini, the corporation head, waylaid by mysterious assailant.
Chairman of the board, and there's nothing mysterious about it.
Then what are you doing on this phone?
I can't talk on the phone.
Where are you? In a hospital?
I left that pest house this morning. I'm at my residence, 1000 Marina Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
It will take you exactly 20 minutes by cab. You will meet me in front of the building, and we'll have our conference in my car en route to the office.
Where's your office?
Downtown Post Street.
Oh, why don't I meet you there?
I'm a busy man, have a full calendar. I'm already late due to all that hospital red tape. But I can fit you into my schedule if you'll hurry. Now, look alive, man.
Well, it's a little early in the morning, but I'm trying hard.
Good. What will you want for a retainer?
I'll let you know if I decide to take the job.
Fair enough. 20 minutes. I'll expect you.
I should have looked more alive. It took me 2 minutes to get out of the street, 1 minute to flag down a cab, and 18 minutes to reach your address, Netta. A total of 21 minutes. As my taxi drew up to the curb in front of the canopied entrance to the corner apartment house at 1000 Marina, I saw your husband pacing indignantly up and down in front of the entrance, pausing only to glare at the outsized chronometer on his left wrist. His gray Homburg was perched atop an outsized turban of gauze bandage that decorated his head.
You're Spade. You're exactly 1 minute and 22 seconds late.
Hours are made of minutes, minutes are made of seconds. In killing this seemingly negligible interval of time, you have wounded an hour.
Oh, I have? Well, I'm sorry. The traffic's pretty heavy out here this hour of the morning, you know.
You should have started a minute and 22 seconds earlier.
I'm sorry there was a bore on the telephone, kept talking about how valuable his time was.
Yeah, well, don't apologize. Only waste more time. Now, here's your check, $100. My car's just around the corner. I paid that chauffeur a large salary. We mustn't keep him waiting. In the meantime, you may as well start earning your fee.
I've been earning it for the past 22 minutes and 22 seconds.
Wait. Uh-huh. I suspected as much. Do you drive a car?
Yeah, you mean one man drives all that?
I see him, that rascally chauffeur of mine. Asleep in the back seat. All right, come out of there, you.
Hey, watch! I was behind him and a little to the right. The shock of the rapid-fire 30-caliber slugs lifted him off his feet and knocked him against me. I went down under his 300 pounds of dead weight. By the time I rolled him off of me and got up, the gunman had jumped out of the limousine and into a gray sedan that was double parked alongside. In the welter of traffic on the boulevard, I didn't dare risk throwing a shot after him, but I did get the first 3 numbers of the license plate before it buried itself in the heavy stream of AM commuters. That's when the air changed from exhaust fumes to something out of a Persian garden. I turned and looked for the first time into your Nile green eyes, Netta, and saw you twisting a handkerchief in your pale hands I might have loved beside the Shalimar, but on Marina Boulevard they looked like hysterics dead ahead.
Who did it? You saw him. Don't lie to me. Why don't they come with the ambulance? Why are all those people standing around there staring at me? Make them go away.
Calm down.
Make them go away. I can't stand it.
No, stop it, will you? That's better. Now, come on over here. Who are you, his wife?
Yes, and it was all my fault. This is the end. I called Ernie out the window and asked him to come upstairs. I wanted him to return some lingerie. They sent the wrong color, peach.
Yeah. Who's Ernie?
He's our chauffeur. I was looking for the exchange slip when we heard the shots. Is he dead this time?
Yeah, they'll go to pieces.
Poor Gordon, he had so many enemies. He didn't drink well, you know. People dropped us like flies.
Well, they certainly dropped your husband.
Are you a policeman?
No, but I'll do until the real thing comes along, which is right now. If I were you, lady, I'd go back upstairs and relax. They'll get to you soon enough.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Poor Gordon, he looks so natural stretched out on the pavement.
Yeah.
I keep thinking he'll get up and stagger on into the elevator. He didn't drink at all well.
Go on, will you?
All right, I'm going. Oh, Ernie, where did you go?
Down at the garage. I heard a car driving. Poor Mr. Martini. It's all my fault.
No, Ernie, it's mine if I only hadn't mislaid that exchange slip.
What?
You know, when I called you out the window to come and get that package.
Oh, that.
What do we got here? Who's the witness?
Me.
Oh, Spade. Lost another client, huh?
Not quite. I hadn't cashed the check yet.
Well, they got him anyway. All right, clear a space in there. Let him through with that stretcher. Step over here out of the crowd, Sam. I want to get that statement.
Yeah. Okay, Gary, take it down.
Got a pencil?
Yeah, and I want it back.
Let's have it.
This guy is Gordon Martini.
Mm-hmm.
He headed up a local firm, the Martini Trading Company.
Yeah.
Last night he was working late at his office. Got boinged.
All right.
Phoned me this morning. Didn't know why. Thought maybe he wanted a bodyguard. Anyway, he needed one.
Mm-hmm.
Gunman was crouched in the back seat of the limousine, shoved the carbine out when Martini opened the door.
Carbine, huh?
Didn't get a good look at him. You could see why, the way it's closed in. No side windows.
Foreign car, isn't it?
Stop drooling. You can't afford one. You getting all this?
What about the getaway?
Martini fell on top of me. I saw the getaway car on the back of his head.
Yeah.
The car was a gray sedan. The back of his head was a standard make, too. Only got the first 3 digits of license plate, 5D9.
5D9. Anything else?
Yeah, give me back my pencil. The homicide boys want some help. They know my fee.
Mr. Spade.
This is Martini. Why aren't you and Ernie upstairs getting your alibis shaped up?
Oh, please, I can't face the questions just yet. Would it be legal if I just avoided them till I can collect myself?
I don't know about legal, but it might be smart.
Where can we talk?
What do you suggest?
Well, there's a little cocktail lounge up on Lombard where Ernie and I all... it's just around the corner.
Very handy. Let's go.
Against my mother's advice, I should have listened, but, well, that's why I married Mr. Martini.
Well, that brings us up to 1943, and it's only 11:45.
You're just like him, always holding a stopwatch over my head.
Always?
Well, he drank, you know.
You told me that.
But it's much more important than you think. He often fell down and bumped his head.
You mean that mysterious assailant that waylaid him last night in his office was a double martini?
2 pitchers full before dinner.
2?
Ernie had to carry him up to his office.
Well, what did he go up there for?
Oh, he had an appointment with the vice president of the firm, Mr. Nesbitt. Something had come up, and he wanted Gordon to sign some papers. I don't know what. It wasn't the first time. I waited outside in the car. After Ernie had taken him upstairs, he came back to the car, and we talked.
Ernie has alibis upstairs, downstairs, and all around the house.
Well, then when the others came out and Gordon didn't, Ernie went upstairs to see why.
Others? Mr. Nesbitt and who else?
Mary Callahan.
Secretary?
No, she's an attorney. And if you think everything was legal between those two, well, but after all, who am I to call the kettle black?
Now, what are you trying to tell me? That you got him drunk so they could make him sign some papers? That he got himself drunk so he couldn't write his name? Or that he just got drunk and fell down?
Between you and me, I think she pushed him down a flight of stairs. In his condition, he'd never remember.
Why are you putting the finger on the Callahan dame?
Well, what would you think? She was the last one out of the building.
Why didn't you want to tell all this to the police?
Well, I didn't want to talk about his drinking. Things were bad enough already. That would have been the end.
Well, that's as good an answer as any. What do you want me to do for you?
Prove that she did it and Ernie didn't.
I'll let you take care of Bernie.
Oh, no. I don't want to alibi him unless I have to. He might get the wrong idea.
You mean I've got the wrong idea?
He might think it meant I still care for him, and I don't. I can't stand him anymore. The way he chews those toothpicks. And besides, if his alibi is too good, I might have trouble about that carbine in the backseat of my car.
Pardon me. It sounded as if you said you might have trouble about a carbine in the backseat of your car.
That's what I said.
Where is your car?
In the garage. But somebody had it out this morning. They scraped the fender coming back in, and they ran into the wall. They must have been in an awful hurry.
Tell me, this car of yours, it wouldn't be a gray sedan?
Yes.
License number?
Oh, wait a minute. It's on my key ring. Here, 5D90...
That's enough. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, I couldn't get up the nerve. After I heard you tell that policeman the gun that killed Gordon was a carbine, and the gray sedan and all that, well, it's the end.
I hoped you were right, but I didn't think so. When I went to look at the gray sedan in your garage, I knew you were wrong, dead wrong. It was the getaway car, all right, and the carbine, as you know, was proven later to be the one that killed your husband. But Ernie had turned into a very poor suspect indeed. He was hugging the carpet between the front and rear seats, and when I nudged him, he didn't move. He'd been shot at closer range than Gordon Martini, and the killer had used only one slug. It was planted in the base of his brain, which made him not only a very poor suspect, but a very dead one.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Dry Martini Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Martini Trading Company, good afternoon. I'm sorry, Mr. Nesbitt is in conference. I'll see that he gets your message. Well, what can I do for you?
I would like to see Miss Callahan.
Miss Callahan is in conference with Mr. Nesbitt.
Good. I would like to see them both.
But I have orders not to disturb them.
You do not have to. I will.
Just a minute. You can't go breaking in like that.
Yes, and I'll tell you something else. He won't ever get away with it. Why, everyone in this town knows about your underworld connection.
Why, you doddering old fool, when I get through with you, if you don't go to the gas chamber for Gordon Martini's murder, you'll wish you
Oh.
had.
If I go to the gas chamber, it'll be for killing you, not Gordon.
Oh, you said it. Oh, why didn't I have witnesses here?
Miss Callahan?
Did you hear that?
You weren't talking loud enough. I didn't hear a thing.
Well, come on in here and I'll tell you a thing or two. Close that door. Now, sit down.
Thanks. I listen better on my feet.
Oh, so you're the detective Netta Martini employed, eh? What's she paying you?
That'll depend on how much I have to do for her.
Well, I'll tell you how much you'll have to do for her. You'll have to make a case against me, and that's not going to be easy.
Why do you think she's out to get you?
Why, indeed. For years, this moth-eaten mouthpiece, this parboiled Portia, has been victimizing poor Gordon, taking advantage of his weakness for drink.
Oh,
Now that she's liquidated him, she appears with 55% of the common stock. Motive enough, eh?
Why, you fraudulent old fool. I simply bought up his debts and threw an attachment on those stocks. Unethical, but perfectly legal.
Look,
Why, you're not even a proper thief. You're nothing but a bumbling old embezzler.
Now, listen
You had
here.
him killed because he was going to call in the auditors to look over those books of yours. The Dean of Double Entry, Mr. Spade.
Look, will you save this for the courtroom scene? Now, you've convinced me. You're both crooked. I'll see that you both go up for something. That's a promise.
Oh, Mr. Spade, I gave you credit for better sense. Do you know that this Medusa of the magistrate's court, this harpy of the Hall of Justice,
What?
tricked him into changing the beneficiary of his insurance the very night she pushed him down the stairs?
And you were all in favor of it when you thought you held the controlling interest in the company. Answer that. You see, Mr. Spade, he can't answer that.
Good. I'm glad one of you is temporarily lost for words. Now, I only want to know one thing, and I want a straight answer. And if either one of you starts off on another speech, I'm going to push you into the nearest cloakroom and lock you in together.
Why, you wouldn't dare.
Try me, sweetheart.
Well, what do you want to know about this Amazon ambulance chaser, this Trilby of the traffic course?
Watch it.
Well, what do you want to know?
About Martini's insurance policy. Now, you say he changed the beneficiary. Please answer in 10 words or less. Who was the beneficiary and who is the beneficiary now?
I'll have to answer that question in two parts. The beneficiary was his wife. He changed it to the Martini Trading Company, a corporation of the state of California.
Thank you, and goodbye, Mary Callahan. And that Netta took the heat off of you for the time being, which made things tough for me. Because Callahan and Nesbitt were so horrible, I never wanted to see them again, even to testify against them in court. I was sure of one thing. None of you had pulled the trigger of that carbine. There'd been a hired killer behind it, and the way he operated, taking crazy chances in broad daylight in a crowded street, told me an important thing about him. That night, I made the rounds of the joints. At a plant called the Bing Room, I found a bouncer who'd tossed out a customer that'd run up a bill and tried to pay it with a $1,000 check. He sent me to the Atlas Hotel. The Atlas Hotel is off of 3rd Street down near the railroad yards. Not even a flea bag. The fleas sickened and died a long time ago. They couldn't take it. And from the look of the guests sprawled out in the mission furniture of the lobby, they wouldn't be able to much longer. A half-dead room clerk came back to the land of the living long enough to mutter a room number and wave me feebly toward a flight of crummy stairs.
Yeah, what do you want?
You, Hack Hartman?
Hey, you got anything for me, huh?
Yeah, I got news for you. Get back in the room. I'll tell you all about it.
Yeah. Well, come on in.
Drop the shiv.
Yeah, I'll drop it. I'll fix you. I'll cut you good. I'll cut you. I'll cut you.
I'm glad you did that. You make it easy for me. Now get over there.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm not feeling so good.
You can feel a lot worse. Who hired you to put the burn on Martini?
You don't get nothing out of me.
Who gave you that check?
Oh, leave me alone.
I got all night, Hack, and I feel better than you do. Now, what did you do with that check? I'll shake it if your teeth come out with it. Come on.
All right. Stop it. I don't feel so good.
Okay. Where?
Pocket. My shirt.
Don't reach. I'll get it. There was a company check, which is what I'd expected. It was for $1,000 drawn on the Golden Gate Trust and Loan. But I wasn't expecting to find the signature on the bottom line. It was signed in a bold, firm hand, Gordon Martini. Who was the penman on this?
He wrote it himself, right in front of me.
What was it supposed to be for?
He wanted I should knock off his brother.
You get mixed up?
Oh, he's dead, ain't he?
That's what I mean. Gordon Martini's dead.
Ah, the papers got it wrong. That was his brother, his twin brother. And that other guy, that chauffeur, kept hanging around the garage so I couldn't get out. I had to burn him, too.
You know what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm making sense. Now get out of here. I'm getting steamed.
Don't let it worry you. I got a nice, cool place all picked out for you. After I turned Hack over to the cops, I did what checking I could on my own at that time of night. As nearly as I could learn, Gordon Martini could never have had a brother, twin or otherwise. He was a first child. His mother died in childbirth, and his father died 1 month later. So I went back to the offices of the Martini Trading Company, glass-keyed my way in, and made a quick frisk of it. There I learned that the signature on the check was indeed Gordon's, but that he had closed out his account at that bank the day he wrote it. I thought about that on the way out to your apartment.
Sam, I've been calling and calling, trying to reach you. I've been so worried. It's the end.
This time you might be right. Fix me a drink.
Well, there's nothing in the house but those prepared martinis Gordon used to drink. Is that all right?
No, but fix me one anyway. Never mind the ice. It's not morning yet, but I hate myself already.
Why don't you just relax and let me get it for you?
I'll relax. You get the martinis.
What happened? What'd you think of Mary Callahan? Isn't she the end?
She's cute. You're all cute.
All of me? How nice. I put ice in anyway. It's nasty without.
It's nasty anyway.
I hope it doesn't make you fall down the way it did poor Gordon.
Thanks.
What? Well, what's the matter? Too dry?
You open this bottle fresh?
Why, yes. What's the matter?
Where are they, the rest of the bottles? Oh, yeah. More of the same. Is this all your husband ever drank?
Yes, gallons of it. It's a special brand. He even took it with him to bars and people's houses. He'd sit and drink them right out of the bottle like a little child. Then he'd be falling down drunk, of course. And that's how we lost so many friends. They dropped us like...
Like flies. Yeah, it was the end.
Who you phoning?
City morgue.
Maxie, Sam Spade.
Sammy, what can I do on you?
On Martini, Maxie. They got around to the autopsy yet?
Yeah, they rushed him through.
Got the report handy?
Right in front of me. Funny thing, Sam. The doc said they should have saved themselves the trouble. He'd have been dead in a week or two without no help.
What from?
Brain tumor. Malignant, it says here.
Any alcohol in him?
None from drinking, Sammy.
What about the head wounds?
Accidental fall due to periodic fainting spells. Part of his condition.
Thanks, Maxie.
Well, what is it, Sam? Were the martinis poison?
No, sweetheart. The martinis were colored water.
Why, they couldn't. Well, what made him get so drunk?
He didn't. He was sick.
But, Sam, who killed him?
Killed himself.
But he couldn't have.
He hired a gunman to do it. He planned his own murder.
But that was... Well, why didn't he leave a note or something? He could have ruined us all.
Come here, sweetheart. Put your little head on Uncle Sam's shoulder.
Why, Sam...
That's, just what he wanted you to do. He wanted to ruin you. He let Mary Callahan fleece him out of his interest in the company. He let Nesbitt juggle the books. He let you go your way with Ernie. He let all three of you fix yourselves up with as nice a set of motives for murder as a jury could ask for.
Oh, he couldn't have...
The real joker was the check he used to pay off the man he hired to kill him. It bounced. It also proved he'd planned his own murder. But he still has his revenge. Because the insurance that would have kept the corporation from going broke won't be paid off on account of the self-liquidating cause.
Oh, Sam, darling, what's going to become of us all?
Well, Callahan and Nesbitt will probably sue each other to death. You might have to go to work and earn a living.
Well, I have $500. I might invest it in something.
You already have. Here's my bill.
But, Sam, you didn't help me. What? This is the end.
No, it isn't, sweetheart. This is the beginning. Come here. Period. End of the end.
Well, if you ask me, you helped her.
Now, F.
Well, that just goes to show you.
Show what, F?
Man's ingratitude to man.
Hmm?
But what did Mr. Martini have against you?
Why, nothing, sweetheart. He, just needed a smart operator like, no, Johnny Madero was on vacation.
Sam.
Hmm?
Have you cashed that check Mr. Martini gave you?
Well, not yet.
Sam, any bartender would know better than to take a check from a man who drinks that much?
F, You haven't been paying attention. He didn't drink. He didn't. I was able to establish that later on. You
Well,
haven't
at
been
the
listening.
time, Sam, for all anybody knew, he was a hopeless drunk. He was, Sam. Oh, you're so wonderful and trusting. But I do wish that you'd understand this. He was a hopeless drunk.
For the last time, Effie, he didn't really drink.
I'll just type this up, Sam, while you call the bank.
I'll do that.
A final reminder, friends. Whether you're going on a long vacation trip or just a weekend to the beach, be sure you've got a bottle and tube of Wild Root Cream Oil tucked away in your suitcase. Do this, and you'll find it's easy and quick to spruce up again after stepping out of the water or off the tennis court. For no matter where or when you use it, Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. So at home and away from home, help yourself to handsome hair with Wild Root Cream Oil. And next time you have a chance, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Sam. I hope it was worth the price of the paper and carbons.
You made carbon copies of that? An unimportant report like that?
Oh, it bounced?
Well, the estate isn't settled yet.
Oh, Sam, you're so wonderful and trusting.
Effie, I am not wonderful and trusting. I am a hard-boiled private eye.
I know. Just a pity there's no money in it.
And I'm also two-fisted.
Sam,
Hmm?
have you ever thought of ceramics?
Of what?
Ceramics. It takes virtually no capital. All you need is a small furnace and some clay. And if you don't have any talent, you can just make ashtrays.
Thanks, I already have one.
Oh, flower pots are fun. You can pot them on a wheel.
And you can pot your hat on and wheel on out of here and also take your furnace and clay.
Oh, I love you when you're so gay and carefree.
I am not gay and carefree.
You are a hard-boiled private eye. Good night, Sam.
Good night, and sue me for your back salary, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Time now for yours truly, Johnny Dollar. The next half hour has its baggage packed to take a trip with America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At insurance investigation, he's just an expert. At making out his expense account, he's an absolute genius.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Frederick Kimball, General Manager, Fine Arts Insurers Incorporated, New York, New York. The following is an accounting of my expenditures in the investigation of the stolen portrait of the Duke of Masson, Or who opened the season on canvasback dukes? Expense account, item 1. $350, plane fare, New York to London. Item 2, $125. Replacement, brand new light tan topcoat, borrowed and not returned by fellow passenger during flight. We had cleared Gander, Newfoundland, and were 4 hours out, flying at 20,000 feet over the Atlantic, with a night in the weather, fighting it out to see which could darken the sky first. Most of the passengers were asleep, but the rough weather was giving the man in the seat beside me a rough time. Although the plane had leveled off, his dinner was still trying to gain altitude. Among other things, he complained of chills, so I slipped out of my topcoat and threw it around his shoulders.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry to be such a bother. I think I'll try a drink of water.
Okay, I'll buzz for the steward.
No, don't bother. She's up forward. Maybe the walk back will do me some good. I'll be right back.
I'll be here. My seatmate had carried his constitutional too far. He stepped out for a breath of fresh air. I didn't think anybody could get sick enough to do that. By the time I got to the back of the ship, the rear seat passengers were milling around the aisle, all of them claiming not to know anything about what had happened. I didn't either. But if my ex-friend hadn't got out of the plane, he'd been pushed. And that posed this tantalizing question. If he'd been pushed, and since he'd been wearing my light tan topcoat, was I the one who was supposed to be taking that 20,000-foot swan dive into the Atlantic? I looked over the passengers, and to me, they all looked guilty. But I knew they couldn't be. I also knew I had no chance of finding out which one was. When things settled down, everybody started asking the stewardess for sedatives to help them get back to sleep. I asked her for some black coffee to keep awake. By 4 o'clock the next afternoon, I was in good health, in London, and in the office of your policyholder, Dexter Morley.
Yes, I've been expecting you, Dollar. Your company cabled that you were coming. Very generous of them to send you all the way over here to help.
The way I have to pad my expense account to make an honest living. Don't ever accuse my clients of generosity.
Oh?
Oh, no. They aren't being soft-hearted benefactors. They're being hard-headed businessmen. If that painting stays lost, it'll cost them $250,000.
Well, I'd better brief you from the beginning.
Oh, if I yawn during your story, Morley, don't mind. I'm just sleepy.
I see. Very well, I'll make it brief, Dollar. Well, during my lifetime, I've developed an overwhelming appreciation for fine painting. Unfortunately, I have not been able to develop the fortune that should go with it. As a result, I haven't only not been able to any great paintings, I've not been able to afford to travel to the museums around the world where the great masterpieces hang.
I guess there must be a lot of people stuck in the same fix.
Exactly, and that's what gave birth to my plan. I have organized what you might call the Masterpiece of the Month Club. Its members are 12 of the top museums and galleries in the world. This plan calls for them to rotate their most famous paintings. In other words, if the people can't afford to come to the pictures, my scheme brings the pictures to the people. A new one, every month.
Well, that's very interesting, Mr. Morley. But let's talk about the one that got away.
Oh, yes, of course. I was merely outlining the background of this case to delineate my responsibility in the matter.
Well, so now we know that you feel personally responsible for the loss of the painting, even though it's well insured.
Mr. Dollar, no amount of money can get that picture repainted by the man who originally painted it. The artist, Bonnet, has been dead for more than 300 years.
A real gone guy.
Well, if we fail to recover Bonnet's masterpiece, the Duke of Masson, it would not only be a tremendous shock, but also a tremendous loss to the world of art. Further, it would ruin my reputation. The very first painting to be loaned arrives here in London from Paris 4 days ago. And the first night after I deliver it to the museum, it is stolen off their wall.
Okay, Mr. Morley. So much for the story. Where's the museum?
It's the New Art Gallery at Coventry. Here's the address. I won't be able to accompany you myself as I'm flying across the channel immediately to try to calm the officials in Paris. The ones who loaned the stolen painting. They've been calling incessantly. I'll phone my assistant, Miss Harding, to meet you at the main entrance in the museum. Let's say 45 minutes?
Okay. Tell her I'll be the man asleep on the step. Expense account, item 3. Sixpence halfpenny, London papers. To read while waiting for Miss Harding at museum entrance. No matter what I told Mr. Morley, I was afraid to go to sleep. Page 1 of each newspaper referred to my reason. The misadventure which had occurred on the plane the night before. A possible attempt on my life. Then along came another good reason for my lids not drooping. Miss Harding was an eye-opener. Speaking in artistic terms, no painter could completely capture her dimensions. A sculptor could come closer. As far as I was concerned, so could she. And she did.
Would you see Mr. Dollar?
It would indeed.
I'm Miss Harding. Mr. Morley indicated that I might find you asleep. I say that must have been a shocking experience on the way over.
Oh, not only shocking, but frustrating.
Oh?
Yes, there was nothing much that could be done. We circled long enough to drop a few life rafts, some flares, and a big blob of yellow oil to help mark the spot. Then all the pilot could do was call for the RCA rescue boys and hope.
Yes, it's been in all the papers the whole day, poor chap.
Yeah, it could be that there, but for the grace of a light tan topcoat, go I.
What was that?
Oh, nothing. Well, shall we go museum prowling?
Yes, of course, though. Well, there isn't much to see, just a blank space on the wall.
Well, let's take a look anyway. Hey, did you see a blank space on the wall?
Why, yes.
You mean they stole the painting frame and all?
Indeed, they did.
Oh. Art thieves are doing things the hard way these days. Usually they just cut the painting out of the frame, stick it under the coat, and make a getaway.
Yes, Mr. Dollar, I know. But perhaps this job was done by a beginner, or perhaps the burglar was interrupted and had to make a run for it, frame and all. There are infinite possibilities.
Yes, infinite. Thanks.
Mr. Dollar, frankly, I think this trip here to the museum is an utter waste of time. I've gone over the whole situation with a gentleman from Scotland Yard. There wasn't so much as a single fingerprint.
Miss Harding, I have yet to solve a case with a fingerprint.
Sorry, I forgot. Men just can't stand to see any show of efficiency in a woman.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. It's according to what they find their efficiency.
I'm speaking of business. Mr. Dollar, I'm sure that I can save you a great deal of trouble. I've already done an extraordinary amount of research on this case.
Well, be careful what you tell me, Miss Harding. At this point, I confuse easily.
Mr. Dollar, a child can understand what I have to tell you.
Sometimes a wide-awake child is better than a sleepy man. But go ahead.
Now, this is the case, right here.
No.
There. You see? A blank wall. Now, Mr. Dollar, of the 12 foremost art thieves in London, I have discovered that 9 are currently in prison. 1 is in hospital after falling 4 stories off a roof, and the other 2 are at large and may be found residing at the addresses I have here.
Hey, you sound more like a patron of the criminal courts than you do of the arts.
The entire subject of criminology fascinates me. Now, have you seen enough of your blank wall?
Yeah, things are blank enough. Give me those addresses. And while you're at it, maybe you better give me yours.
Mr. Dollar, you don't think I look suspicious?
Oh, no. Delicious. Expense account, item 4. 5 shillings. Cab fare to Scotland Yard. Tip to driver, 2 bob. When it comes to money, I speak all languages. Scotland Yard from the outside looked like a big public school. Well, it has taught a lot of lessons to a lot of people. Inside, it was tea time. When I inquired for the officer in charge of the robbery with which I was concerned, I was led to an Inspector Carew. First, he gave me a cup of tea. Then he gave me my lunch.
Mr. Dollar, you sit here and ask me why we haven't done something. Believe me, sir, the yard is not as archaic as its architecture. There's a simple legal procedure which must occur before we can make either an investigation or an arrest.
Well?
First, a complaint must be lodged by the legal owners of any stolen property. At that point, and at that point only, are we allowed to act.
You mean nobody called for help?
Well, naturally, when the museum discovered the painting gone, they immediately rang us up. We went to court to gather primary evidence. Unfortunately, there was none.
Well, what about the owners of the painting, the museum in Paris?
As yet, we've heard nothing. We expect to momentarily.
Inspector, just out of curiosity, what about this girl, Miss Harding?
I'd say she's, a jolly fine type.
I mean, do you know anything about her?
Hey, didn't you Yanks carry off enough of our girls after the war?
I'm not in the importing business. I mean, is she known to you professionally?
What? You suspect her?
Well, not particularly, but she did give me this list. In her opinion, this is the who's who and where they are of your city's light-fingered art lovers.
Let me see it. Well, quite complete and quite accurate. Hardly the work of an amateur. Where in the world would a young lady like Miss Harding come into such information?
That, Inspector Carew, is exactly what I'm driving at. Back in a taxi headed from Scotland Yard on my way to check into the Mount Royal Hotel, I gave my eyes a rest at the risk of missing the sightseeing, but my mind refused to follow suit. that now had 3 blank walls to stare into. The one in the museum, the one at Scotland Yard, and the most provocative of the 3 to look at, the girl who knew too much, Miss Muriel Harding. My mind also kept ruffling my nerve ends with a question. Was I supposed to be the guy who got dumped out of that plane the night before? We arrived at the Mount Royal Hotel, and I got my answers.
Here we are, sir. That's the Mount Royal, right? Dead on across the way. You can't miss it.
Okay. What's the bill?
To you, sir? That'll be half a crown.
How much?
2 and 6 cents.
Oh, here. You figure it out.
Phew. God, ever so, Governor. Look out, Governor. Mind that car.
That was a close one.
You all right, Governor?
Yeah.
Blimey, since the cars are back on the street, it's more dangerous to walk around now than it was when them bloody buzz bombs were dropping.
Yeah, a couple of good things about the buzz bombs, though. Nobody aimed them at you personally, and nobody was at the wheel to steer them. That made it official. I had been set up for a pigeon, and it was me somebody had tried to turn into a seagull during that flight across the Atlantic. Expense account item 5, £3.10 to bellboy for services rendered. How about that? $14 for a bottle of scotch. I knocked off 40 winks. It felt like only 20. Then I grabbed a shower, shave, and a cab down Oxford Street and over to Soho. Expense account item 6, 5 shillings, the legal limit on the price of dinner in England these days. I ate in a nice place called Kettner's, dinner being a bit of chicken, 3 choices of vegetables. Brussels sprouts boiled, Brussels sprouts creamed, and Brussels sprouts roasted. For dessert, I looked at the names and addresses of Miss Harding's 2 candidates for the boys most likely to have succeeded in swiping the missing portrait of the Duke of Masson. I was in the right district for one of them. I found myself in a dark and lonely mews. That may sound good to you, but in Soho, a mews is still only a place fit for ash cans and cats. I groped my way up the stairs to the address of the number 1 boy on Miss Harding's list. On the top step, I was breathing hard. I wasn't all from the climb. I clenched my teeth, my knuckles, and knocked on the door. Then I broke roll 2, the basic instructions for the working snoop. I opened the door. That lock never went to Yale. The door of a wood-burning stove across the room was open, the flames erratically painting the walls with orange light, then erasing them back into black darkness. I finally dared to breathe. Then I saw what I was looking for, lying on a table, its edges curled upward. An oil painting of a guy with short breeches and a long face. I started forward, but something gored my foot. I stared down at the floor in front of me. First it was pitch black. Then the light from the stove flared up, and I saw that the object was what I thought it was and hoped it wasn't. A man. Wearing his head, and I don't mean his hair, parted in the middle. I rushed across the room, flipped the middle off the top of the stove to give me more light, and looked for a telephone. There was none in the room with a corpse, so I tried the door of the next room. And the door I was trying started erupting.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. But first, we want to remind you that those delightful, charming neighbors, Ozzie and Harriet, are coming back home next Sunday night, coming back to CBS. You'll be able to join them on most of these same stations at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, just before the Jack Benny Show. Ozzie and Harriet now have their own sons, Ricky and David, playing themselves in place of the young actors who formerly portrayed them. So make it a party for your whole family when Ozzie and Harriet, Ricky and David come home with their fun and laughter to CBS next Sunday night. And now, back to yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
When those bullets came crashing through the door at me, I dropped to the floor. I still don't know whether my knees buckled or I meant to go down. I stayed where I was. But whoever it was on the other side of that door decided to take off, out the window. I got to my feet, but by the time I kicked the door open and got to the window, I had that old Mother Hubbard feeling. The cupboard was bare. And that's what I'm doing here in your flat, Miss Harding. After my little adventure, the first thing I did was to call the police. And the second was to come here to call on you, the girl who steered me into that shooting gallery.
Well, you needn't sound so annoyed at me. Of course I advise you to go there, but after all, it was your duty. You did recover the picture.
And almost lost my health doing it for the third time.
Really?
Yes, really. First, somebody tried to make a seagoing paratrooper out of me. Then they tried to make me part of the pavement by running me down with an auto. And now tonight, somebody on the other side of a door tries to turn it into my personal copy of the Pearly Gate. That's really enough for me.
Mr. Dollar, where is the painting now?
At Scotland Yard. And now let's change the subject back. What's bothering me is bothering me plenty. I want to know who didn't want me to find that picture and why.
Why, it seems elementary.
Thank you, Dr. Watson.
The thief naturally didn't want you to find it.
Miss Harding, please. When I got shot at, the apparent thief was dead.
Well, they do have henchmen, you know.
If he was killed by an accomplice, why did the killer leave the painting?
I'd have no way of knowing.
Of that, I'm still not sure.
Oh, really, Mr. Dollar, come off it. You hardly suspect me.
I suspect you less if you'd stop saying that. At this point, I suspect everyone. Even Dexter Morley, of dreaming up this whole painting of the month scheme to bring those paintings within stealing distance.
Oh, but that's utterly ridiculous.
I know. If that was the plan, he'd wait until he had more than one picture on the road to steal. That's why I don't suspect him.
Well, frankly, I don't see why you continue to worry. After all, your part of the job is done, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose you're right. But I still have a yearning burning deep down inside of me to break somebody's neck. Mind if I use your phone?
Of course not. Help yourself.
Thanks.
This is the transatlantic overseas operator.
Hello, I want to talk to New York. Don't worry, I'll call collect. My name is Johnny Dollar. I want to place a collect call to New York. Number is Plaza 69184.
Check this, please, sir. Your name is John Dollar. New York number you are calling is Plaza 69184. And the call is collect, correct?
Correct. Collect.
Right you are, sir. We shall ring up immediately if there's a clear circuit. Thank you.
They'll call me.
Well, while you're waiting, you should probably do with a bracelet. You care for a drink?
What have you got?
Oh, gin and orange, gin and lemon, gin and Italian, or gin and French. No whiskey.
No, thanks.
Well, come and sit down over here. Very restful.
Much more restful in the eyes where I am. Here, I can have a better look at you. However...
Why, Mr. Dollar, you can be charming. Do you mind if I change the mistress of Johnny? It sounds much more fun.
I'll swap you one Johnny for every Muriel you let me use.
It's a bargain. Now, tell me about yourself. Your line of work fascinates me. I'm an absolute bug on criminology.
At the moment, Muriel, that happens to be my unfavorite subject. Let's talk about you.
Where shall I begin?
Just after the age of 21?
You're a saucy type. At the age of 21, I was serving in the WAF.
Huh?
The Women's Air Force.
Oh, you must have had a lot of exciting adventures.
Rather.
What was the most exciting?
Oh, I think perhaps the night the young U.S. Air Force captain hit.
Oh, one of the boys of the wild blue yonder. Maybe it was the blue of your eyes that made him wild.
Johnny.
I know how he must have felt.
Hey, Johnny.
I'll be right back.
All right, darling.
Hello?
Are you there? Are you there?
Of course I'm here.
Mr. Dollar?
That's right.
We're ready with your call to New York. We shall signal at the end of 3 minutes. Are you ready to talk?
The minute you stop.
Right you are, sir. Carry on.
Hello? Hello? Is this the Fine Arts Insurers? I want to talk to Mr. Kimball.
Yes, Dollar. I'm on the line. Go ahead.
Well, you can stop worrying, Kimball. I got the painting back.
You say you did get it back?
That's right. It's safe. All you'll have to pay is the price of a new frame.
But that you say, what happened to the frame?
Well, the guy who swiped it took the painting out of the frame. I don't know where it is.
Well, ask the culprit what he did with it.
I can't. He's dead.
Well, then look for it. That frame itself is worth $10,000. It was insured along with the painting.
Okay, Fred. Don't blow out any bridge work. I'll look around for it.
Give it everything you've got, Dollar.
You're too near doing that already.
What do you say?
Okay, Fred. I'll cable you what happens. Goodbye. Well, Muriel, vacation's over. I just got put back to work.
I gather from your conversation you want to send you chasing off into the night to look for the picture frame.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, it's ridiculous. He'd have probably already found it somewhere in that fellow's flat.
I'll check that. But my work is personal service.
Oh, must you go, Johnny? It's only 10:30. Couldn't you put it off till morning?
Well, there's nothing I'd like better, but...
Couldn't you stay even for a little while?
Well, just long enough to calm my nerves. Big Ben was ringing up midnight on Time's greedy cash register when I finally cleared with a bobby guarding the back alley flat that had not so long before given up one unprecious life and one very precious painting. The place was darker than it had been on my previous visit, and when I groped for the electric switch, I realized why. There had been a brisk fire blazing before. In the bottom grate of the stove, I found enough unburned portions of the hot picture frame to justify my conclusions. And I found something else that came under the category of hot rocks. Expense account, item 7. Cab fare to the office of Dexter Morley. The front door was not only locked, it was barred. However, at the back of the building, I had better luck. A loose window down to the basement. I could have broken a law, but I didn't want to break my neck, so I snapped on a light. The basement was loaded with cabinet-making equipment. But for my dough, they weren't making any cabinets. There was a bench with a power drill, and on the floor below it, a pile of sawdust and wood shavings. That was normal enough, but the sawdust pile was glinting with tiny specks of crystallized glue. With what I had now, all I had to find was Dexter Morley. He made that easy. He found me.
Stay down there, Dollar. Right where you are.
Well, welcome home from that trip to Paris you didn't take. That gun in your hand suggests that I'm right about one thing, anyway.
Yes, and what would that be?
That whoever took those shots at me earlier tonight was probably not an Englishman. The bobbies over here don't carry guns, which makes most English mugs afraid to. You're an American.
That's interesting, but hardly valuable.
I've got some more. How valuable is this? I think you're in on, or at the head of, a very high-class smuggling racket. And I think you set up that painting of the month scheme of yours to establish just about the neatest method of smuggling that I've ever heard of.
You're very generous, but I know how I operate, so what you could tell me about it could do nothing more than bore me. What I want from you are the diamonds.
Maybe I can trade you. Some diamonds for some answers.
You're in no position to bargain. Give me the diamonds or I'll shoot you and take them off you.
No, wait a minute. I'd better explain my bargaining position. And I think you'll admit it's not the worst. Since you must have followed me here, you know I took a cab from the murder flat. One without a taillight, so you don't have the number. But, brother, I do. And the diamonds are jammed down behind its back seat. Now, let's bargain.
Why, you... All right. What do you want to know?
Just let me do the guessing, and check me if I'm wrong. You set up a chain of famous paintings which would move around the world through your branch offices. As each one passed through your hands here, the frame was to be dismantled and holes bored in it at the joints for the purpose of smuggling diamonds. Right so far?
Yes, Dollar, right. But remember, the more you are right about, the worse it is for me. So naturally, the worse it is for you.
We'll take care of that later. This scheme of yours is fascinating. The stuff moves around the world in the picture frames, under official armed guard, and enjoying virtual diplomatic immunity through customs. It's great.
It would have been great if it hadn't been for that heavy-handed oath.
Oh, that fills in a missing link. From out of the night comes a burglar, steals your first loaded picture, shoves the frame into his stove to get rid of it. You arrive, cream him with your gun, then I arrive, interrupting you before you get what you want out of the burning frame, and then...
You saw what happened to him when he resisted me, Dollar. But now you must realize that I won't hesitate a moment.
It works the other way, doesn't it? You kill me, who tells you the number of that taxi? And without it, you'll never get your diamond.
There are ways. Keep your hands behind you. Painful. I thought so. Your head will wear out before this gun barrel does. Now, feel more like talking?
Just enough to tell you one more thing. You can tell that blonde accomplice of yours I was onto her from the start.
Tony, what do you mean?
What?
Ow!
Don't shoot back! I can't repay you for those 3 tries you made or had made on my life, Morley. But here's what it feels like being hit on the head with a gun. Yeah, rockabye booby. Muriel, look out, you'll fall. I told you, that's a very undignified way for a lady to enter a room, through a basement window.
Johnny, I was only trying to help, and there you were accusing me of being his accomplice. After all those nice things you said to me before.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Oh, I followed you. I wanted to see how you were.
Oh, great. You and your criminology. At least you might have stepped in before you hit me those 2 licks. Look at my head.
Oh, I'm sorry, Johnny. It's just that I love crime.
Well, come on, get up.
Oh.
Would be a crime if Mr. Worley there woke up and I had to put him back to sleep again before the police got here.
Oh, what was it all about?
It was about these little black things. I've got a pocket full of them. Here, scrape one of them with your fingernail.
Oh, Oh, glass.
Honey, that's the kind of glass a fellow hands his girl when he wants to be engaged to marry her.
Johnny, darling, you mean?
Yes, I mean only that they're diamonds. Expense account, item 8, $350. Plane fare out of attempted matrimony by the party of the second part. Item 9, $25. Gift to Muriel Harding. 2 books, one on the art of crime, the other on the art of cookery, in the hopes that the latter might attract her to the pursuit of a more womanly hobby. Item 10, 10 cents. Roma Seltzer. Purchased upon landing at Gander, Newfoundland. The only thing still fighting me on this case were those Brussels sprouts I had at dinner in London the night before. Expense account total, $1,563.40. If you find any slight discrepancy in this amount, in my favor, blame it on my confusion and lack of understanding of the international rate of exchange. The only thing I like to exchange at this point is my head with its 2 new lumps. Wishing you the same, yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
In just a moment, more about Johnny Dollar. But first, Academy Award winner Jane Wyman comes as guest to the Family Hour of Stars, and Ozzie and Harriet return in triumph to CBS. These are 2 headline-making events for next Sunday night. Add these 2 shows to the top comedy of Jack Benny, the feminine charm and dramatic talent of Helen Hayes and Eve Arden, the ace comedy teams of Amos and Andy and Lemon Abner, and CBS Sunday night makes great news. On top of this, there are the notable mystery capers with Sam Spade and the laughter with Life with Luigi and It Pays to Be Ignorant. So don't miss a single one of CBS 10 great entertainments next Sunday night when they're heard over most of these same stations. Jack Benny, of course, comes to you over them all. Listen in again next week when CBS brings you Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar, with Charles Russell as Johnny. Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar is written by Paul Dudley and Gil Dow, with music by Mark Warno, and is produced and directed by Richard Sandville for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
10 p.m., BULOVA, Bulova watch time. For supreme accuracy, expert design, and outstanding value, choose a Bulova. Watch of a lifetime. WEAF, New York.
Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Check here, please. Check your hats and coats.
May I have my coat, miss? Here's the check.
Thank you. Number 503?
Yes, a camel's hair coat.
Oh, yes, I remember. It's right over here. Here you are, sir. Help you on with it?
No, thanks. I'll carry it. Here you are, miss.
Thank you, sir. Check here, please. Check your hats and coats.
Oh, taxi! Taxi!
What's your hurry, Blackie?
Oh, well, Faraday, my favorite cop.
Don't be so happy to see me, Blackie. You're going with me.
Oh, goody. What are we celebrating tonight? Your birthday?
No celebration for you, Blackie. I want you for the murder of Andrew Lawrence.
Oh, you do you? Who's he?
You know. The caretaker of the Devon estate.
Now, look, Inspector, I don't know any caretakers, and I never even heard of the Devon estate.
I know, Blackie. What about those stains on that coat you're carrying there? They look like blood.
Stains?
Yeah, stains.
Hey, wait a minute. This isn't my coat.
Oh, let me see.
Well, now, what's this on the label? It says here, Boston Blackie.
Yes, that's my label, all right, but this isn't my coat.
Oh, I suppose somebody sewed that label in another coat.
Well, that's not bad for you, Inspector. Could be.
Well, all I know is you're going down to headquarters and the coat is going to the lab. And I hope those stains prove to be blood.
Well, I hope you don't get your hope.
Once again, Boston Blackie and Inspector Faraday have tangled. Boston Blackie, enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend. Is there anything prettier these hot summer days than a nice-looking girl in a crisp, bright-colored cotton dress? Well, to us men, those dresses always look fresh and cool as peppermint ice cream. And it's almost as easy as snapping your fingers to keep those pretty printed washables bright and gay, with Rinso helping out. Yes, indeed, those hard-working Rinso suds make dirt disappear in a jiffy, whether you're using a tub or a washing machine. Rinso's mighty easy on your pretty washable colors, too. They stay fresh and bright even after dozens of washings. So take a tip from Bob White for easier wash days and brighter, cleaner clothes. That's Rinso White and Rinso Bright for your colored clothes. If you value them, better use Rinso every time you wash them. And now, back to Chester Morris as Boston Blackie, who is in Inspector Faraday's office, waiting word on the laboratory tests of the blood stains found on the coat he was wearing. Blackie, for a smart guy, you get into more scrapes.
Look, Inspector, can't you think without pacing the floor?
I've got a little proposition to make you.
Oh, but how about the bloodstains on the coat, Inspector? Remember, you wanted me for murder.
Well, now, just in case those bloodstains turn out not to be bloodstains.
Oh, you don't need to apologize, Inspector.
Who's apologizing? What are you laughing at?
Well, your shoelaces are untied.
Yeah?
Why don't you tie them?
Me?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute. This is going to be fun.
Yes.
All right, you tie them, Blackie.
What? Now, really, Inspector,
Yes,
this
you.
is quite humiliating. I never fancied myself as a gentleman's gentleman.
Gentlemen's gentlemen? Cut out the double talk and come on, tie my shoelaces, Blackie.
Oh, well, all right.
You know, I'm enjoying this. Boston Blackie finally on his knees.
Yes, but not begging, Inspector. By the way, don't you ever get your shoes shined?
What for?
Oh, now, there you are. I hope you realize it's a privilege to be tied by Boston Blackie.
Wonderful.
Here's the report, Inspector.
Okay, let's have it. That'll be all, Matthews.
Right, Inspector.
Goodbye, Matthews.
You ain't going anywhere, Blackie.
What? Well, come on, Inspector. What's the verdict?
I'll read it to you, Blackie. It says, quote, stains taken from the coat of Boston Blackie analyzed.
Yes?
Tests show them to be human blood matching that of Andrew Lawrence, murdered caretaker of Devon Estate. Signed, Murphy Police Laboratory, unquote. Well, that's it, Blackie. I'm locking you up right now.
Oh.
And I'm not taking any chances on your getting out of here first. Hold out your hands.
Oh, now, Inspector, cuffs for me?
Yeah.
Oh, you've got a very bad memory.
Okay, maybe you can get out of handcuffs, but my gun doesn't miss.
What, a gun again, Inspector?
Again.
Say, look, why don't you try a bow and arrow for a change?
All right, let's get going. And just to make sure, I'm going to escort you personally to your cell.
That'll be nice.
All right, down the hall, and don't try anything funny.
Well, will you sit with me a while and hold my hand?
Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm sorry I had to tie your shoelaces together, Faraday. And thanks for the gun. You know, you look very funny. Generally, you're only flat on your feet. But now you're flat on your face.
Don't they answer yet, Blackie?
Not yet, Shorty.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Savoy Cafe?
Yes? This is the manager speaking.
Well, my name is Jones.
Yes?
My niece works in your check room. I just arrived in town, and I'd like to talk to her, please.
You mean Marion Macy?
Yes.
Well, she's not here. I'm sorry. She's gone home. Had a headache, she said. Left here about an hour ago.
Oh, she did. Too bad. By the way, could you give me her address?
Why, yes. The Lincoln apartment.
The Lincoln, huh? Well, thank you very much. Goodbye.
You know, I still can't figure out, Blackie, why that hat check girl would take the label out of your coat and then sew it in another one.
Well, she was probably following orders. That's what we're going to find out.
We're going to leave this hideout, Blackie?
Yes. We're going to the Lincoln Apartments. Here's the apartment, Shorty. That's funny. Probably asleep. But I've got to talk to her.
Can you open that door, boss?
Are you kidding? I've got it, Shorty. There it is. Come on.
I'm getting a creepy feeling, boss, like I always do.
Oh, Shorty, will you relax? Hey, what's this?
What? Holy mackerel, the dame. Boss, that feeling of mine was right.
Yes, it's the check room girl, all right, Shorty. She's dead. Come on over here and take a look.
Oh, no. I'll take your word for it.
Poor kid. Stabbed to death. Somebody's playing for keeps, Shorty. Somebody wanted to make sure I didn't find out who told her to switch coats.
If Faraday walks in now, he'll try to pin us on you, sure. Come on, we better get out of here. Come on, boss.
Yeah, that's right. There's nothing around here will help us. Shorty.
Yeah?
That caretaker was murdered out at the Devon estate. Yeah. So that's where I'm going. Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. I didn't see you.
What are you doing here on my grounds?
Well, this is the Devon estate, isn't it?
Yes, and you're trespassing.
Well, I hope that means looking for a job, because that's what I'm doing.
It doesn't. And even if it did, it wouldn't matter. There's no job open here.
Well, you know, I'm a pretty handy fella. I can do a lot of things.
I'm really not interested. There's a policeman on the grounds. If you don't leave immediately, I'll call him and have you thrown off.
Oh, please don't do that. I understood there was a job open here, a caretaker's job. Your caretaker was...
Was murdered. Yes, he was. Now, please leave. I already have a new caretaker. Jerry?
Yes, Miss Morrison, coming.
Miss Morrison, huh? Awful pretty name.
Over here, Jerry. Will you go now, please, Mr...
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Morrison. My name is Jones, John J. Jones. I'm a detective. Oh, please don't give me away.
Oh, here I am, Miss Morrison.
Oh, I don't need you, Jerry. I just wanted to know you were around.
Oh, okay, ma'am. If you want me, just sing out.
Well, where did you get him?
I hired him a little while ago. So you're a detective, Mr. Jones. Have you credentials?
Well, you see, I never carry them when I'm on a case. Things can happen, you know.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Oh, Miss Morrison, please believe me.
I believe you, but I'll never know why.
Thanks.
The house is up this way. What can I tell you that might help you, Mr. Jones?
Well, for one thing, I'm puzzled. Now, your name is Morrison, and this is the Devon estate.
Well, I bought it 6 months ago.
Oh.
It was formerly owned by a man named John Devon. And when he died, this place was sold for taxes.
I see. Well, why are you still living here, Miss Morrison? I mean, aren't you a little frightened after what happened?
Yes. Yes, I am a little. But where could I go? Besides, I'm anxious to know the answer to a lot of things.
For instance?
Well, right after I bought this estate, strange things began to happen. One morning, the chimney was torn apart. A few days later, I found the cellar ransacked. Then one night, the whole living room was turned upside down.
I see. Well, where was your old caretaker during all this?
He was down the road, sleeping in his own cottage.
Oh.
But after the living room was ransacked, he slept in the house on a couch. That is, until last night. Or rather, early this morning, when we found him murdered. Here we are.
Oh.
Please come in.
Thank you. You're pretty calm about all this, Miss Morrison. It must be rather annoying.
It's more than annoying. My nerves are beginning to jump.
Yes, I'm sure. Anything else you can tell me that might help?
Well, possibly. I've had 2 offers to sell recently. The agent who negotiated the sale of this house made me an offer the day before yesterday to buy it back.
Oh, and what's the agent's name?
Arthur Moran.
I see. Go on.
Well, when I refused, he said his client in any case would like to buy the gun collection that was here when I took possession.
Oh. Well, are you interested in guns?
Yes, and it's a wonderful collection. It came with the house.
Well, it's obvious somebody is looking for something in this house. When he couldn't find it, he wanted to buy the house. When he couldn't do that, he wanted to buy your gun collection.
And, of course, he was looking for...
The gun collection. I'll bet your caretaker surprised him while he was searching for it. How long had the caretaker been here?
A long time. I sort of inherited him with the place.
I see. You mentioned there was a policeman on the grounds. Where is he?
Well, he's around somewhere. He's staying with Jerry in the caretaker's cottage.
Miss Morrison, could you arrange for the policeman and your new caretaker to sleep downstairs here, and for me to take over the cottage for the night?
Certainly I can do that.
Oh, fine. And can you reach me in a hurry if you need me?
Yes. There's an extension phone between here and the caretaker's place.
Good.
I'll call Jerry and tell him he's sleeping down here tonight.
Thanks. Oh, Miss Morrison, what do your best friends call you?
Polly.
Good night, Polly. You see, I'm one of your best friends. morning. Hey, what's this? Hey, wait, Jerry. Jerry, I'll have you untied in a minute. Oh, even my Aunt Hattie couldn't talk with that gag on. I better take it off. There. Now, what happened?
I don't know. I went to sleep last night on the couch here, and during the night somebody tapped me on the bean. And when I woke up a little while ago, I was tied up and gagged.
Yeah. Oh, you're not tied up anymore. Now, where's the cop that was with you?
I don't know.
Uh-oh. There he is, over in the corner. He's tied up, too. Get him loose, Jerry.
Oh, take a look at this place. It's a mess. Everything's turned upside down.
Well, never mind that. I want to find out about Miss Morrison. Polly. 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 Polly, what's happened? Wake up, Polly. Wake up.
What?
Get up. Come on now. Up. That's a girl. Come on now. Now walk around the room with me. Here. Put your arm on my shoulder. That's right. Now tell me what happened.
Well, I don't know.
You've been drugged, Polly. Now come on, try and think.
I don't know. I'm tired. I want to lie down again.
Now look, Polly, you've got to keep walking. Come on. We'll go downstairs, and then you'll feel better in a minute.
Hey, you upstairs.
Yes, what is it?
Miss Morrison okay?
Yes, how's the policeman?
Oh, he's hurt pretty bad. I'm taking him to the doctor's down the road.
Okay, Jerry. I'll see you when you get back. Now, Polly, come on. Walk. Come on now, down the stairs. That's right.
I'm beginning to remember now.
Good.
I put a glass of milk on my night table. And then I went downstairs for a book. When I came back, I drank the milk. And then I got terribly drowsy.
Well, that explains the drug. But you're getting over it all right.
What's happened down here? Well, the whole place has turned inside out.
Well, I don't know what happened yet.
I can't stand this any longer. I can't.
Oh, now, Polly, take it easy, please. Here, sit down for a minute. Come on. There, that's better.
Well, now, isn't that a pretty picture?
Well, Inspector Faraday.
Yes, Inspector Faraday. So I caught up with you again, eh, Blackie?
Blackie?
Certainly, Miss Morrison. Boston Blackie. You've heard of him.
But he said his name was Jones, that he was a detective.
I can tell you why, Polly, if you'll only give me a chance.
Not a chance, Blackie. I figured you'd come up here after we found the hat check girl murdered. No. You've got a killing complex lately.
Faraday, will you take it easy? I'm really getting close to the murderer.
Yeah, me too. I'm practically standing in front of him.
Let your gun drop on the floor, Faraday. Drop it.
Hey, who are you?
Let the gun go or I'll let a bullet go, copper. Come on. That's being smart. Hey, Danny, get Blackie's rod. Step on it.
Okay, Eddie. All right, what is all this fuss about, Blackie? Hero stuff? You're going to knock out these two guys and show off for the gal here?
Well, I'd like to, Faraday, only a bullet moves faster than I can. Hey, you mugs. I don't mean to be inquisitive, but what's all this about?
You'll know soon enough. How about it, Danny?
I got Blackie's rod and the inspector's.
Okay. Put the straitjackets on him, Danny.
Yeah. Gee, I didn't think we'd get the inspector, too. You better go call the boss.
Yeah, he said to follow orders to the letter. Where's the phone, lady?
Well,
You better tell him, Polly.
Well, it's just outside the door.
Thanks, lady. Keep them all under the gun muzzle, Danny.
Okay.
Watch that Blackie especially.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
And watch that Blackie especially. What is the guy, a gunman or a press agent? What a build-up he's giving you, Blackie.
Well, after all, I haven't established a reputation for nothing. Even you appreciate me sometimes, Faraday.
Okay, Danny. I talked to the boss. Stick the straitjackets on him. What size straitjacket you take, Blackie?
I always have my straitjackets made to order.
Yeah, after we get through searching the house, we'll stick their feet in concrete and toss them in the river. Feet in concrete? Now, you wouldn't dare to do that.
Oh, don't worry, Faraday. At least we won't get our feet wet.
Very funny, Blackie. Very funny.
Don't do it the hard way, ladies. Take it easy. What am I talking about? Why, dishwashing, of course. And the way to take it easy is to let Soapy Rich Rinso take over. Because those lively, hard-working Rinso suds get right after every little bit of clinging grease and all those sticky food particles and chase them away quick as a wink. Just try it. And by all means, have Rinso handy for wash day. This hot weather, you certainly don't want to knock yourself out doing your wash the hard way either. Well, remember, Rinso not only makes wash day a cinch, it helps you turn out a wash you're really proud of. I'll bet you'll be singing your way through wash day like this.
Rinso white, rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, beautiful sing it all day long. Your fine-feathered friend has a message to send, so listen, you can't go wrong. Rinso, white, happy little wash day song.
So get Rinso tomorrow. And now, back to Chester Morris as Boston Blackie. Boston Blackie, Polly Morrison, and Inspector Faraday have been put in straitjackets by two thugs after Blackie has been accused of the murder of the caretaker of the Devon estate. One of the gunmen is on guard, while the other is searching the Devon house.
What are you twisting around for, Blackie? Straitjackets were made to hold people.
Yes, handy little things, aren't they?
Yeah. I hear you can get out of ropes and handcuffs and things.
Oh.
Yeah, well, why don't you try to get out of that canvas coat you're wearing? You're due to get a bath, you know. All three of you. That's the boss's orders.
Well, that's charming. By the way, Danny, who is the boss? What's his name?
Didn't he give you his card?
No.
Well, I guess he must have forgot, huh? Gee, you look funny down there lying on the floor. You know, if I felt like it, I could step all over you. How'd you like to have your face stepped on, Blackie? Like this. Hey, let go of my feet.
You won't step on anybody, Stooge. Hey, this will make sure you stay on the floor till I leave.
Well, how in the world did you get out of that straitjacket, Blackie?
Never mind that. Get us out of ours.
How did you get out, Blackie?
Well, it's simple. I had my pocket knife in my hand, and while they were putting this jacket on me, I just sliced right through the canvas.
Hey, hurry up, Blackie. That other guy will be back in a minute.
I'll let you out, Inspector, if you'll give me a 10-minute start after I do.
What for?
Well, I think I can find the man responsible for the two murders, but I've got to have time to do it. Mm-hmm. Now, I want 10 minutes, Faraday. Come on, what about it?
10 minutes? Okay, you've got it.
Thanks. Polly.
Yes, Blackie?
Tell me, what was the agent's name again? You know, the one who sold you the house and later wanted to buy your gun collection for a client.
Arthur Moran. Why?
Arthur Moran, huh? Okay. He's due for a phone call.
Hello?
Mr. Moran?
Yes?
This is John J. Jones. I'm working with the police department, and I'd like some information.
Yes?
Who instructed you to try to buy the Devon estate back, and who wanted to get the gun collection?
A client of mine in South America.
I see. Well, what's his name?
Parker Adams. Why, what's this all about?
Oh, just checking, Mr. Moran. Who is Adams?
Well, he was involved in a scrape here 5 years ago and went to South America to live.
Well, why did he want to buy the Devon estate and the gun collection?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. All I know is that he sent a check every week to Mr. Devon from Brazil. Mm-hmm. I believe he owned a coffee plantation or something.
Well, thank you, Mr. Moran. That's all I wanted to know. Did you get all that dope I wanted, Shorty?
Yeah, sure, boss. It was a cinch. Look, I go into the files at the Daily Globe, and I pulled out this stuff about this Parker Adams. No trouble at all. And say, no wonder this guy Adams had to go to South America. Just put your peepers on this clipping, will you?
Yeah? Oh. Yeah, I see what you mean. Come on, Shorty. We're going up to the Devon estate. It's me, Polly. Blackie. I'm over here in the bushes. Is the coast clear?
Well, there are two policemen in the house and one outside.
Okay. Polly, I think I found out something. I know who the murderer is, and I know why he's ransacking your house.
But, Blackie, how did you find that out?
Well, I checked the newspaper files on a man named Parker Adams, who asked Moran to buy this house from you and then wanted to buy your gun collection. He's in South America now, but he was a suspect in a murder case 5 years ago.
But what has that to do with what's happened at my house?
Well, you see, this Adams wasn't convicted because the police couldn't prove him guilty. They couldn't find the gun.
And you think the gun is in my house?
Yes. And the Devon was blackmailing Adams with it. Polly, I've got to get by those two policemen and get into the house and find that gun.
But, Blackie, how?
Oh, let's see. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll climb that tree by your window and then drop to the first-floor roof.
Yes, I know, but the policeman outside...
Yeah, I know. I'll throw a rock in the pool. That'll keep him busy while I get in the house. Where is the gun collection, Polly?
In the library.
Fine. I'll meet you there.
Blackie, be careful.
Oh, sure. Well, here goes.
Is that you, Blackie?
Yes, Polly.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Where's the library?
Over here. The gun collection's in this room. Come in, Blackie.
Good. Now, we've got to work fast. Now, where are they?
In a box in this desk. I'll show them to you. There's a drawer here, but you'd never find it unless you knew it was there. Here they are. Take a look at them.
Ooh. Say, this is a fine collection, Polly. All old-timers, too. You know, I was pretty sure that one of them was the gun that Parker Adams killed a man with 5 years ago. But I can see now that I was wrong.
But you said you knew who the murderer was.
Oh, sure I do. And I know why he did it, but I can't prove it. I'm just a dummy. Dummy. Hey, wait a minute. That gives me an idea. Look at this. This isn't a real gun at all.
What?
No, it's a dummy. It's hollow. Oh, and look what's inside. A Colt 25 pistol. Why, this must be the one Parker Adams used. And we can easily prove that by the serial number on it. Polly, I think this is our ace in the hole.
You don't mind if I trump that ace, do you, Blackie? I'll take that gun.
Jerry!
I'm not surprised, Polly. I had a pretty good idea it was this fellow who was in back of these murders.
Oh, you did, Ace. Smart guy, huh? How did you know?
Well, when one of your thugs went to call the boss before he put us in straitjackets, he just casually picked up the telephone and didn't bother to dial. There's a direct connection between the house and the caretaker's cottage, and that's where you were, Jerry. You were the boss. You only took this job so you could search for this gun.
Nice figuring, pal.
Well, as long as compliments are being handed out, that was pretty clever of you to get yourself tied up here this morning. But not clever enough. Why, any good Boy Scout could tell you tied yourself up, Mr. Parker Adams.
Adams?
Yes. He went down to South America and planted somebody to take his phone calls and pretend to be him. It was simple, but effective.
Listen, I've spent a lot of time and money trying to get that gun back, Blackie.
Yes, and killed 2 people trying.
And now it's going to be 4. And Miss Morrison, don't keep looking over my shoulder for your cops. My boys have taken care of them. Okay, Blackie, give me the gun.
Now, just a minute. Let me get this straight. The caretaker recognized you when you were ransacking the house, and you had to kill it, right?
Well?
And you had to get rid of the blood-stained camel's hair coat you were wearing. And then after you had the hat check girl switch coats and sew in my own label, you had to kill her to keep her mouth shut.
Oh, she didn't pick your coat on purpose. It could have been any camel's hair coat.
Oh, well, I know the rest. Devin was blackmailing you because he had this gun. When you found out he died, you tried to buy this house, but Miss Morrison got it first. So you came to the States and began operations to get the only evidence that could convict you of murder.
Oh, you've said enough. You're stalling. Hey, Eddie. Eddie! Yeah, boss?
Oh, you got these 2, huh?
Get the gun Blackie's got in his hand, Eddie. It's not loaded.
Okay, boss. Come on, Blackie, give.
Sure. Here.
Oh.
Polly, she's fainting, boss. Catch her.
Hey, stand up. Stop leaning on me. Will you? Get off of me, will you?
I'll get her, boss.
Go to sleep, Eddie.
Hey, let go of my hand, will
I'm
you?
holding Jerry's gun hand, Blackie. Hurry.
You can let go now.
Oh.
Oh, thanks, Polly. You know, that was mighty nice fainting.
Thank you, Blackie, but I think I feel a real one coming on.
Oh, you're wonderful. Do you want to be more wonderful?
How?
Call Faraday and tell him what you've heard. That will be enough to clear me.
Of course I will.
Oh.
What's the matter, Blackie?
Hold me. Hold me. I think I'm going to faint.
Faint? A big, strong man like you?
Well, it seems to be the only way I can get your arms around me.
Boston Blackie will be back in just a moment with an interesting preview of next week's program. Now, you've heard about the language of music, ladies. Do you know what this means? That's right, Rinso White. And it means the cleanest, freshest, whitest wash you could ask to see. But you can't get clothes that clean with lazy, old-fashioned soaps. You need a hard-working, lively soap like Rinso. Because Rinso actually gets out more dirt. Why, Rinso just soaks clothes clean, often in as little as 10 minutes. And then a few quick finger rubs on extra dirty places, and there's your Rinso White, Rinso Bright wash. Yes, for a wash that you'll be really proud to hang up on your line, get Soapy Rich Rinso. And now, a brief glimpse of next week's adventure.
Hello?
Hello.
Say, I'm supposed to meet a young lady in your lobby there, and I've been delayed. Would you mind having a page, please?
Why, sure. What's the young lady's name?
Her name is Alice Manletter.
Miss Manletter?
That's right.
Why, she left here just a minute ago. She met someone she was expecting and left with him.
Well, that's impossible. Miss Manletter didn't know a soul in New York.
Well, I wouldn't know about that, but she told me she had an appointment with a Mr. Boston Blackie. And that's the man she left here with.
Well, but that can't be possible.
And why not?
Because I'm Boston Blackie.
We'd like to take a moment here to congratulate the women of the United States Navy, the Waves, who are presently celebrating 2 years of service to their country. In 2 years, approximately 70,000 of America's finest young women have volunteered for the most important jobs of their lives, serving in the Navy. Waves work hard at important war tasks, but they keep their individuality, have plenty of fun and enjoyment with good companions, and have great pride and satisfaction for a job well done. If you'd like to help get this war over and bring your loved one home sooner, here's your chance. Join the Waves. Be sure to listen at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Richard Lane appears as Inspector Faraday, music by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox saying goodnight for Boston Blackie, brought to you by the makers of Rinso, the soap that gets clothes.
Summertime means warm weather, and that means more perspiration. Use Lifebuoy in your daily bath or shower to protect yourself. You'll love its rich, purifying lather. Remember, too, that of 7 leading brands, Lifebuoy gives you the most soap for your money. And besides, it's the only soap especially made to stop...
Your neighborhood Chevron gas station invites you to Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Motor Oil. Have a crime that needs solving? Have a dog that needs walking? Have a wife that needs spanking? Let George do it. George Valentine put that ad in the paper, opened an office, and waited for the clients to pour in. He was mildly successful, but for the past few days, nobody has entered his office except his secretary Claire and her brother Sonny, his self-appointed assistant. Not one to worry, George has decided that they need some relaxation. Now we find them driving in the country looking for a place to picnic.
Here?
Not enough trees. Keep going, Mr. Valentine.
Claire, I'm starved.
I want this picnic to be perfect. We must have just the right spot.
Here?
Too flat. I want a hill. Keep going.
Don't listen to him, Mr. Valentine, or we'll die a horrible death. Imagine the irony. They'll look in the car and see a picnic basket. Fried chicken, potato salad, deviled eggs, and 3 emaciated bodies.
How about here?
There's no stream of water. Keep going.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I'm in agony. After all, I'm still a growing boy. How can I grow when nobody feeds me?
Why are you stopping?
Because we're going to have our picnic right here. All right, last stop. Everybody out.
Mr. Valentine, you can't be serious. Picnic in somebody's front yard?
Well, why not? There are trees, grass, a hill. And if you want a stream of water, just ring their doorbell and tell them you're thirsty.
I think it's a swell idea.
I won't get out of the car.
Well, suit yourself. Hand me the basket, Sonny.
You bet.
Mr. Valentine, I promise. We'll stop at the very next place that looks good.
There's nothing wrong with this spot.
I like it.
But it's private property. We'll be chased off.
The place is deserted. Didn't you notice, Claire? It's all boarded up. Nobody home. The perfect spot for a picnic. Chicken leg, Sonny.
Wait a minute. I fixed that lunch.
Well, then come on and join us. And if you behave yourself, I may even let you sit next to me.
Oh, give me that basket. I'll serve.
All right, then snap into it.
Oh, all right. Nick?
Not on an empty stomach.
Mr. Valentine. Care for wings?
Make that 2 wings and you made a sale. There's nothing I like better than chicken wings. You know, when I was a kid, Ow!
What's the matter?
Hey, somebody hit me. Come on now, which one of you is guilty? Who hit me?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, look. Somebody threw a shoe at you.
I told you we shouldn't have stopped here.
Well, how do you like that? A lady's slipper.
Where do you suppose it came from?
Oh, from the house, of course. Look up there on the 2nd floor.
I don't see anything.
Well, there's a window open over to the right. Hey, and I thought the place was deserted.
Mr. Valentine, there's a note tied to this slipper.
Hey, what does it say?
Yeah. A note written in lipstick. Intriguing.
Well, don't keep it to yourself. Read it.
I am being held prisoner in this house. Please save me. Well, a maiden in distress.
Now that's silly.
Cute little slipper. 5 AA. Petite.
Somebody's trying to play a joke on you.
Written in orange lipstick. Hey, she must be a blonde. See you later.
Mr. Valentine, where are you going?
To rescue the maiden, of course.
Yeah, but do you think it's on the level?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
Now, Mr. Valentine, somebody's trying to make a fool out of you.
Well, I'm in the mood for it.
Wait a minute. You must go, then I'm going with you. You may need help. You may be up against a gang.
Are you thinking of the gang or the orange lipstick?
What are you thinking of?
That's the leading question. Come on, to the rescue.
La, la, la. Gee, do you think we'll have to break the door down, Mr. Valentine?
Only as a last resort, Sonny.
I've always wanted to see someone break down a door. Hey, this is kind of exciting.
What was that?
It sounded like a bell.
Where'd it come from?
Jeepers, I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine. I guess I leaned on the doorbell.
Oh, Sonny.
Mr. Valentine, I hear someone coming to the door.
All right, now you two keep Mom. I'll do the talking.
Well, what do you want?
Oh, I'm very sorry to disturb you, madam. I didn't think there was anyone here. The place is boarded up.
That's not your affair at all. Now, what do you want? What are you doing here?
We're having a little car trouble. Would you mind if I used your phone?
I certainly would. You can't come in.
But, madam, we just...
Anyway, the phone is out of order. Yes, it's been disconnected. Now, get away from here.
Oh, now, wait a minute, lady. Don't close the door.
I have nothing else to say to you. Get off my property immediately.
Well, what a nice even temper.
She almost slammed that door on my nose.
Well, Mr. Valentine, now are you satisfied? Nothing wrong in there. She was just an old lady.
What about the slipper? And the note written in lipstick?
Maybe it didn't even come from this house.
It's the only one around for miles.
Hey, maybe somebody tossed it out of a tree.
Oh, a squirrel?
Anyway, it's none of your affair. Let's get away from here.
Oh, Claire, where's your sense of chivalry?
Well, then why don't you go to the police?
Now, there's a sensible suggestion.
Why bother the police until I find out what this is all about? Remember, I earn my living getting people out of trouble.
But, Mr. Valentine, you don't have a client.
Oh, yes, I have. It's 5 AA. She asked me to save her. You saw the note.
Yeah, but that old lady won't let you in the door.
Well, then I won't use the door.
Mr. Valentine, what are you going to do?
Nothing. Until it gets dark. Come on, kids. Let's have our picnic.
Now be careful.
Yep. Quiet. I'm all right.
Yeah, but do you think the trellis will hold you? You're full of chicken.
Gotta hold me.
Climbing up a trellis at your age.
Very romantic. I feel like a cross between Romeo and Robin Hood.
Mr. Valentine!
Just a little slippery.
How do you know you can get in that window?
Oh, I'll get in. I used to be a vacuum cleaner salesman.
What are we supposed to do while you're selling a vacuum cleaner?
Just stay there. If I don't come out in half an hour, get the cops. It's all right. It's not locked.
Some drop if his foot slips.
Sonny, keep quiet.
He'd be splattered all over the flagstone walk.
Sonny.
He'd make quite a splash.
Sonny!
It's all right. He got in.
I don't like this. Breaking into someone's house.
Oh, you gotta hand it to him, sis. He's pretty brave at that.
It's the orange lipstick. Too bad it wasn't a man's shoe. He'd have kept right on eating chicken.
I wonder what he's doing now.
Probably looking for the other slipper.
Maybe it belonged to that old lady.
Well, I'm not going to stand out here all evening. This is ridiculous. Sonny, ring the bell.
Oh, now, Claire, you'll spoil everything. You heard what he said. It's not a half hour yet.
All right, come on in, but don't make any noise.
Is it okay?
What happened?
Nothing. The coast is clear. Nobody around but the old woman. And she's in the front room playing solitaire. Come on.
What are we going to do?
Upstairs. Follow me. And take it easy.
Golly, I don't like this.
It's kind of a spooky house.
Okay. All right, now we'll start with these rooms. Sonny, are you game?
Yeah, well, I guess so. What do I have to do, Mr. Valentine?
You take the rooms to the right of the stairway. Try the doors. If you come across one that's locked, let me know. You got it?
Where will you be?
I'm going to look over the rooms on the other side. Claire, you better come along with me.
Well, maybe she ought to come with me. I mean, just for company.
No. I want to look after her.
You think something's going to happen?
Now, Sonny, if you're afraid, just say so.
Oh, I'm not afraid. Just cautious, that's all.
Okay, then, get going. Come on, Claire.
I'm right behind you, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, I wish I could whistle. Well, here's the door. Go on, Sonny, open it. Just put your hand on the knob and turn it. Oh, it would be a squeaky door. It's just somebody's bedroom. Nothing in here. Let's take another door. This is pretty easy. Well, go ahead, Sonny. Open it. It's locked. Well, there's a key in the door. Darn it. Come on, Sonny. Unlock it. Be brave. Dark in here. Oh, pardon me. I didn't know there was anybody in here. Gee, for a minute I thought there was somebody in there. I'm getting out of here. Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine.
Keep quiet and come in. Close that door. What's the matter with you, Sonny?
What happened?
Oh, nothing much. I just heard somebody moaning, that's all.
Moaning? Who was it? Did you see anybody?
I didn't wait to investigate.
Oh, all right. Stay here with Claire. I'll have a look around.
Oh, I'm going with you.
Now, Claire, you might get in my way. You'll be safe here. Just...
Mr. Valentine.
The light.
Oh, it's all right. The lights went off, that's all. Now, don't get excited.
But it's so dark.
Well, somebody's having fun with a switch.
Do you think the lights went out all over the house?
I don't know, maybe. Come on, we're getting out of here. Darn it.
What's the matter?
The door's locked.
But it can't be. I just walked in.
Well, somebody must have been following you and locked the door after you.
You mean somebody's been watching us all this time?
Yeah, it looks that way.
And they've locked us in the room.
Well, what'll they do to us?
Now, Claire, remember, you're not the hysterical type.
Oh, I'll try to remember.
Good girl. Say, what size shoe do you wear? Maybe you can throw it out the window.
Mr. Valentine, I'm not really frightened. Would you mind just sort of holding it?
Oh, a pleasure. Where are you?
Here.
And I'm here.
Do I have to hold your hand, too? Say, there must be another way out of this room. Got any matches?
I never use them.
Oh, and I left my lighter in the car.
There isn't any other way out.
How do you know, Sonny?
I didn't say anything.
Claire, is your voice changing?
I didn't say anything.
Well, then who said that?
Where'd that voice come from?
Don't waste time trying to find me, because I'm not in the room with you. In 5 minutes, the lights will go on. The door will be unlocked. You'd better get out of here if you want to stay healthy.
Jeepers.
You've got just 5 minutes to think it over. That's all.
Mr. Valentine, we're going to do just what that voice said. Mr. Valentine, did you hear me?
I think we better, Mr. Valentine. It sounded like it meant it.
Mr. Valentine.
And what about Miss 5AA and the moaning you heard?
You can report that to the police.
When it's too late to do anything?
After all, it's not our affair, Mr. Valentine. She really isn't our client.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
You'd risk our lives just because of a slipper and an orange lipstick?
Okay, maybe you're right, Claire.
Of course I'm right.
Sure she is.
Okay. Claire, you and Sonny get out of the car. Better drive straight to the police.
What about you?
I'll stay here and look around a bit.
I see. Sonny?
Yes, sis?
You go down to the car. Better drive straight to the police.
Claire, what about you?
I'll help Mr. Valentine. Look around a bit.
Oh. Well, I guess the car will be safe enough just where it is.
But, Sonny...
I'll help you help Mr. Valentine. Look around a bit.
Well, looks like George is in a tight spot this time. While he looks around a bit, and while Claire and Sonny help him, let me bring you an interesting bit of information. They tell me that surveys are all the rage these days. Anytime a businessman runs into a problem, he just runs a survey and gets all the answers from his adding machine. So I thought I'd run a little one-man survey of my own and find out why people like to do business at Chevron gas stations. Well, it turns out that folks find Chevron dealers mighty nice to do business with. First, they like the friendly, competent service they get at Chevron gas stations. And second, they know that they can get famous Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM motor oil at cream, green, and burgundy stations all through the West. Just one thing I'd like to add. The Chevron dealer in your neighborhood operates his own business. He's on his own, and his success depends on keeping you a satisfied customer. That's your best guarantee of a warm welcome when you stop at a Chevron gas station this weekend. George, Claire, and Sonny have been warned by a mysterious voice that they'd better get out of the house, and within 5 minutes. Now the time is up, and George is just reaching for the doorknob.
Yep, it's unlocked, all right. Come on. I want it to look as if we're leaving the house. So, Claire, you and Sonny start to walk down the stairs. But slowly, understand?
And what would you do?
I want to check up on that moaning. Now, Sonny, point out that room to me.
It's right over there, Mr. Valentine, the one next to the top of the stairs.
Good. All right, start going down. But slowly.
Wish I'd never thought of a picnic.
Oh, don't worry, sis. I'll look after you. Hey, wait for me. Not so fast.
Why couldn't I have suggested a movie? Or even bowling?
Slower, sis.
Oh, I wish he'd come downstairs with us instead of poking around up there. He doesn't know how many people he makes.
That came from downstairs.
Claire, are you all right?
It wasn't Claire. It was someone downstairs.
Let me go ahead. Sonny, stay with me.
Okay.
The living room's over this way.
Please, Mr. Valentine, be careful.
Now, where's that Red King buried?
Suffering cat. She's still playing solitaire.
She acts as if nothing happened.
Yeah, well, it may be a stall. Sorry to interrupt you, madam, but the game is up.
I guess you're right. I can't win without the Red King. It's you! What are you doing in this house? I told you the phone is disconnected.
Look, what do you say we stop pretending? Who screamed?
Screamed? Oh, you mean the radio. I was listening to a program, but it frightened me, so I turned it off.
After who locked the door on us, Mr. Valentine?
Yes. And what about that voice?
Look, lady, I'll admit we have no business here, but that's not important now. Someone locked us in a room. Then we heard a voice. It seemed to come over a loudspeaker.
I'm sure I don't know what in the world you're... Oh, Roland, of course. That boy will be the death of me.
Boy? Did you say boy?
I never should have given him that detective set. Roland! Roland! Come downstairs, you naughty boy.
Now, wait a minute. I don't get this.
It's my grandson. He fancies himself an amateur detective. He has this whole house rigged up with microphones and speakers and, well, always playing tricks on me. Roland! I was just going to bed, Grandmother, honest. Now, you go upstairs this minute and go right straight to bed, understand? No more good tricks. Oh, the very idea.
I'll be good, Grandmother, I promise. Good night.
Do you mean to tell me that kid...
He's your maiden in distress, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, he really had you going, huh?
Okay, the joke's on me. I'm very sorry, madam. Maybe I made a little mistake.
You have been a little ridiculous, young man.
All right, forgive us for barging in on you. Come on, kids. Let's get out of here. Quick.
And to think you even climbed a trellis to rescue her.
All right. Go ahead. Have your fun. I still say the whole thing is pretty fishy.
Some mystery. Just an old lady and a little boy who like to play tricks.
Uh-huh. Think so?
Mr. Valentine, what do you mean? Aren't you satisfied yet?
No, I'm not satisfied at all. What about the note? It was feminine handwriting, I'd swear to that.
Maybe the note came with his detective set.
Uh-huh. I wonder if his detective set included a big black cigar.
Cigar?
Sure. Didn't you notice it on the ashtray in the living room?
Well, there's no accounting for some people. Maybe it belonged to the old woman.
She didn't look the type. And why are they living in a house that's boarded up?
What do you say we talk about it on the way home?
Oh, no, Claire. I have a better idea. Suppose you two wait in the car for me.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, you're not going back in that house again.
This time I'm going around the back way and have a look.
Then I'm going with you.
Well, here we go again. Count me in, too.
Okay, but you got to be quiet.
I hope no one sees us. It would be a moonlit night.
The moonlight is very becoming to you, Claire. On you, it looks nice.
Hey, this is no time for that kind of stuff.
Always in there pitching, though. Hey, careful now. Stay behind this tree.
The light's coming from somewhere.
Yeah, the kitchen.
Hey, there's someone in there, Mr. Valentine.
Uh-huh, I see him. Well, it's the boy detective, Roland.
Hey, look at him.
My, what a sweet, innocent little child. Smoking a cigar.
How awful. Doesn't he know that'll stunt his growth?
Not his, Sonny. He'll never grow any taller.
Do you mean Mr. Valentine, he's a midget.
A midget?
Of course. I knew it all along.
He turned out the light. He's going in the other room.
Come on, let's see about this window. Hey, we're in luck. It's not locked.
Mr. Valentine, are you sure you want to go in there?
Of course. Can't give up now.
What do you think you'll accomplish?
I'm surprised at you, Claire. Don't you remember your fairy stories? Here's the slipper. I'm Prince Charming. So, gotta find Cinderella. Okay, the coast is clear upstairs. Come on.
Where'd the midget go? Did you see him?
He's in the living room with the old lady. Now, Sonny, which room did the moaning come from?
Let's see. First I went into this room, and then I went into that room. Or did I go into that one first and then this one?
Well, make up your mind.
Why don't you look in both rooms, Mr. Valentine?
Brilliant suggestion. Okay, no noise now.
I seem to remember the creak in this door.
Where's the light switch? Oh, here it is.
Well, there's no one in here.
I guess the moaning came from the other room.
Hey, wait a minute. Here's the mate to that slipper. Now I've got two shoes.
You can open up a shoe store.
Mr. Valentine.
What is it, Claire?
Look, on that chair. It's a whip.
Southern cats, that looks like it would hurt.
A big black whip. The kind Simon Legree used.
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Do you think that someone's been using it on Miss 5AA?
Oh, we'd better not waste any more time. Come on. We'll try the other room. Shh, quiet now. Is this the door, Sonny?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the moaning came from this room. Hey, it isn't locked. It was locked before. I'm sure it was.
Never mind. Let me go first.
I think that's a fine idea. The light switch is over to the left.
Close the door. Now, let's see.
Mr. Valentine, look. There's someone lying on the bed.
Hey, it's a girl.
Miss 5AA.
Is she?
No, she's all right. Sleeping soundly, though.
Maybe she's been drugged.
Pardon me for mentioning it, Mr. Valentine, but she's not exactly petite. In fact,
She's enormous.
Well, that just goes to show you. You can never tell by the size of the shoe.
Who's in here? Who is it?
Now, don't be frightened, miss. We came to help you.
Who are you? Prince Charming. Who?
You threw a slipper out of the window, didn't you, with a note on it?
Did you find it?
Yes, I've got the slipper.
And you've come to help me. Thank heaven. Oh, please get me out of this house. They're torturing me. Oh, Mr. Valentine, the poor girl.
There, you see what I tell you. Now, don't you worry. You're going to be all right. We'll take care of you.
You've got to get me away from them.
Is there anyone in this house besides the midget and the old lady?
Not so far as I know. Oh, please, you will help me get away from them. I can't take any more.
Now, pull yourself together. Look, there's a trellis outside this window. We'll help you climb down it.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Valentine, but it'll never hold her.
Oh. Yeah, you're right, son.
You won't leave me?
No, of course not. We'll get you out of here some way.
Tiny!
Hey, There's that voice again.
Roland's up to his old trick.
He's going to torture me again. I know it.
Now, take it easy. We're here.
Tiny, listen. Hear that, Tiny? Hear the sizzling?
He's going to start that again.
How do you like that sizzling sound, Tiny? Ah, brown and crisp.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, listen to that. Stop them.
Can you hear the juice running out?
Oh, how horrible.
Oh, jeepers.
Just the way you like it, Tiny. A thick, juicy
Steak?
Steak?
Say, what is this?
Oh, stop him.
with mashed potatoes, swimming in gravy, hot biscuits, and strawberry jelly.
Please stop him.
Butterscotch pie, a pitcher of
I
milk.
can't stand it. Neither can I.
And a chocolate cake. We'll be waiting for you in the dining room, Tiny. Hurry down.
I can't hold out any longer. I've got to give in.
Wait a minute. What's this all about? What kind of torture is this anyway? Say, who are you?
Don't you recognize me? I'm Tiny, you know, with the circus. The circus? I used to be the fattest woman in the business. That was before I went on a diet. Now I'm down to 310.
Oh, a mere shadow.
That's right. They were afraid I'd ruin my career, so they locked me in here, and they've been torturing me ever since.
Torturing you? How?
By trying to force me to break my diet and eat again.
I still don't get it. Who are they? Who's the midget and the old lady?
He's a clown, and she's the lion tamer.
Oh, I thought you could crack a whip.
We found this place boarded up, so we decided to move in until the circus opens again.
No wonder they tried to get rid of us. They didn't want anyone to know they were living here.
But I don't understand. Tiny, why did you want to ruin your career? Why'd you want a diet?
Well, you should understand. You're a woman. Romance has never entered my life. I thought that maybe if I got thinner, someone, somewhere, somehow I might have just one fleeting moment of romance. And then I could go back to the circus and be happy with my memories.
Hasn't anyone ever looked at you twice?
They'd have to look at her twice to take her all in.
Sonny, will you shut up?
Well, once something wonderful almost happened to me. It was very beautiful. He thought he was in love with me, and I thought I was in love with him.
Who was he?
The tattooed man in the circus. But it wasn't destined to last.
Oh, why not?
Well, you see, he said that when he fell in love, he was going to have the girl of his dreams tattooed on his chest.
Yes?
His chest wasn't big enough.
Oh, Tiny.
That was my only experience with romance.
Oh, well, I wouldn't exactly say that, Tiny. I know a man who risked his life for you.
You're joking.
Joking? Listen, I climbed a trellis and almost broke my neck. I was locked in a room. I was threatened. But I stayed anyway, just to bring you your slipper.
Why were you so anxious to bring it to me?
Well, because it's the most beautiful slipper I ever saw. You have very dainty feet, Tiny.
Dainty feet? Well, that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. It's something I can treasure all my life.
Well, then, there's your memory.
Yes. Whenever I'm unhappy, I'll think of what you said. Dainty feet.
Now can you go back to your career?
Of course, I can start eating again. For one little moment, romance entered into my life. I'll never forget you.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, my Prince Charming.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I've got to reward
Hey,
you.
watch out.
Don't be shy.
Ouch.
My Prince Charming.
Claire, help!
This isn't the way home. Where are you taking us now, Prince Charming?
Never mind.
Yeah, but it's late and I'm hungry. Jeepers, did you hear that menu? Steak, mashed potatoes. Hey, are you going to a restaurant?
I'm going to a doctor. I better have him look me over. She must have cracked all my ribs. And my Adam's apple doesn't go up and down like it should.
What does it matter? Just so it had a happy ending. Just like the storybook.
Suffering cats, what a day. All we went through for a few cracked ribs.
And a crushed larynx.
Oh, cut it out, will you? We saved a career, didn't we? Now Tiny will be satisfied to be what she was meant to be.
Maybe it's my practical mind, Mr. Valentine. Maybe I shouldn't even mention this. But you are in business, you know. The next time you go after a client, will you please see to it that you collect a fee?
Why, Claire, what are you talking about? I did get my fee.
You mean that kiss?
No, of course not. Here, take a look. There's one for each of us. Isn't it terrific? Free passes to the circus.
We'll be back in a moment. Meanwhile, since I was knee-high to a gopher, I've been told that it takes all kinds of people to make a world. But I've been finding out for myself lately that a lot of the best of them are doing business under a Chevron gas station sign. All through the West, I've found that you can pretty generally count on smart, cheerful service when you swing into a Chevron gas station. The reason is simple. Chevron gas stations are home-owned. Chances are the fellow who waits on you is the owner. Naturally, he's going to be mighty careful to give you the best his business has to offer. And there's another good reason for stopping at the cream, green, and burgundy stations. They all handle climate-tailored Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM compounded motor oil. Try them if you're out for a drive this weekend. And remember, your Chevron credit card is good as gold at a Chevron gas station. Next week at this time, George Valentine has an unusual problem. You'll probably hear something like this.
Why are you so excited, Mr. Valentine? All you have to do is find Mr. Williams a wife.
Yes, but it's got to be a wife who'll love his little Dolores.
Dolores?
Yes, and all her little brothers and sisters.
All her brothers and sisters. A big family, huh? How many has Mr. Williams got?
57.
57 children?
No, 57 pigs.
Chevron gas stations all through the West invite you to be with us again next week for another chapter of Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline. Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George, with Frances Robinson as Claire and Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, is written by Pauline Hopkins, produced and directed by Owen Vincent. Others in the cast were Martha Wentworth as Susan, Tommy Bernard as Roland, and Monty Margetts as Tarney. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to
Let George Do It.
This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Exciting news for Joint Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.